16 teams live to fight another day, but now there are no safety nets, there are no second chances. Now you have to bring your A game or your key will be sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, some came close making it in the finals, others came close to elimination, but today is survival stage, so the points are reset, and basically, Barney, anything can happen.
One mistake could send months of preparation out the window. However, one moment of brilliance could keep the dream alive.
Yeah, indeed, Barney. I can see them. They are ready. So it is time to welcome our team on the stage. Starting with Geek Esports.
Hi guys. Action la.
Dopeness.
Team RRQ.
Wolves Esports.
Kiwum Dierix.
Tianba.
Al Hula Club Esports.
Seven to 1 GS Esports.
Furia.
Alpha 7.
Gold Team.
Nongshim Red Force.
AGL.
Hello guys. Hello. Welcome back boys. Welcome back. Action यहाँ.
Arena.
यो TikTok ले तो गिद्दी नहीं पार्दो रहेछ यार कडा हो. Guys.
Wolf Esports.
ल guys, welcome how are you guys? सबैजना सन्चै हुनुहुन्छ होला, सबैजना ठिकै हुनुहुन्छ होला, सबैजनाहरु हेर्न आउनु भएको होला. हाम्रो त आज त्यस्तो हैन, as a Nepalese fan, as a Nepalese South Asian fan, त्यस्तो ओए कि यो त फेरि ट्रफी उठाएर लिएर आयो त अनि के जहिले पनि ट्रफी उठाएर लिएर आउने क्या हो रन म त खेल्न छैन आउने हैन मलाई ट्रफी मात्र उठाएर लिएर आउँछु त्यसले अनि
Today you won't survive by hiding. Fight smarter, adapt faster, and deliver when the pressure is at its peak. That is what it takes to keep this dream alive.
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
Anyway, guys, welcome guys. I know आज हल्का थोरै जना मान्छेहरु हेर्न आउनु हुन्छ होला because आज न इन्डियन टिम छ न नेपाली टिम छ न पाकिस्तानी टिम छ झन्डै यार साउथ एसियामा भएको अलमोस्ट सबै टिम्सहरु सिधै गएको छ त्यही नै खुसी लाग्छ मलाई हैन त्यही नै खुसीको खबर हो पाकिस्तान पनि गयो अब इन्डियालाई अलिअलि मान्छेहरु इन्डिया पनि सपोर्ट गर्नु हुन्छ हैन मैले त्यसलाई नाइ भन्दैन मैले उहाँहरु पनि इन्डियाको दुईटा टिम गयो नेपालको एउटा टिम गयो र पाकिस्तानको पनि एउटा टिम गयो हैन त्यो भन्दा खुसीको खबर साउथ एसियन टिपिकल प्योर साउथ एसिया फ्यान्सहरुलाई के नै होला केडा हो हेड गर्नेलाई नि कुनै टिम छैन हो जो पुगे नि बाल छैन हो त्यही त आजको मलाई यस्तो सोचिरहेको थिए नगरम कि सोचिरहेको थिए आज कोही त छैन रणमतीको छोरी भनेर सोचिरहेको थिए तर हेरौँ न के छ र हैन अब आएपछि यसो वाच पार्टी स्टार्ट गरेपछि सबै हेरौँ कुनै गेम पनि छुटाएको छैन यो गेम किन छुटाउनु भनेर 2 दिनको कुरा हो हैन यसो अलिअलि हैन आउला हैन रो आउला हैन त्यही त हो नि केडा हो हैन अनि यस्तो हेर्न मजा आउला क्लिप्सहरु आउला भनेर आएको हो केडा हो खासै हामीलाई त्यो डराउनु पर्ने अथवा त्यो हेर्नु पर्ने गेम जस्तो त छैन हैन अब प्योर एज अ प्योर PUBG फ्यान हो भने त हेर्ने हो नत्र अब प्योर PUBG फ्यान हैन म त किन हेर्नु हैन र केडा ए जस्तो त किन हेर्नु नेपालै छैन अनि Why Indian team despite international exposure being more performative than Nepalese team in the international stage? Well, I can only say this: they have done well. Honestly, all the banter aside, all the troll aside, all the I don't hate Indian teams, but everything aside, होइन उनीहरूले भने त they are not ख्याल गर कि नेप्लिज टिम सिनारियोमा आउनुभन्दा अगाडि होइन कसरी नेप्लिज टिम सिनारियोमा आएको त्यो पनि बुझौँ के होइन कसरी किन नेप्लिज टिम होइन 81 सिनारियोमा ई स्पोर्ट्सको पब्जीको सिनारियोमा किन आएको त्यो पनि बुझौँ किनभने त्यतिखेर म पनि खेल्थेँ म त इन्डियन टिमहरूले डोमिनेट गर्ने बेला पनि खेल्थ्यो र नेप्लिज टिम डोमिनेट गर्ने बेला पनि खेल्थेँ र मङ्गोलियन टिम डोमिनेट गर्दा पनि खेल्थेँ मैले अनि ख्याल गरौँ कि होइन हामी नेपालीहरूले यसै चान्स पाएको होइन यसै चान्स पाएको होइन उता ब्यान भएपछि मात्र चान्स पाएको ख्याल गरौँ यु गाइज नो दिस यो तपाईँहरू एकदमै ओजी फ्यान्सहरू हुनुहुन्छ भने त्यो हो होइन अनि त्योभन्दा अघिल्लो पनि जब इन्डियन टिमहरूलाई डोमिनेट गरेको थियो उनीहरू पिकमा थियो होइन उनीहरू पिकमा थियो पिकमा भन्दा पनि जोस् उनीहरू राम्रो खेलिरहेको थियो त्यस्तो नराम्रो खेलेतिर इन्टरनेसनल स्टेजमा अलिअलि त्यही त हो हामी नेपालीहरू सोचमा जाँदाखेरि के गर्थ्यो त अनि खासै राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स आउँथेन पछि यो आउँदै गएको अहिले भेरी कन्सिस्टेन्ट छ इन्टरनेसनल स्टेजमा पर्फर्मेन्सहरू अनि एटलिस्टमा पनि टप 8 को फिनिस छ मिनिमममा पनि टप 8 को फिनिस छ होइन नेपाललाई त्यति साह्रो त्यतिसम्म चाहिँ रेस्पेक्ट गर्छ आजकल तर पहिला त्यस्तो थिएन सेम गोज टु इन्डियन होइन उनीहरूको थिएन सुरुमा जब पर्फर्मेन्स आउन थाल्यो त्यसपछि ब्यान खायो जब आउनु थाल्यो त्यसपछि ब्यान खायो अनि त्यसपछि ल ठिक छ ब्यान खाए ठिक छ अनि त्यसपछि अकल झुकलमा यिनीहरूले ग्लोबलको पाउँथ्यो होइन ग्लोबलको चान्स पाउँथ्यो अनि त्यतिखेर पनि अब सुरु त्यही त हो नि फेरि रिसेट भएपछि तिमी फेरि सुरुवातबाट स्टार्ट गर्नु पऱ्यो त्यतिखेर ग्लोबल लबीमा आउँदाखेरि यिनीहरूलाई स्ट्रगल भयो तर ख्याल गर्यो कि यिनीहरू चाइना पछिको सबसे धेरै टुर्नामेन्ट हुने भनेको अहिले पनि ख्याल गर्यो कि अहिले पनि इन्डियामा टुर्नामेन्ट भइरहेको छ केटा सो यिनीहरूसँग प्र्याक्टिस छ नभएको होइन अलिकति एक्सपिरियन्स मात्र नभएको आई मिन त्यस्तो कुरा होइन अलिकति एक्सपिरियन्स मात्र नभएको तर त्यो बिस्तारै अब रेगुलरली यहाँ ग्लोबल स्टेजमा आएपछि इन्डियन टिम्सहरू राम्रो गर्दैछ एन्ड त्यही कुरा हो यहाँ पनि होइन टाइम चाहिन्छ होइन टाइमले सबै कुराहरू ठिक पार्नेछ एन्ड भने त पहिला पनि इन्डियन टिम्स राम्रै थियो मैले कहिले पनि नराम्रो भनेको छैन आई अलवेज रेस्पेक्टेड त्यही अहिले कति ब्यान्टर स्यान्टर अलिअलि ट्रोल भइरहेको छ होइन त्यो ठिक छ अब यताबाट मैले ट्रोल दिन्छु उताबाट कमेन्टमा मलाई ट्रोल आउँछ केही छैन मतलबै भएन त्यो कुरा होइन त्यो ठुलो कुरै होइन त्यो कुरा मैले अब ब्यान्टर जसरी लिन्छु मैले त्यस्तो पर्सनली केही पनि लिँदैन एन्ड होपफुली केटाहरूले हाम्रो इन्डियनको उनीहरूले फ्यान्सहरूले पनि पर्सनली नलियोस् होइन त्यही नै कुरा हो त्यही आई हेभ अलवेज रेस्पेक्टेड होइन सोलदेखि लिएर गड लाइकदेखि लिएर होइन TXINDदेखि लिएर आई हेभ रेस्पेक्टेड एभ्री वान त्यो अहिले अलिकति ब्यान्टर मात्रै चलिरहेको त्यस्तो हेट भन्ने मलाई केही पनि छैन आई वान्ट टु डु इन्डिया होइन इन्डियाले राम्रो गरोस् जस्तो भएको छ मलाई पनि होइन किनभने त्यही डिजर्भ होइन प्र्याक्टिस धेरै छ उनीहरूसँग प्र्याक्टिस त नेपाली भन्दा पनि धेरै छ के कुरा गर्छु केटा नेपाली टिम्सहरूभन्दा प्र्याक्टिस त उनीहरूको कैयौँ गुणा धेरै छ मेहनत पनि धेरै छ इन्फ्रास्ट्रक्चर पनि उनीहरूको राम्रो छ यिनीहरूले रेगुलर चान्स पायो भने त किन होइन D+TRले जितेको होइन त होइन यिनीहरूले रेगुलर चान्स पायो भने त आरामले जित्न सक्छ आरामले ठुलो कुरै होइन केटा त्यो होइन त्यो कुनै रकेट साइन्स होइन जति प्र्याक्टिस गर्दै गयो जति एक्सपिरियन्स लिँदै गयो त्यति नै जित्ने हो केटा हो होइन यिनीहरूले त्यही अब जस राम्रो बाटोमा छ यिनीहरू गेम पनि ठ्याक्कै स्टार्ट भयो केटा हो खासै आज भने त त्यस्तो इन्टेन्स सायद हामीलाई हेर्नुमा नहोला तर एज अ PUBG फ्यान इफ तपाईँहरू कुनै अरू टिमको फ्यान हुनुहुन्छ भने लाइक A7देखि लिएर अब को छ मलाई पनि थाहा छैन EAको पर्फर्मेन्सलाई अलिकति राम्रो मान्नुहुन्छ भने EAको अब त्यस्तो इन्टेन्स छैन हाम्रो लागि आज बट त्यही हो गाइस होपफुली Indian teams also do well there is always troll and banter but I genuinely hope they do well होइन I like Soul होइन I like Soul team from India to be honest and also Godlike and Godlike before Godlike they were NTT and TSM we are good friends with John I'm good friend with अब यसरी good friend त नभनौँ तर जस चिने छ होइन राम्रो सम्बन्ध छ हामी रनमा त्यो पहिला खेलेको सँगै होइन सँगै अब बसेको हो होइन मान्छेहरू सो आई अलवेज होप फर द बेस्ट एन्ड आई लभ त्यो ओराङगुटानको आरु भन्ने मलाई अति राम्रो लाग्छ होइन आई मिन जेन्युन छ मान्छे बन्दा जेन्युन नै भन्छ नि जेन्युन छ मान्छे पनि त्यो अल ट्रोल असाइड प्रिन्ट गर्न लगाउनुहोस् न अरे के प्रिन्ट गर्न आई एम विलिङ टु पे हाउ मच द्याट कस्ट रे के भन्न खोजेको सङ्गम ब्रदर Once again, production top 6 survival stage, bro. 1 second production top 6 from survival stage. Yeah, top 6 from survival stage will go to the grand finals from here. So top 6 जसरी भने पनि आउनु छ आज यसपाली. टप 6 जसरी भने आउनु छ यसपालि. भालु दादालाई बोलाउन आज. भालु दादा आज कहाँ हुनुहुन्छ? लाइभमा हुनुहुन्छ र भालु दादा? भालु दादा अहिले डिस्कर्डमा पनि हुनुहुन्न. भालु दादालाई खै आउनु पर्ने हो एक्चुअली. खै आज रेस्ट गर्नुहुन्छ कि हिजो पनि लास्टै अबेलासम्म बस्नु भएको थियो हैन. त्यही पनि म ट्राई गर्छु. हाम्रो दर्शक वृन्दहरूले बोलाउनु भएको छ भनेर ट्राई गर्छु. कहाँ छ यार? ओए हाने त नि. अब र सधैँ ग्रुप स्टेजमा मात्र राम्रो फाइनल चाहिँ चोक गर्छ. अब चोकै त नभनौँ बट नराम्रो गर्छ भन्न पर्यो हैन. नराम्रो गर्छ भन्नु पर्यो. आई थिङ्क सबसे रिजनलमा सबसे क्लोज आएको हो र स्पोर्ट्स भनेको आई थिङ्क यही इयर हो. यो भन्दा यही इयर हो हैन. एकदमै क्लोज आएको यार यसपालि. तर त्यही हो, अब 40 ले धेरै कन्सिस्टेन्ट परफर्मेन्स देखाइदियो कि. हो र अहिले जेलमा छ. 1 एलिमेन्ट्रिक्स जर्सी फर मी रे यार. अब भाइलाई अब मलाई डिएम गर्नु न एकछिन. म भाइसँग कुरा गर्छु. भाइले बनाइदियो भने हो. कस्तो क्वालिटी स्वालिटी मलाई थाहा छैन फेरि हैन. जस्ट बनाउँदा बनाइदिन्छ होला केटा. ए रनमा आएको छोरी के हो आज यो? खै त रुल्सहरू कहाँ गयो आज? आज लाइभ थिएन? के हो आज त 100 भ्युज पनि कटेको छैन. के भएको आज? यति साह्रो जोसको म्याच पनि होइन हो केटा. हो यो त उसो नि वर्ल्ड कप पो हो त नि यार. यहाँदेखि जाने हो फाइनल छ नि. यति साह्रो जोसको म्याच पनि होइन. कत्रो हो केटाहरूको भिडियोहरू यार. कोही पनि छैन त आज. सेयर गर, लाइक गर, सबै गर्नु होला केटा. हो रुल्स गेममा छ अरे. व्हाट द फक? के को गेम आज? भालु दादालाई कलर गयो. दादाको आइडी के छ हो म्याम पाएका? धन्दै स्टोरीमा भालु दादा भनेर हालेर यार. दादा किधर? सर्भाइभल स्टेज खेल्ने हाम्रो लागि नजानु पर्ने भनेको एउटा त्यान्दा हो हैन. त्यानमा त जसरी भए पनि जानु भएन हैन. मरिगए जानु भएन त्यानमा त. आज क्लिप पनि थोरै आउने भयो जस्तो लाग्छ यार. आज केटा गफै क्लिप बनाउनु पर्छ है. आज क्लिप बनाउनु पर्छ आज त्यस्तो क्लिपहरू त आउँदैन के अरे. अब होइन क्लिप आए पनि भ्युज आउँदैन के. तर गफ हानेर होइन रनमध्ये रुजलाई उपर फसाउनु पर्छ केटा. तिमीहरूले क्वेसन सोध ल. तिमीहरू क्वेसन एकदम कन्ट्रोभर्सियल क्वेसन सोध होइन. म रुजलाई सोध्छु अनि त्यसपछि उसले के एन्सर दिन्छ त्यसको क्लिप काटेर हालिदिने क्या आज रनमध्येको छोरी होइन. यस्तो खतरा क्लिपरै भइसक्यो स्ट्रिमर भन्दा त. म हेलो दाइ. टप 6 प्रेडिक्सन रे. आई थिङ्क फ्युरिया एउटा हुन्छ. फ्युरिया अनि त्यसपछि जसरी भयो भने एनएस फ्युरिया एनएस इए उल्फ. फ्युरिया एनएस इए उल्फ. अनि मलाई केआरएक्स भन्नु मन छ यार. केआरएक्स होइन अनि एजी. ल यही नै हो मेरो टप 6. YG NS त फिक्स हो YG त्यस्तो राम्रो देखिएको छैन हो केटा हो YG लाई खै के गरेर आएको YG त्यस्तो साह्रो राम्रो देखिएको छैन ल यो रनमा आएको छोरी के हो यार आज त्यहाँबाट के हो आज फर्स्ट म्याचदेखि नै अब रन्डोमा छ कि लान त म्यासेज गरेको छु इन्स्टा ल म सक्दो हेर्छु भविष्य भाइलाई भन्छु मैले त्यो भाइले गराउने हो अब हेरौँ फ्युरिया र उल्फ त मलाई फ्युरिया उल्फ मैले के भनेको मलाई सबसे खतरा खतरा भनेको छु यार फ्युरिया उल्फ म्याच रन मात्रै छोरी के हो यार यो आज के भइरहेछ हेर न अब मलाई के भन्नु यार म चाहिँ होइन यार म त पागल हुन थालेँ यार ल यति गरौँ न फ्युरिया उल्फ अनि फ्युरिया उल्फ एजी केआरएक्स एनएस यो 6वटा हो मेरो कहाँ तिमी त फेरि खेल्न थालिरहेको छौ त अनि फेरि के हो कुरो छ टुर्नामेन्ट खेल्ने एचएलएक्सबाट अफर आइसक्यो
छैन हो कहाँ आउनु म जस्तोलाई
ए
म जस्तोलाई आउनु थाल्यो भने
आज पार्टनरहरू खै आज चिलको म्याच छ नि त आउँदैन होला धेरै पार्टनरहरू त
स्क्रिन बफर
लास्टै बफर भएको छ आज म त्यही भएर 5 सेकेन्ड पछाडि एक लट पछाडि हान त त्यो ब्याक के अरे के भन्छ यसलाई 5 सेकेन्ड 10 सेकेन्ड पछाडि हालिदिएको मैले जानी लास्टै बफर भएर रोखै यहाँ रिप्ले देखाउँदैछ 28 27 20 00 25 24 23 22
अति छिटो भयो त
छिटो
24 23
ल
22 21 20 19 18
ल भयो
17
छिटो भएर म झनै अझ ब्याक स्पेस गर्दै बसेको अझ
के ग्लिच हो लाइभ लिंक ल धनी म पठाइन्छ
त जो गरे बाल छैन है त्यानमा नजाओस् त्यति हो रनमा थियो अरू को जो सुकै गयोस् बाल छैन दाइ के हो इन्स्टाग्राममा त हजुरलाई गड लाइकले भनेको मिम बनाएको छ त दाइ हो र पठाउ त मलाई इन्स्टाग्राममा किन न त हस्तो मेरो इन्स्टाग्राम कम भाइरल भयो गाली देख्दै छ बुझीहरूले पागल भइसक्यो म हो र मेरो क्लिप हाल्दै थियो कोही गड लाइकले नि कि कोले हो दादा अहिले चिलमा छ के भनेको मेरो गएर ह्युजु क्लिप्समा हेरेर मा तिमीलाई थाहा पाउँछु त्यसपछि त्यहाँ के भइरहेछ भनेर ह्युजु क्लिप्समा गएर हेर न एकचोटि म्यामपाका इन्स्टाग्राममै फेरि इन्स्टाग्राममा म्याको भ्युज पनि उस्तै छ मा गाली पनि उस्तै छ मलाई त्यहाँ पठाउ त मलाई इन्स्टाग्राममा अझै डबल डाउन गरौ इन्डियन टिम टप 8बाट बाहिर हुन्छ रोख न केटा हो क्लिप त कस्तो हान्छु त मैले अनि त्यसपछि रोख न होइन आई डोन्ट हेट इन्डियन टिम तर ब्यान्टर गर्न त पर्यो नि म्यादर कुलेहरू तिनीहरूले मलाई गरेपछि मैले गर्नु परेन एनी पब्लिसिटी इज गुड पब्लिसिटी यस ए ऱ्यान्डम हाइलाइट च्यानलमा छ भनेको ए मतलब भएर नि म्याच त हाइलाइट चाहिँदै जाँदैन मलाई मेरै ह्योजु क्लोजमा मुजी भाइ टन्नै भ्यू छ अझ हुँदै मेरो यो अघिल्लो लाइभ स्ट्रिममा गएर हेरेन त्यहाँ कमेन्टहरूमा तार कुले अब नर्मली त लाइभ स्ट्रिममा कमेन्ट आउँदैन नि त भिडियोजहरूमा कमेन्ट आउँछ लाइभ स्ट्रिमको एन्डमा कमेन्ट आउँदैन लाइभ स्ट्रिमको भिडियोमा त्यहाँ गएर हेर न एकचोटि म डिएम सुत्ता आउनु थालिसक्यो के कुरा गर्छौ रटमती 2 प्लेट मोमो लगा भन्ने यो बुझी आउँछ यार
डेल्टालाई तान्नु न
ल हो क्या रणमतीको छोरी ए 2 प्लेट मोमो के अरे देखा न बोल रहा था खूब इन्टरनेसनल लबी बोल रहा था भन्ने आउँछ मुजीहरू देखाइदिन्छु हो मैले डिएमहरू यहाँ खतरा आएको छ यहाँ मुजी मलाई डिएमहरू त नि अलिअलि हो र भनेको यस्तो हेर न यहाँ कति आइरहेछ मुजी अनि मैले हिजो अस्ति चाहिँ म ठ्याक्कै स्पाइडरम्यान हेर्नु भनेर म छिटो गएको 9 बजे स्टार्ट थियो के अरे साला अनि ओभरअल के अरे फाइनलको ओभरअल स्ट्यान्डिङ ग्रुप बीको ओभरअल स्ट्यान्डिङ्स डे 2 पछि किन नहालेको भनेर कमेन्ट आइरहेको थियो बुझ्ने इन्डियन टिमहरूमा आधार चोत मोमोज हो अझ मोमोज भन्छ अझ महाचाराहरूले तपाईँको आफ्नो च्यानल भन्दा तपाईँको स्ट्रिम हाइलाइट्सको नहाल्ने त्यही त हो कुरो त्यही त हो देखाम के दाइ कसम भोलि इन्डियन च्यानलले कभर गर्छ अनि इन्डियामै भाइरल चाहिँदैन बुझी म्याचहरूलाई इन्डियनमा भाइरल एक त अनि मेरो नेपाली भन्दा पनि मेरो पाकिस्तानीहरू र इन्डियनहरूले वाइल्ड हेर्छ बुझी त्यो मेरो इन्स्टाग्राम होस् कि टिकटक होस् कि जे होस् वाइल्ड हेर्ने बुझी वाइल्ड पाकिस्तानीहरूले त पाकिस्तान र इन्डियनहरूले त यहाँलाई छोडिदिनु लास्ट टाइम देख्नु भयो नि पिएमजी यस्तै कन्फिडेन्सले आउट भएको थियो फेरि बिटी सुरु हुनु फुल्की बनाउनु भन्नु पानीपुरी बनाउनु भन्नु म भन्दैन अहिले केही पनि भन्दैन इट्स अ ब्यान्टर के छैन त्यस्तो पर्सनल लिँदो हुँदैन म त त्यस्तो केही लाग्दैन न मुझे आफ्नो टिम केही छ होइन त्यही आफ्नो नेपाली टिम छ मुझे नेपालीलाई भनेको छैन मलाई भनेको छ मैले त्यस्तो कुराहरू त पचाएर हगिदिन्छु मुझे त्यस्तो कुराहरू त तर रमाइलो हुनु जोस् अड्क्यो यार मुझे कस्तो अड्केको हो क्या आज त वाइल्डले अड्किरहेको छ हौ रनमा त डेल्टाले गरेर हो क्या 2 छैन म अड्किन्छ यार अहिले इन्डियन प्लेयर्सहरूको मैले रियाक्ट गर्न थालेँ भने त मुझे मेरो यहाँ मिलियन भ्युज आउँछ होला मुझे होइन Guys, like garo, सबले like garo. The welcome to international lobby गरिदिएछ इन्डियनहरूले त अरे त्यही त भने मुझे त्यो अझ के हाल्छ भने आज वेलकम टु इन्डियन लबी भन्दै हालिरहेको आएर तिनीहरूले लास्ट टाइम यस्तै गरेको थियो पिएमसी पछि हम्बल भन्थे फेरि बिटी सुरु भयो के त रुकुन्डा फाइनल्समा रोलेक्सको काम नै त्यही छ 1-2 वर्ष भयो फरेनरले रियाक्ट गर्ने बित्तिकै साउथ एसिया मक्खै परिहाल्छ हामी त फरेनर होइन मुझे हामी त नेपाली हो मुझे हामी नेपालीहरू पनि त्यही त हो नि ओहो यसले रियाक्ट गरेछ भन्दै रन मात्रै एसेवाला पर्यो नि त्यहाँ फेरि यहाँ यिनीहरूलाई के बोल्न गाह्रो छ PMwc कन्ट्रोभर्सी अझै याद छ गरे त्यो त रन मात्रै डीकै गल्ती हो नि त मुजी के कुरा गरेको त्यो त डीकै गल्ती थियो नि त्यतिखेर डिफेन्ड पो हामी नेपाललाई गरिन्छ त त्यो भयो नि तर गल्ती त डीकै थियो नि त्यो बेला त ए सरी डीको होइन त्यो बेला होइन त्यतिखेर तिनीहरू के भयो थियो अरे मैले कन्ट्रोभर्सी बिग्रेँ त्यो यसनाको होइन कन्ट्रोभर्सी मेरो त भिडियो नै छ यार त्यसको यार अनि त्यसपछि स्काउटहरूले के बोलेको हो कि हो के अनि प्यान हानेको समथिङ यस्तै थियो त स्टार्ट कहाँबाट भएको मलाई थाहै छैन मैले बिर्सेँ कति भइसक्यो सबै उसाको छुरा ए बुट क्याम्पमा झरेको ग्लिच ए त्यसले गरेर हो त्यसले गर्दै थियो अनि त्यसपछि तिनीहरूको कन्ट्रोभर्सी आयो टिएक्स र त्यो उसको कन्ट्रोभर्सी आयो टिम अप वाला आएको थियो त्यो क्लियर गर्दा गर्दै रनमध्ये चारो पायो अनि त्यसपछि के भयो त्यहाँ त रनमा त्यो बुढा टिएक्सको काजीलाई नि बिचमा ल्यायो होइन हौ रणमतीको छोरी तिमीहरूले पुरै बुझ्यौ त्यहाँ एउटा भिडियो छ राम्रोसँग गरेर
यसमा नि मजा हुन्छ यार कम्पिटिसन त टन्नै छ नि अफनको टिम चाहिँ निस्के
टप 6 प्रेडिक्ट गर नि त रुल
टप 6 ये यूएलएफ
गोट अनि सेम
त्यसपछि एनएस
केआरएक्स ओहो तिम्रो र मेरो एउटा मात्र चेन्ज रहेछ तिमीले गोट लियो मैले के लिएको थिएँ अरे मैले के लिएको थिएँ भन्दाखेरि एनएस फ्युरिया एजी लिएको थिएँ मैले
एजी खै खेल्नै सकेको छैन
खेल्ला जस्तो लाग्छ के अरे मलाई एउटा चाइनिज टिम त जाला जस्तो लाग्छ के अरे होइन गोट पनि बवाले हो तर गोट पनि मा छिर्दा नछिरेको हो त्यो पनि
हेरिरहेको छु आरआरक्यू को डाउनफल भएको छ आरआरक्यू ग्लोबलमा अलि सक्दैन हौ तर किन उता सीमा चाहिँ हाल्छ तर यसमा चाहिँ अलिक गाह्रै पर्छ भन्ने साथै उठ्न निशान्छ लाग्छ कि पछाडि बिहान हुन्छ
जिटिएस 6 स्ट्रिम हान्नुहुन्छ गरेर हेरौ के हुन्छ मोस्ट लाइकली हान्छु होला यसपालि सुक मिस भएको छ ग्लोबलमा एसआरको गन चलाउँथ्यो अरे कति खेलोस् केटा कति नै खेल्छ अरे केटाहरूले ल अगु बुझी कत्रो आगेको त नि एक्सट्रिम फर्म गर्नु पर्यो अब टुर्नामेन्ट भयो के टुर्नामेन्टमा भिडियो मात्र गर्ने हो क्या हो मै भइदिन्छु त्यसलाई त
10 किल उठाइसक्यो यिनीहरूले
ए 10 किलो उठाएर गयो त नि
योले त जोस छ त
नेपालको टिम छैन यार अनुराग नो स्यालेरी नो स्पोन्सर बट युज नेम अफ किन युज गर्नु पर्यो एक्सको नेम चाहिँ प्रो सर्किट एन्टर गरेपछि वी क्यान टक ड्रम्स रे किन रनमतीको छोरी म क्या तिमीहरूलाई के अम्बानीको छोरो देखिरहेको छु क्या तिमीहरूलाई प्रो अनि के कुरा गरेको यार
के चाहिँ यार केटाहरूले चल्यो अनि
ला आज कति पछि भ्यालोरेन्ट खेलेको मजा आयो यार अब मोबाइल के पछि त खेलिरहेको हुन्थेँ मोबाइल खेलेको मजा आयो यार अब छिट्टै पनि आउनु लागिरहेछ अब आई थिङ्क मेरो नेक्स्ट स्ट्रिम भनेको इट विल बी आफ्टर दिस पब्जीको टुर्नामेन्ट होइन यो पब्जी डब्लुसी होइन वर्ल्ड कप पछि आई थिङ्क भ्यालोरेन्ट चाहिँ म मोस्ट लाइकली खेल्नेवाला छु जस्तो लाग्यो मलाई
डेल्टा जोइन छैन छ नबोलिकन बस्यो आज डेल्टाले फेरि तान्न त फेरि गयो
ए हो र बिचरा बोल्दै बोल्दैन अनुमति
ओए धने
ओ धनी
के भयो दोस्त
बोल्न न के पैसा दिनुपर्ने हो अब
मरे यार गिगको त सबैजना
लिगल हान्छ होला नि
कति सेकेन्डमा
10 9 8
10
7 6 5 तिमी अडी होला हैन
लामको 10 भन के 10
1 10 1 1
ए म त 23 मा छु नि अहिले
58 57 56
एक सेकेन्ड पज हेर त दुस 55 54 53 52
म त 19 मा छु यार
50 बिदाउ ल
आउ कति भयो भन
भन न तिमीले म त 19 मा छु के
के
19 019
019
अभी पर्ख रनमा
अँ 25 आएछ
किकमा मैले लाइभ गरे हैन यार किकमा बिस्तारै गरम लानी के को हतार
के खत्रै आउँछ र किकमा
21 20 19 18
बाइ
छ
बाइ
कमाइ
कमाइ छ कस्तो घण्टा कति पाउँछ यसो कति पाउँछ
छ रे
खै
थाहा छैन अब त आइ
कस्तो छ रे कुकुरै हैन सिधै
केडा
भन
जन त किकमा
अरे
हेर
आज रुल्सको स्ट्रिमको रेभिन्यू हेरौँ न कति आउँदो रहेछ
लौडी 500 भ्युज छ किकमा त कसरी आउँछ नि 500 भ्युज आज भर्खर त सुरु गर्दा किकमा
ए हो र
युट्युबमै छन् धेरै
थ्यांक यू फर द डु नोट यार
के चल्छ त अनि किकमा त्यो पनि हेर्नु पर्यो जिटिए धेरै चल्दो रहेछ यहाँ त रोल प्ले तर मैले थाइल्यान्डहरू धेरै आउँदो रहेछ यहाँ इन्डोनेसियन थाइल्यान्डको
आइआरएल को लागि बबल छ रे हो र अब त्यसो PMNC ल्यान्डमा आइआरएल हान्ने हो
ए छ नि फेरि यहाँ इन्टरनेट
हो कि क्या हो
ओभर इन्टरनेट छ नि फेरि यहाँ फेरि
डाटाबाट
ए चल्यो
चल्दैन चल्छ
इन्टरनेट
चल्यो,
चल्नै पर्दैन
चल्यो।
नि, घुमे पनि हेरिहाल्छ नि
चोरौला नि
मैले यहाँ
मेगीको नेट
कसम भने यहाँ झुक्केर पनि स्टारलिङ आयो भने अलिकति रिजनेबल प्राइसमा कसो यति ठाउँ घुम्छु नि म
त्यसो मलाई नि लान ल
हुन्छ
कन्टेन्ट
तिमी बिहा गर न डबल कपल भन्छ युट्युब भन्दा राम्रो आउँछ ए रनमा त युट्युब भन्दा त राम्रो आउँछ कि तर कति आउँछ भन न के थाहा अब टर्म्स के छ त्यहाँको घन्टा कति पाउँछ भ्युज कति पाउँछ हेर्नु पऱ्यो नि त यहाँ त अहिले कति छ RPM 2 को छ यार मेरो अहिले फर्स्ट टाइम होला
के हो त्यो भनेको त्यस्तो नि थाहा छैन हौ मलाई त के हो यार
भ्युजको पर 100,000 भ्युज कति आउँछ भनेर
1000 भिजको 2 रुपैयाँ
$2
ए अनि भन्छ त 10,000 भ्युजको कति डलर
खै
2
होइन यार त्यस्तो छैन हौ
5
खै के छ कसरी क्वालिफाई गर्छ मलाई थाहा छैन त त्यति साह्रो आउँदैन तर आउँछ अब अस्ति मेरो एकदमै राम्रो हुँदाखेरि होइन एकदमै राम्रो हुँदाखेरि $100 गरेर हुन्थ्यो भ्युजको मात्र 1 वर्ष अगाडि भनौँ न त्यो मैले
भिडियोको
लाइभ स्ट्रिमको के म एक्चुअली उहाँ गएको थिएँ नि
ए
के अरे यो के हिमालयन क्लास हुँदा के अनि म उतै ल्यान्डैबाट गरेको थिएँ नि हो त्यति बेला चाहिँ
एक लाइभको $100
एक लाइभको त्योभन्दा धेरै आएको थियो $200 कि $300 आएको थियो
सुपर च्याट बिना
सुपर च्याट बिना
अबे
के गरेर
लाइभ स्ट्रिमको एड्सको
यतिको लाइभको एडको पैसा मात्र रे हो
त्यस्तो दिन्छ
दिन्छ नि आजकल पहिला दिन्थेन हौ आजकल त वाइल्डले दिन्छ
यो टिकटकले घुस त खाँदैन नि त ए युट्युबले घुस त खाँदैन नि तपाईँलाई
टिकटकले यस्तो दिन थाल्यो भने त म त कतै लाइभ स्ट्रिम गर्दैन टिकटकमा मात्र गर्थेँ म अब टिकटकमा फेरि त गेम नखेलेसम्म आउँदैन केही पनि
रुज पनि खेल्दैौ न गेम कस्तो हान्छ होला त रुजले गेम खेलेपछि
के गेम खेल्ने हो
टिकटकमा
तिमीले
ब्याटल
यार धने
बोलौँ के अब हामी टिकटक ब्याटल एउटा ग्रुप बनाएर क्या
आराम न त ल तिमीरमा आदेखि सुरु गरौँ यसले बिले यसलाई
ए
त्यसरी
खतरा त मुख छाड्नेहरूले पाउँछ हौ
के हुँदो रहेछ यार टिकटकमा म साइक्क भएको हेरेको त
एउटा ब्याटल झन् कस्तो भन्नु न दुईजनाको ब्याटल होइन अनि त्यो माथि पोइन्ट आउँछ नि त जसको बडी पोइन्ट छ त्यसले मुख छाडेको गर्ने अर्कोलाई अनि अर्को चुप्लाएर सुनेर बस्नु के अनि त्यो अर्कोलाई फेरि डेन्जर गिफ्ट हालेपछि फेरि अर्कोको पालि अर्को चुप्लाएर बस्ने के म त साइकको भएको हौ एउटा बोल्दै चुप भयो होइन किन भएन त्यो पोइन्टमा हारे अर्कोले जितिराख्यो
क्या
ओए युएलले नि तान्यो 10 बाले नि तान्यो एनएस नि बाची छ अति छ त नि कम्पिटिसन त
टिकटकमा
पहिला नि पुगेको थियो होइन पहिला नि खतरा खेले होइन यिनीहरूले कुनको
युएलले
यो उलाले पिएमजी के खतरा खेल्यो
त्यस्तै लाग्यो
पिएमजी फाइनल खतरा खेल्यो जस्तो लाग्छ ला
ओए
एउटा देखाउँदै अर्को देखाएको त के हो
नछान्ला त
च्यान्दाले नजितोस् भनेको म चाहिँ त्यहीले जित्ला जस्तो यार
किन तब चाइनिज
राम्रो
हेर्दा
थियो
होइन यिनीहरू यस टाइममा आउँछ नि त त्यही भएर मात्रै
तर आउँदैन हौ गेममा त
फाइनलमा त नि एफएल छ त नि यसमा
ओइ
ओभर
10 बार कुरै भएन नि
अनि हौ
जिजिस
डिले रहेछ त डिले छ नि मेरो त अघि फास्टै थियो कि स्ट्रिम यता गाइजहरूको अब सबको डिले रहेछ अनि
यहाँ कस्तो अड्किरहेछ आज किन यार
他到前面那个树，我能后面有火，要掉树，我能吞火。别急啊，别弹枪啊！
GG boy
别弹枪，别弹
GG
枪。
我甩个雷了。
मोनेटाइजेसन क्राइटेरिया नि चेन्ज गर्न लागि छ दाइ हो र 4K बाट 8K आवर्स हो र दाइ छङछङ बोल्छ त छङछङकै मान्छे हो त छङछङ बोल्दैन भनेको रनमा त ध्यानमा कहाँको चाइनिज हो यिनीहरू राम थ्याङ्क यू सो मच
अहिले कपिराइट हान्न छोड्या हो यो वाच पार्टीको गीतहरुमा के हो
छोडेछ
अस्तितिर त 20 वटा दिन्थ्यो त यार वाच पार्टीको नि म्या
त्यो यस्तो भन्दा तिमीलाई वाच पार्टी उता पठाइदिए होला नि त
आजकल त्यस्तो छ
ए त्यसो त बजाइदिन्छु
टिकटकमा गीत हो के टिकटकमा त यो के रे के भन्छ यार
गिफ्ट सस्पेन्ड हुने
गिफ्ट हो त्यही गिफ्ट हुन त आउँदा पनि आउँदैन तर झ्याउँछ नि त त्यो रेकमेन्डेसन जाँदैन के
एसियन गेम रे छोड्देऊ यस्तो कुरा नगर दोस्त
त्यही भनेको
10 एक्टिभ भ्युअर को अराउन्ड $1 पर आवर रे हो र च्याट एक्टिभ हुनु पर्यो 100 भ्युअर जति हो भयो भने 10 देखि $16 हुन्छ रे किकमा हो र म्याच हो र रुल्स आज भन ल कति आउँछ तिम्रो 10 भ्युअर त छ होला नि
केमा
किकमा
खै अनि आज कहाँबाट आउँछ त
ए मोनेटाइज हुनु पर्यो है
मोनेटाइज त छ
ए मोनेटाइज हुन्छ
टिक लागिसक्यो मेरो त
ए हो र
यस
भनेपछि आऊ केटा आज राति भ्यालेन्ट हान्न Name smile
as a whole, and that is my first question actually. Based on your group stage performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the survival stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well.
Okay,
we
so
couldn't shoot a lot or with confidence. So for the survival stage, we will do our best.
1 hour को किकमा चाहिँ 1K भ्युज छ भने $150 आउँछ अरे हो र मा कसम भन्न खोजे तिमीले त्यही नै हो
for the strategy at the same for we play with same strategy and we learn other opponent practice different situations so we could adapt during the match. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And actually, I actually wanted to talk bigger picture here for a second, because obviously you guys are the returning champions, and it would be awesome to see you guys get like the back-to-back here in Paris, even though it's a different location. So how did that PMWC win change your life? Obviously for you guys, I remember like looking at the pictures of the parade, you guys got invited to a load of things. So
take a massive investment गरेको छौ किकमा हो र
honestly a lot has changed since we won the World Cup last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition, but at the same time it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. people started looking at us differently, and we realized
Wait,
that
आता एउटा
staying at
पनि
the
सुपर
top
च्याट
is
छैन
even
केटा
harder
मिल्छ
than
भने हाल त
everything.
केटा गोल चाहिँ
But
सुरुवात गर
overall,
केटा
I'm
लेट्स गो
so
गाइस
grateful
लेट्स
for
गो
everything that
गोल
came
चाहिँ
from
सुरुवात
that
हुनै पर्यो नि
victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
भनेपछि त वाइड
Positive.
पैसा
Well,
रहेछ
thank you very
यार
much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah. Thank you.
के गर्दिम कि क्या हो किकमा हाँ च्याट किकमा गर्दिम क्या हो साला भर्खरै कोले भन्दै थियो यार मलाई यहाँ होइन के अरे मोनेटाइजेसन क्राइटेरिया भनेर मा कसो भर्खरै रिल्समा आयो यार रिल्समा क्लिक गर्ने बित्तिकै आएको मैले के हो यो सुन्दैछस् क्या मुजी भनेपछि किकमा म लाग्नु पर्यो हाँ केटा के गरिदिउँ लाइभ भर्खरको ठाउँको ठाउँ लाइभ गरिदिउँ टिक मार्क पनि आइसकेको रहेछ अंशको त है कस्तो राम्रो राम्रो रहेछ यार इमोट्सहरु त युट्युबमा लाइभ छ सोल्टी ओके युट्युबमा भन्दा नि किकमा धेरै छ त फेरि भ्युज त के हो यस्तो आम्मा के हो सोल्टी त हिरै हो कि क्या हो हामी मात्रै हो मूर्ख चलो हम भी करते चलो बॉयज हम भी करते
माथि 7 भन्दा तल सिम्पल प्रेडिक्सन रहेको छ
दुईटैले यस्तो हुन्छ एउटा
सबै किकमा रहेछ यार मुझे के हो माया कसम सबै किकमा छ त अनि हामी नहुने रनमा चाहिँ हामी पनि आएर हो कसरी लाइभ जान्छ मुझे क्रिएट ड्याशबोर्ड Okay, how do we go live? Chat access, followers. How do we fucking go live, man? Studio.
Drop height. रुल्जोजी
हजुर भन्नुहोस् न
भेडाको उन जस्तोमा टिकटक बनाऊ रे क्या
आउ तिमी र म बनाउँ ओइ एकैछिन बनाइदिया
कसले जित्छ ड्रप हाइट गीकले हान्छ हो गीकले हान्छ जस्तो लाग्यो सब छ यार र अहिले चाहिँ के को लागि भनेको यो अब सर्भाइभल स्टेजबाट 6 वटा टिम फाइनल जान्छ आज त 8:30 सम्म त मजाले सकिन्छ होला है गेम
है के प्रब्लम आएन अन्त
त डेङ्की स्टार्ट गरे नि त है PUBG मा को हो तिम्रो आइडल रे Mr.Hyozu एन्ड रुल्जोजी
हेलो सब ठीक छ हजुर के छ
म पनि हान्देको किकमा अब
ए अहिले यस्तो जोस
छापिन्छ के अब यहाँ अर्को गाडी 1 वर्षमा
त्यस्तै छ
किकबाट
कति छ टाइमिङ केडा
6 सेकेन्ड 5 सेकेन्ड 4
ठीक छ केडा मिलेछ ब्रो त एचएलएक्स जोइन गरे जस्तो छैन हो कुली गर्नु हो एचएलएक्स केटा मलाई किन लिने हो र एचएलएक्समा रिटायर भएको प्लेयरलाई
के भन्दैछ रुलले खेल्ने मात्र हो नि इन्टरनेसनल अर्को आउँछ होला
आको आयो जस्तो बुम पड्क्यो स्पाइसिया
भाइ मैं पनौती लायो
मैले चाहिँ पनौती के लाउने हो र चितवनमै छु म त
थ्याङ्क यू यार
के भन्ने कृष्ण ब्रदर के भन्ने मलाई भन्नु त
मैले भनेको हैन रुल चाहिँ
के भन्ने
गिगले फाइट जित्छ भनेर
अनि मैले के भने त नि जित्दैन भनेको छु र
मैले तिमीले जित्दैन भनेको हैन नि मैले भन्दै छु नि त नि म राइट भयो भनेर
गड हो के अतिहरु गड हो के
यो अब भोलि लास्ट दिन अनि कहिले हो पर्सि किनीको पर्सि भोलि ए फेरि एक दिन ग्याप रहेछ त पर्सि हैन अनि त्यो बोर्ड 3 दिन लगातार
14 15 16 हाय हेलो
पीएमजी फाइनल त 2 दिनको भएको थियो हैन
कृष्ण ब्रदरले हेलो रहेछ
कोले
कृष्ण ब्रदर
हेलो कृष्ण जी
लास्ट डिले छ त स्ट्रिम डिले छैन हो केटा तिमीहरु यताउता गरेर डिले भयो गिग त बिल्ला खेल्थे त गिग राम्रो छ हो केटा
क्या हो मेरो टिकटक मा त दोस्त चेक स्टोरी एन्ड इनबक्स फर टेलिग्राम भिआइपी गर्थे है यार यसलाई कहाँबाट मैले ब्लक हान्ने यार
अनि यसो चेक गर न त जाऊ
यत्रा गर्छ तिमी गर न
मेरोमा त आउँदैन त्यस्तो
ल केटाहरु म यसो किकमा पनि लाइभ छु कि हैन तपाईहरु किकमा आउनु हुन्छ भने एक लट किक छ भने कसैको हैन आई नो तपाईको अलिअलि किक होला हैन
यिनीहरुले नथाहा पाएर आएको कि के हो
किक छ भने यसो गर फलो मात्र गरेर किकमा पनि लाइभ छु कि हैन तपाईहरु किकमा आउनु एक्चुअली फलो मात्र गरेर आइदिनु केटा प्लिज
त्यो एउटा डोटा 2 को प्लेयर ब्यान भएको छ नि किन हो ईडब्ल्यूसी बाट ब्यान भएको यार एउटा
गाइस म चाहिँ कसरी स्ट्रिम दिने यसको यार
झगडा गरे भनेर भए जस्तो लाग्छ त्यही भेन्यूमै
ए भेन्यूमा देखे
त्यो फ्याल्कनको
फाल्कन र कसको
फाल्कन र एलजीडी को होला एलजीडी को हो को अड्के त मेरो स्ट्रिम त
मेरो पनि
मोटे हैन मेरो नि अड्के
पज प्ले गर त केटा पज प्ले
के भयो यार
पज प्ले गरेर हुन्छ कि
कति हो 46 45 44
पोइन्ट्स अन गर्नु पर्यो व्हाट इज पोइन्ट्स अन गर्नु केटा
42 41 40 39
मेरो फेरि अड्के यार मुजी कति हो
के हो यो यार
हात तेरी कस्तो अड्केको एक
नेट हालम है भाइ नेट
म त ब्याक गर्दै बल्ल चल्छ के
37 36 35
त्यही हो मेरो
यो युट्युब को ग्लिच हो के
हात तेरी कस्तो अड्केको मुजी यार
33 32
म त लाइभ दबाइदै
म त म्याप देखाए एकछिन पज गर्छु म अहिले
ओ फेरि अड्क्यो दोस्त
मेरो त अड्के छैन मैले
के गेडा अस्ति हो बे म्याच रन म त छोरी सेक दिन्छु क्या
के भएको यो
रिफ्रेश हान नि त एकचोटि
मेरो भयो
17 15 14 13 12
11 पज हो र मेरो नै अड्किन्छ होला
फिडको प्रब्लम
हो त यार ठ्याक्कै अड्किया थियो मैले भने बित्तिकै त्यही टाइममा अड्क्यो
अघि नै पनि मेरो नेट नगएको रहेछ हैन यही गेमकै यस्तै प्रब्लम रहेछ हैन
मैले त कहाँबाट बनाए पिक्सार्ट एप डाउनलोड गर अनि त्यहाँबाट गर मलाई थाहा छैन त्यसो
कसरी शेयर गर्छौ र म त्यसको How do I share?
किलरलाई एड गरौँ किलरलाई त भिसी यो उ छ त डिस्कर्डको थाहा छ त आइछि पो एड गर्ने होला त केटा अब कहाँबाट एड गर्न हामीले चाहिँ
बस घुमे खत भनेको
37 36
Valid
34 33 32
Pause 30 मा pause गर त 33 32 31 30 29 28 pause हान ए pause हान न 27 26 25 24 23 22 21 20 21 नहीं 21 2021 रहेरी
बाबा
यस्तो मजाले गेम हेरेर यार घुमे है यार दिमाग खराब ला
भनेपछि किकमा नि बढाउनु पर्यो अहिले फलोवर्स मैच रन मतलब फेरि अड्क्यो
घुम्या
बिस्किट
कम्प्लेन गर न यार
गर्दिनै म त उ इंग्लिश कास्टिङ हेर्न गइन्छ जला
ओ इंग्लिश कास्टिङ हेर्न जानी हो ओ काटम त यो
कसम यार
त्यतिकै राखिराख न अर्को वेबसाइट खोल न
के गिदियो यार यस्तो
हाम्रो मात्र घुमेको हो कि सबैको घुमेको हो यार
अर्को हेरौँ न छैन यार निन्जाको घुमेको त यार हामीलाई मात्रै हेपेर यार
इंग्लिश कास्टिङ भनेको के हेर्नु
मैले उसबाट हेर्न लाग्यो ठ्याक्कै
मा कसम यार के हो यो
पनि पाउँछ
यस्तो छ छुटिया भन्थे
हात तेरीका केबाट हेर्नु पर्छ यार अब
म त मिलाउँदै गर्छु ल
मजा आउँछ इंग्लिश कास्टिङ सुन्दै हेर्न नि एजी आयो एजी ओए के हो यहाँ त डेन्जर पर्दै छ त फ्युरिया र एनएस प्रो ओ नो
नेपाली कास्टिङ छैन र कहाँ रे नेपाली कास्टिङ यहाँ छ त
काम गरिदियो इनफ्याक्टमा नक निकालेको छ माथिल्लो साइडबाट आरआरक्यूले पनि प्रेसर दिने भइसकेपछि त्यो एलिमिनेसन सेक्युर गर्नतर्फ लाग्न पाइँदैन जस्तो लाग्छ टेबल फेरि एकपटक फाल्छन् जस्तो
लाग्छ कड्का छैन रे हो र
पोइन्ट काउन्ट आफ्नो नाममा लिन भने चाहिँ सकिने थियो युआरएफले इम्पोर्टेन्ट प्लेयरलाई गुमाएको छ यहाँबाट एक एलिमिनेसन पोइन्ट निकालेको टिमको लागि सिचुएसन
के गर्ने होला दोस्त
कन्ट्रोलमा थिएन भने एनएस रेड फोर्स पनि ब्याटलमा इन्भल्भमेन्ट देखाउँदैछ फ्युरियासँगको यो क्लास हेरौँ न क्लास लिने बाध्यता छ नै अनि यस्तो ठाउँमा क्लास लिइराखेको छ ओपनमा केही छैन आफ्नो लागि एडभान्टेज डिसएडभान्टेज भन्ने ठाउँ प्योर
कहाँ छ तिम्रो
बेसिसमा
टाइम लिन आउँछ म त नेपाली कास्टिङ हेर्दै
रिजल्ट आफ्नो नाममा आउन सक्छ भन्ने आशाको साथमा खेल्नुपर्ने अवस्था रहेको थियो एनएस रेड फोर्सको लागि पहिलो म्याचको जस्तो सुरुवात उनीहरूले यहाँबाट पाउने छैनन् भन्ने कुरा क्लियरली बुझ्न सकिन्छ एक्जी लास्ट प्लेयर स्ट्यान्डिङ गाडीको अवस्था नाजुक गएर यो स्याकमा रोकिने नो उनको डिसिजन मेकिङ वाइजमा अझै पनि उनी कहाँ जाने भन्ने कुराको स्टेटमेन्ट दिइसकेका छन् जस्तो मलाई लाग्दैन एजीएलका प्लेयरलाई पनि त्यहाँ स्पट गर्न सक्छन् उनले फिक्स नै थियो क्विक रिकभरी त्यो टिमले पनि चाहन्छ दुईटा टिमले लबी छोडेका छन् एनएस रेड फोर्स र डोपनेसको लागि यो म्याच सकिएको छ तर 14 गर्दैछन् कुनै टिमको लागि 4 आएको रहेछ जहाँ दुई प्लेयर क्याजुअल्टी उनीहरूले फेस गरिसकेका छन् भने वाइजी पनि किल एलिमिनेसन पोइन्टलाई नम्बर वाइजमा बढाउन सक्छ
फलो हो कि के हो रन मत यो लाइक हानेको के फलो रहेछ थ्यांक यू सो मच
खाता पुलिस सक्यो एलिमिनेसन भर्नु छ तानेर गिके को टिम निस्कियो गिके निस्कियो चार एलिमिनेसन त आएको थियो ड्रप क्ल्याशबाट त्यहाँनिर दुईजना प्लेयर लुज गर्नु टिमको लागि निकै भारी बन्न पुग्यो दुईजना प्लेयर बचिरहेको थियो एउटालाई वाइजीले फिनिस गर्थ्यो अर्को कुनै टिमको तर्फबाट नै फिनिस गर्दाखेरि गिके निस्कियो एनएस निस्कियो दुईटा टिम बाहिरिए वाइजी हेर्दैछ जोन बाहिरबाट कोही आउँदैछ कि भनेर थर्ड सर्कल पछाडि अब हामी लाग्नेछौँ फोर्थ सर्कलतर्फ धेरै समय अवधि बाँकी छैन 9 सेकेन्डको टाइमर छ हेरौँ कतापट्टि लाग्ने
केटा मैले पिन गर्दैछु कि त्यहाँ युट्युबको च्याटमा सबले के होइन हेर्नु पर्दैन केटा त्यहाँ गएर हेर्नु पर्दैन जस्ट त्यहाँ गएर चाहिँ फलो गरेर आइदिन्छ केटा सबले प्लिज एकचोटि
जोन आएको छ ल्यान्ड साइडतिर नै खेल्ने स्पेस टिमहरूको लागि त्यहाँ इनफ नै हुने त छ नै अलिकति थोरै मात्र पार्ट पानीलाई कभर गरेको छ यता अल्फा 7 को टिम प्रिभियस म्याच 3 पोइन्टले नै जितिएका थिए एक्सपेक्टेसन हाई थियो उनीहरूको तर्फबाट तर त्यति एक्सपेक्टेसन मिट गर्न पाएन उनीहरूको फ्यानको एक्सपेक्टेसन हाई थियो हैन तर उनीहरूले त्यो एक्सपेक्टेसन अनुसारले म्याच गएन यो पटक पनि एउटा क्याजुअल्टी भइसक्दाखेरि अब ट्रायो खेल्दैछन् उनीहरू ट्रायोले नै गेम अगाडि बढाउनु पर्ने हो अहिले त जोनले साथ दिइरहेको छ यता क्यारेक्स देख्दैछौँ भेहिकल छैन त टिआरईसँग ओके उनी मात्रै यो साइडमा देखिरहेको छ उनको पार्टनर अन्तै नै छन् उनको पार्टनर त प्रिमोक्सतिरबाट रोटेसन पो लिँदै रहेछन् त यता म्याप फिडमा हेरेर त्यो कुरा भन्न सकिन्छ उनी प्रिमोक्सतिरबाट रोटेसन लिँदैछन् टिआरई है अड्के सायद नजिकै मैले कुनै पनि भेहिकलहरू देखिरहेको त छैन अगाडिपट्टि टिम गोड ओके यता साइडमा रहेछ पछाडि छ भेहिकल तर साइडमा गोडको टिम छन् भेहिकलको आवाज आउने बित्तिकै उनीहरू पनि चनाखो पक्कै पनि हुन्छन् होला तर केही समय वेट गर यो त गोडको नै भेहिकल रहेछ आई वाज कन्फ्युज अलिकति थोरै कन्फ्युजिङ थियो यता जो क्यारेक्सका सोलो प्लेयर गाडी लिएर छुट्टै निस्किएका थिए बिनी एउटा रोटेसन लिने सोचमा निस्किएका थिए तर उनलाई यहाँनिर समातिँदैछ
म यसरी नै हेर्छु Nama, thank you for the follow. Groot, thank you for the follow. Samba, thank you for the follow. Grau. Thank you, boys. I followed बढ्दैन त नि 193 को 193 फलोवर्स छ त नि किन नबढेको तिमीले के पहिले फलो गरेको मान्छेहरूले अनफलो गरेर फलो हानेको कि क्या म्याच सुनौन
पढ के अब दुईटै ओए अझै पढ के न रे
टप कति क्वालिफाई टप 6 क्वालिफाई हो केटा
स्पोर्ट्स खेल्नलाई 12
मा कसम यार मा कसम तिमी बडा च्वाक छौ यार तिमी बडा च्वाक छौ तिमी बडा च्वाक छौ
survival shit.
$197 followers भइसकेको रहेछ केटा हो हामीलाई 3टा मात्र फलोवर्स चाहियो नि त अब हामीलाई 3टा मात्र फलोवर्स चाहियो नि त 197 भइसकेको रहेछ
ओए त्यानबाले अति खेल्दै यार मलाई 1 month ट्रेनिङ दिने हो 1 month मात्र मैले त के ट्रेनिङ दिने यार ब्रदर
720p मा चाहिँ रोख यो गेम पछि ल यो गेम पछि म मज्जाले गरेर आउँछु रोको केटा हो
बिस्तारै स्टेप बाइ स्टेप हुन्छ अनि कहाँ एक मन्थमा तपाईले सबै सिक्न सक्नुहुन्छ
अड्किरहेको छ यहाँ अरे त्यहाँ अड्केछ र अड्के छैन यो यहाँ अड्केको हो कि केटा त्यहाँ अड्केको होइन यहाँ अड्केको सबै ठाउँमा अड्किरहेको यो यहाँ फेरि अड्के है
वाइजीलाई त एकछिनमै वाइ भन्दा यार ओए धने के गर्दै हो तिमीले
डिस्कर्ड छ के मलाई
के गरे लामो
तिम्रो कल देखाइराछ त डिस्कर्डमा कसलाई कल हान्दैछौ
कसलाई कल हान्यो
खै त्यो देखाइराछ हेर त
मेरो म त पागल भयो यार यो अड्केर
म इंग्लिश कास्टिङ हो के त्यही भएर अड्के छैन इंग्लिश कास्टिङ ओए ल यसले के गरेको एलिमेन्ट्रिक्सले
ह के गरे मैले के गरे
हैन ए
रुल्स टिक बार पाउन के गर्नुपर्छ मेल गर्नुपर्छ हो र
अनि झारे हौ
ओए
कहाँ गयो यो कहाँ गयो स्याक ठोक्नु गयो के हो खोलामा हाल्दा
फ्री किल आरआरक्यू ला
मर्यो
अनि आरआरक्यू को सेडी हेर न
ओए पानी गाडी नि छ
अनि कति मन लाग्छ ब्रो सिक्नु भन्नुहोस् अब तपाईले के सिक्न चाहनुहुन्छ त्यसमा त
के सिक्नु भन्दा पार्सलै आयो हौ यिनीहरूलाई त अरेबिक कास्टिङ हेरौँ न नहेरौँ होला हौ
हात म त पागल भयो यार हेर्दैन
मलाई त इन्टरफेयर सिक्नु छ अब त्यसको लागि त ग्राइन्ड गर्ने हो ग्राइन्ड गर्नुपर्छ तपाईले
ओपन फिल्ड हो सोरमा छैन केही पनि कभर स्पेसेस पछिको शिफ्टिङले के भन्दै छ त कतातिर कसलाई सपोर्ट गर्ने खालको दिने हो सोरमा नै बोलाउने छ प्लेयरहरुलाई अथवा हैन जहाँ चाहिँ सेन्टर त्यतै देख्न पाइने हो त टियानबाको लागि मेबी मौका बन्दै छ यो म्याचको सर्कल शिफ्टिङले त्यो क्लियरली देख्न सकिन्छ त्यहाँ एलएफ पनि त्यही रहेका त छन् जीएसको टिम जोइन इन्ट्रीको लागि आउन खोज्दाखेरि
200 फलोअर्स पुगेन
आरआरक्यू अझै पनि मौकाको फाइदाको लागि उनीहरु सोच्दै होला नि
पुगे 200 फलोअर्स जिन्दाबाद
आफलाई ओपन म्याच जस्तो
पुग्यो जिन्दाबाद गराउ जिन्दाबाद
का डुओ प्लेयरले पनि जोन प्रायोरिटीको लागि आफूलाई अगाडि ल्याउनु पर्ने अवस्थामा देखिन पुगेका छन् यहाँ अब यो सबै कुराहरुले के कतिको पोसिबल फ्याक्टर बनाउँछ त भन्ने कुरा आउँदाखेरि टियानबाले सोचेको
आरआरक्यूले बिआरए यार गेम
निकाल्न सकिन्छ बट अटेन्सन पनि त्यति नै पाइन सक्ने चान्सेस पनि हाई रहेको छ प्रपर कभर स्पेस हुन्छ भने या जोनको सेन्टरमा पनि इजी नै छ भनेर भन्न पाइयो तर ओपन स्पेस साइड तर्फको सर्कल भइसक्दाखेरि मल्टिपल टिमले एकैचोटी हेर्ने र प्रेसर दिने सिचुएसन त्यहाँ बन्न पुग्छ आरआरक्यू का प्लेयर आएछन् ए7 का प्लेयरको अगेन्स्टमा क्लासमा इन्भल्भमेन्ट गर्नको लागि थ्रु द स्पोर्ट दिन जरुरी रहेको त थियो नै ए7 का उनले त्यहाँ डाउन निकाल्ने जस्तो खालको अप्रोच देखाउन खोजिराखिएको त थियो नै पार्टनर कभर पनि उनले पाइराखेका त थिए गाडी पड्कियो
एमा फेरि नम्बर डिले आएको छ के साउन्ड पनि
आरआरक्यू सिचुएसनमा जुन तरिकाले
कति सेकेन्ड टाइमको
स्टोरी लाइन बन्दैछ त्यसलाई फर्दर मोर एक्सटेन्ड गर्न तर्फ लाग्नु भन्दा पनि बचेका प्लेयरहरुलाई छोडेर
टाइम कति छ
पनि ठाउँ छैन उनीहरुलाई ए7 का प्लेयर गाडी लिएर सिधै मुखै अगाडि बढाउँदै भेहिकल रन ओभरको साथमा निकाल्ने भयो
इंग्लिश अझै उस छ
Action come out, cutthroat play so far. Wrap around the back, the nade look good, but a bare bounce over the top side, and they'll get it done with the rounds instead. RRQ fall.
Down they go. Furia looking to piece themselves back together. E-Arena maybe a little bit too slow to jump on the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves. Ulf as well, look at a challenge over on the northern side, obviously diminished in power with only 2 of their players alive, but still a force to be reckoned with. Kelsey and Scarface have got some solid positions to play around. E-Arena on the south border, I think they're the team to beat here, Jackie. It feels like on this south side, they have got control, they've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is committing towards the north side.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well, but they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in game 2, out of the contest here. A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well, thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unthinkable.
I mean, they've already gotten 5 elims and gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tianba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through. Shrink's pretty dead center. I don't think there's too much to worry about for E-Arena, for Tianba, for Furia. But for GOAT team, think this is going to be their big test, right? They are just playing on this one tree. They've got some vehicles in the back lines, sure, but they have to move. And where do you go? Where do you go? It might just have to be a crazy wide sweep up to the north, but Tiamba are going to light you up. eReena are going to light you up. You need a pick. You need an opening. I just don't see Goat Team moving forwards.
Yeah, it's not been the easiest approach for them. For Furia, they've been trying to build up nice points on this game, taking the heat to teams when they think there's a chance to get a drop on them. With Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scarface to get him back on his feet. This could be another chance for Furia to flush out one more squad, push themselves even further with 2 elims going their way if they do it cleanly.
Yeah, Go Team, you really can't be doing anything here. Killer Joe just looking for some angles, but there's nothing to do. Fair enough to fall down there. Killer Joe will go down last. Scarface now under pressure as Tiamba actually take the elim over on towards Kelsey, and Scarface still kicking as Ayala takes a knee. eReena in the meantime can start to march in from the south side. A nade will finish off Scarface. But Ayala now needs to be secured, and this is beautiful sweep across from eReena. Furia have committed to that north side, and there is now nothing stopping eReena taking the entirety of this ridgeline.
Yeah, this is great decision making. Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment to get the drop on them. Furia down to 3 players. Unfortunately falling in that head-to-head versus Scarface. That puts so much more pressure on this team. They've got to get him back up. We'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully, he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nade, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And eReena actually going to regress on their hold, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them out, something like that. But just like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Has to leave his little ridge and step up probably towards that burnt out buggy. That's where he's pacing himself. Cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to cast that first stone, open it up with an advantage. The first domino falling for either of these squads will be very detrimental. Obviously for eReena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got 1 extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off them, but they still need a clean fight. Pin from either side, it wouldn't really change much.
Next stage closes dead central on this, and no one really has the full inside track, but eReena have the most ability to move around. If Furia go down, Tiamba can start to move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards eReena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon. The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades got out either side. It felt like 1 bullet away from him falling. Topped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds. Furia debating where they really need to engage on this. Is it easier to try and wrap around onto Tiamba's side? Do they just have to hold in the middle, wait for the crunch to come towards them? They're going to go in the direction of Tiamba. Ayala, thought maybe they were a little bit closer than they are. Had the DBS primed. Scouting play as well. They're losing a lot of space from this peak up from eReena, starting to force them further back. It's getting scary out there.
Final zone closing.
बोकेर हिँड्नु परेछ यसलाई रे ए हो र ए 0 किल पो रहेछ त्यही भनेको यार के भयो यार यिनीहरुको डाउनफल त स्टडी गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ त अब हामीले मिठो नक यार मिठो नक हानि तर वाट अ ट्रेड टिएन वाला ओपर दामी चान्स यप
Try and move in behind Furia. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through, and the backlines from eReena getting a
Bermuda triangle भयो यहाँ त 3v3v3 Furia को अब छैन भनौं न एउटा त टेक्निकली 3v3v2
erupting explosions towards Furia's angle after knowing they're weak. They're still not overly committing. Getting hit from all sides as well. They're going
मिट्टो ने ओए अर्को नेट धेरै उता भयो
Mormon's drop. Joker hits the headshot back onto him. It's a 1-for-1 stalemate. Tianba still waiting.
Finally, a second knock, and now Fury are on one. Tiamba have read this nicely. Igor the last to go, and they wrap around. They roll it down.
ल सकाइदियो यार सकाइदियो यार ओए मिट्टो एंगल समाथि नि एउटाले यार त त्यसलाई पनि टेक डाउन गर्यो तियानबा लास्ट वन 3v1 आमा लो ग्राउन्ड बाहर जित्यो यार जित्यो यार तियानबाले ब्याक टु ब्याक मेट Back to back. Back to back, boys. Yeah, Tianba OP in the chat.
एउटा स्लट दिए भयो है चाइनिजलाई अब
पाउनु पनि पर्थ्यो
As they terrify the lobby and turn up
Atti hande
massively with
tara.
not only one chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back to back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through. As we were saying, there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a lead in the day chicken.
यो किकमा कसरी तिमीले गरे कसरी इमेल के गरेर इमेल पठाउने हो त नि
मनदीपले गर्दै यार मेरो
हो र
the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there, Jackie. It is a monumental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
Yeah, dream start, man. That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get one chicken dinner, but two already locked in. Playing it smart. I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. It looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean, the instance right at the end there, where they saw one knock on either side, they said, you know what, now's as good as any. The zone's closing, we've got to go. They had the nades, a little bit off target with the nades. I think it's safe to say they didn't have a full read on the position of Furia, so overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still improvements to be made, but I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards eArena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game for a team that plays second place.
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for eArena it's a bit scary as well, because obviously, you know, we historically had that one massive game in the group stage where we were thinking, damn, okay, they're looking absolutely sick. They're really playing confidently in the head-to-heads as well. The longer it's gone on, there's moments where you're thinking, when are they going to get that second win again?
भनेपछि एक लट किकलाई मैले निहालेर हेर्नु पर्यो अनि च्याट एक लट हेर्नै पर्यो
We know it's their job. It's just got to rear its head once again. But today, so far, it's all about Tianba.
Yeah, I mean, for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tianba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who are we going to talk to other than Tiamba and QZZ here? Back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easiest of times. So what was the focus for the team between the group stage coming into now this survival stage?
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连失机了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态调整过来了。能不能跟我们说你们当时调整的时候主要注重哪些方面呢？
其实我们没有做太多的调整。其实前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是每个人的状态可能不是很好。然后昨天调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是我加了个手机壳，因为我用那个手机老断触，但加了手机壳之后断触会变少很多。
Outside that, we didn't really make a lot of adjustments. I think that we were in the strategy. I think we were absolutely fine. It's just that in the group stages, I think everyone's
तपाईँ कहाँ हुँदा त यार आज के हो तपाईँ यार
तिमी कति राम्रो बक्की मुहार तिम्रो चम्केको के भयो दादा आज त हाम्रो छैन त नि
आज नभए पनि आउनु त पर्यो नि दादा यार तपाईँ पनि वाच पढी मान्छे त हो नि
हुन त हो कि तर म अलि उसमा लाइभमा थिएँ कि त्यही भएर हल्का
लाइभमा त हुनुहुन्थ्यो नि म हेरेको त नि लाइभमा हेरेर बोलाएको अझ मैले तर ढाटुङ चाहिँ कोसँग
दादाले माया मार्नु भयो नि त
कोसँग डेटमा जानुभएको थियो
डेट दादा डेट भन्ने यो डेटिङ जाने केटीसँग जाने घुम्ने जमाना गयो के दादा अब बुझ्नु भएन अब भनेको छोराछोरीको न्यापी स्यापी फेरिदिने त्यतातिर हामी जाँदैछौँ
छोराछोरी हुनलाई सिक्यो अन्सले त छोरी पाइसक्यो यार दादा तपाईँले कहिले पाउने यार
अनि म भन्दा 10 वर्ष जेठोले पाए त के भयो
सँगै सेम उमेर हो
के भन्नुहुन्छ दादा
हेर्दा हेर्दा पनि यार तेरि अब त बच्चा बच्ची भएको साथीहरू हुन्छ है अब टेन्सन भयो त आफूलाई यार
जस्तै रोज दादा गएर सेम उमेरको तर बिहे भएको छैन
रुजुसँग बच्चा पाउने र बल्ल बिहे गर्ने रे
त्यो पनि राम्रो हो आइडिया
त राम्रो हो नि सेक्योर यो
विदेशी स्टाइल हैन पाउको बे देख्छस् नि भन्न पनि पायो क्या छोराले मैले त देखेको भनेर हैन छोरो भयो भने के
ठिकै हो
के छ रुज दादाहरु न्यानो लो चलपल
ब्याल झन् दादा
तेनबाले डोमिनेट हान्दैछ कि हो
है गेम त मैले हेरे जस्तो लागेन के तर यस डोमिनेट हान्दा
अति हान्दिरहेछ हौ
कति गेम सक्यो दादा 1 2 चुटिको लान्छ फेरि
के वन पिस सँग के हो यो
अहिले त PUBG को मेन अगाडिको लोगो हुन्छ नि त फोनमा
नारुतो को छ त्यो नारुतो हो यो वन पिस हो वन पिस त बेस्टै भन्छ के खै कस्तो छ मैले यो नेटफ्लिक्समा हेरेको त बवाल थियो सिजन 2 जोतको लाग्यो सिजनमा त बवाल लाग्यो यार दादा
ओहो हजुर आज एउटा दिदी एब्सेन्ट हुँदैछ
त्यही त भने आज राम्रै देखेछ त दिदी
दिदी आज हैन सधैँ राम्रो देखिन्छ दिदी माजु त्यो नजर Andera hello दादा
is what we want to see out of Tiamba Max. By the way, before we get to the nitty-gritty analysis of the finishing of that game, the Rondo win, Long Garden drop, they go to a northern finish, they win that game. Here they drop Yasnaya Poliana, they win a western coast finish. I don't know how they keep doing it, man. Their rotation.
त म किकमा लाइभ छु नि अनि किकमा त अनि 10 भ्युज को $1 आउँछ भन्छ त के हो कुरो दादा अब हेर्नु पर्छ आज रुल्स को आम्दानी हेर्नु पर्छ आज पठाउला आज स्ट्याट्स
अनि मल्टीमा गरे दिदैन होला नि धेरै
ह
मल्टीमा गर्न मिल्दैन नि त
के मल्टीमा
मल्टी इस्यु
मिल्दैन तिमीले गरेछ छैनौ
गरिरहेको छु
अनि कस्तो
उ भन्ने त्यसले मलाई के मेल पनि आइसक्यो मल्टी इस्यु गरे के भनेर युट्युबको धरी स्क्रिनशट खिचेर पठाउँछ मलाई मेलमा
त्यस्तो हुन्छ ठीक छ त म एक्सक्लुसिभ गर्दै होला के छ र हैन र अनि भोलिको दिन एक्सक्लुसिभ गर्दै होला मतलब भएन नि क्रिएटर ड्याशबोर्डमा गएर कम्युनिटी च्याटमा गएर पॉइंट्स इनेबल रे क्रिएटर ड्याशबोर्ड कहाँ छ हौ मुझे क्रिएटर ड्याशबोर्ड एकछिन ल खै
Furia, you know, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Neptune this time round, strong podium finish, which is what we love to see from that Brazilian squad.
No, I do like it. I like it a lot. The only thing I want to say, if I could just really nitpick here, is that they they had a very strong mid game, right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're
Chat मा गरे के
We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7 really quickly with so much force. There was no backing.
खै chat मा गरे के
There was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done.
Nothing here.
They kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive with EA. I know that they were, you know, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other
Yo.
कालो केसमा ओहो दादा अझै करोडपति भन्नुहुन्छ है कि यो एनालिटिक्स हेर्दै हुनुहुन्छ त अनि
हाल्दै गयो नि किकमा
1 10 100,000 10,000 आमामा आजको मात्रै हो त त्यो किक त के हो हुन्छ कि के हो नेपालमा पनि चलपल
अनि अन्सको 4000 भ्यू छ
किकमा बापरे मान्छेहरु किकमा शिफ्ट हुन्छ नि के हो नेपालमा
अब युट्युबले यस्तै गर्न थाल्यो भने त मान्छेहरु अलरेडी टिकटकमा भइसकेको छ हैन अब युट्युबको कोर स्ट्रिमर्सहरु यता शिफ्ट हुन बेर छैन किनभने पैसा धेरै छ नि त्यसमा दादा के छ विचार
हुन त हो फेरि त लङ टर्म पनि त हैन होला नि फेरि युट्युब जस्तो हुन्छ र लङ टर्ममा नि
हो किन नहुनेहरु अहिले अब्बर दिइराछ नि त यिनीहरुले अब एक लड एकदमै एक लड अमंगस खेल्नु पर्छ के त्यसपछि थाहा हुन्छ त्यसपछि म पनि बुझ्छु कि कति पैसा कमाइँदो रहेछ भनेर तर राम्रो छ युट्युब भन्दा धेरै राम्रो छ धेरै राम्रो छ दादा धेरै राम्रो छ
रुजना पनि अहिले किकमा लाइभ हो
म भर्खरै लाइभ भएको केटाको कुरा सुनेर म पनि ड्याङडुङ मेरो ठ्याक्कै फेसबुकमा लाइभ थियो कि फेसबुकमा अफ गरेर फेसबुकमा अफ गरेर अनि किकमा हान्दिहालेको म त
अघिदै लाइभ थियो दादा म त
टपले है दादा है किक सिकतिर चाहिँ अलि
सिक चाहिँ हैन
अब सिक्दै जाने हो दादा बिस्तारै हेरौँ
Top 6 is looking very, very nice. The thing though we have to watch out for is it's a group B all over again. It really is because you've got that point sponge at the top. You got 45 points versus what 19 we saw there. Everybody could still get into top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that opponent. So yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony Story of the day. No sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here. We're gonna be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up. But before we go into the next game, we're gonna be sending it over to Kalaris in blank.
Yeah, you know, I'd really like to talk about all the other teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not like to overlap with what you guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those two victories they got, though, here, Blank, winning in the face of adversity is what has made Tiamba a world-class team. On Rondo, on the Riverside, being able to hold that down as long
के सबै आइसक्यो केटा हो नाइस है केटा सबै आउनु पर्यो ल किकमा एकछु किकमा आएर एकछु सबले फलो हानेर जानु पर्यो अब मिल्छ भने यहाँको मेम्बरशिप के छ सबै त्यो के छ हेरेर जाऊ त केटा हो हाँ बोइस हाँ बोइस
ल दादा अब हेरौँ मजाले है अलिकति एउटा शान्ति र काम सक्दै थिएँ सक्यो गेम खासमा हल चाहिँ के को भएको दादा ब्रेक हो अहिले
भर्खर गेम सक्यो अब त्यही हो
हुन चाहिँ कतिवटा गेम हुन्छ यसमा आज छवटा
खै
result from him. It's good to see the rest of Tiamba stepping up though, because there is so much conversation around QZ and how good he is as a player. But I think it's mainly what we're looking at right now with the rest of the team, who are all rallying around him. It's easy.
6 देखि 11 5 वटा कतिवटा टिम छ दादा यसमा 6 देखि 11 आको
6 वटा जाने हो
न टोटली खेल्दा कतिवटा छ 12 वटा
16 वटा के कुरा गर्नु भएको कहाँ 12 वटा हुन्छ र हैश किन 19
astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a other side of the card, right, for that way. They were very resilient all the way through, even from early on.
किन 720p देखाइरा छौ
There they were able to almost dominate just by LOS control, keeping themselves on the left-hand side towards the coast, where GOAT was struggling because eventually they were start being spotted out by teams off the distance, which did happen. And Egos, man, he was playing phenomenally well all the way up to the end. Tiamba, just going for that instantaneous push. Now, I really do feel we had another weird one though with E-Arena. They had a 4-man on that south side. I think there was just a bit of a stop-starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control it. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
I have my concerns with E-Arena.
Yes, so do I.
Because the thing is you were coming into that late game scenario and you've got 0 limbs. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 limbs. But then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes, we had the record-breaking game from the group stage by them, but outside of that, it has not looked fantastic. So they need to really kind of change some things up here throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grassy pastures of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area inside of the main landmass? Well, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2. Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it as fast as possible.
Oh, fix what? La. Over.
Ready for another one, another outing. We have these little establishing shots to some of our squads here. AGAL, Tiamba. Bringing the heat. Launching red forwards. Pretty good out there.
It's me. Discord.
Topsy turvy with some of the results we've seen. Looks really good for Fury as well, John. Right? Obviously, that's kind of the keynote we were hitting down there on the stage. Some of the conversations we've had.
Mr. Dot.
Up for Alula. Nice, good celebration.
Uh-oh, he's knocked his headrest off. That's going to be
doesn't need it.
A comfort issue. Yeah, to be fair, if you land forward, you're fine. It's only when you're out of the game that you're leaning back in your chair. Or at least I hope it is. We'll have to wait and see. Everyone just getting ready, tapping around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane to take to the skies. But I think it's coming through fairly soon. Lights start to change, the music gains some tempo, and we are gunning for another game here on Erangel.
Que DM aqui, cara.
DM
was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out. A lot of area accessible.
Ah, nice, eh?
Just to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in?
You guys, like, subscribe,
I just really don't like hot drops in general.
Back with the same energy and same intensity. That way.
Yes, thank you so much, Senorita, for the 6 follow.
Within a new lobby, 12-match set. I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to win out cleanly, either team should be stepping away from this one.
I think there's a right time, right place for it, and honestly, in my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for it. If we start doing it towards the end of the day and we get to the next set of 3 games, it might be too far gone. You make a mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself a if I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in. Right here, right now, come out, pull out some
rules के राम्रो होला.
top teams. Especially
Dada, welcome back, Dada. Kata jannu Dada?
Such an early
Yete
narrative.
washroom gade.
Shut them down. Stop them from accumulating
Thank
points.
you, Dada.
At least for one game.
Oh, ek
Could be a door open for you and one closed for them. We'll see. Maybe it's more respectful than I'm thinking.
I feel like targeting the top team
T2 DS qualify bhayen EWC ko लागि हजुर भएन नि.
maybe not super useful here in the survival stage. That's much more a final strategy because you're aiming for top 6.
NC कस्तो गइरहेछ दादा T2 को?
You find the biggest man.
NC राम्रै गइरहेछ दादा.
Respect for everyone else in the lobby.
हामीले अब ठुलो स्टेजमा सम्म सपोर्ट गरिरहनु लायक छ नि खेलाइ.
I believe that was Tiamba actually over towards E-Arena who have lost one. We've also got the Zaki drop coming.
म त क्लीन फिट तिर लागे ओपर अड्के यार मुझे आज
आइना भाइ र रेड भाइलाई सम्झेको छ भन्दैमै सम्झेको छ रे आइना भाइ रेड भाइ त छैन यहाँ प्लेन पाथ यस्तो ड्रप
म्याच हेर्दैन म यो क्लीन फिट यार गिद्दी मात्र यार
These teams, the brains have to be switched on. This though should be better for the lobby in general.
Slightly worried about down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL both dropping in the area. AGAL trying to grab the vehicles. Imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible.
Dada यो point सेवल कहाँ होता है
What
नहीं?
sort of ammunition does Smile have to play
ये तो
with?
0 point है ना
Someone on the cross looks for the iron sight spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's two players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's not quite.
एक किलो त हाने हो टाइम भनौँ केटा टाइम भनौँ केटा
20 19 18 17
वाह
अर्को चल्यो र
चलेन ट्राई पनि नगर्दा हुन्छ भने अड्क्या अड्के छ हौ
को हैन दादा किल फिट हैन यो नर्मल उसमा के हुँदैन है कमेन्ट्री
इंग्लिश फीड
हो PUBG enjoy भनेपछि बाउन्ड अन थ्यांक यू सो मच बाउन्ड अन फर द फलो
That would help. And it would help, but hasn't helped E-Arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of Arena.
Can't होला दादा नि यो
Yeah,
जोनमा
but
चिकन
were
भन्नु
able to
त
get
दादा
that. They were the team
Was
taking
it?
down Tiamba, dropping around that sort of cube
Tiamba?
compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer
Tiamba के जोन चाहिँ
towards
हेट्रिक हान्छ हो दादा हेर्नु न
bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now
Tiamba
all the
ले
way
अब
over the
हान्छ के
north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes.
Tiamba भनेको त नि हाउ
West side, fairly
Chinese हैन
uncontested, and
अँ
firmly
यो गेममा
into the
46
losing
point
phase
हो
now.
सबसे धेरै ग्लोबल खेलेको चाइनिज होला
त्यो चाहिँ हानिसक्यो जोसमा आयो चाइनिज जोस आयो
Been getting louder and louder game after game as well.
Yeah.
एजी पनि आजकल छ त्यही रेसमा
कसरी के भन्दै कि रिसाइ किन
area of the stage.
त्यस्तै छ
A lot of excitement coming from over there, getting fired up. The drums being played.
टप 6 क्वालिफाइड हैन दादा
Really good at the drums, John.
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Bloody hell.
It's
ERX पनि छ त
mediocre
लास्टमा
at
त यार
best.
Ah, I see.
You know, Kalaris is a phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay, we'll
That's
get
not
him
even a
over.
joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
ए बाख्रा पनि टप 3 मा रहेछ लभले बाख्रा
Get him on the paradiddle.
बाख्रा खरायो
बाख्रा घोडा
त्यो अर्को पनि लियोपार्ड रहेछ नि त फेरि
छ त
बाख्रा अनि खरायो लियोपार्ड त्यसपछि घोडा त्यसपछि ज्यागुआर
Looking to drum
अरु के
themselves
छ
up a chance in towards
वुल्फ चाहिँ अलिकति तल रहेछ
those
भेडिया
finals. In second place, they've been doing a fine job of it so far. With the points they've been able to accrue.
के छ यार अनिमेश भाइ पेहाल्छ नि मेरो त यार
Deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from them.
के छ धने भाइ
Maybe a little bit too slow
Kiन mic off
in terms of
गर्नुपर्छ
dealing
त?
with Tiamba down on that south side of them, but they're
Beat
still
says
up on
okay.
19 points. They're still in the top 6
Earphone
for
पनि
the
off
time
गर्दा,
being,
mic
as
off
close as it
गर्दा।
is.
बिर्सिसु के
However,
अघि
given
नै
the
गरेको
loss right now, there's a long
Analysis
road
गर्दै
ahead
हुन्छ
to
है
try and make their way in.
त्यस्तै छ अहिलेको बेस आइजिएलको नेपालमा चिगल
रुल्स हो जी रुल्स हो
Yeah,
जी
quicker early moves for some.
म त होइन म कहिले पनि बेस
Others
छैन
using the
यार
availability of a longer, safer rotate. Obviously, this is more
तिमी
the consistent
भनेपछि
sort of
कहिले
play
बेस्ट
that
थिएन
we've
भनेपछि
seen
केटीहरूको
from
लागि मात्र
Yangon
बेस्ट हो तिमी
and
जहिले
ला
Something you
कसले
like
भने
to
यार
know,
धने
of
को
course,
केटीले
the
भने
amazing
तिमीलाई भन
weapon
त
skins that
सुन
we've got going on here.
खै
The
त्यहाँ अहिले
Elite
च्याटतिरै
Elite
सोध न
Go.
अहिले त्यहाँ हजुर हजुर भन्दै आउँछ होला 3-4 जना
Beautiful bit of kick, John. Get those
3-4 होइन
fingers
10
as it
10
evolves when
10
you use it.
अल्फा पनि पायो होला अल्फा चाहिँ त सक्दैन हौ
And you want to lock it inside you. You want to keep it and elevate yourselves to find those
जापान नाम बोलाइ
various
धने तिमी
levels of different
अब
tails.
च्याट पनि 10 जना आउँछन् भने DM मा 20 जना आउने होला
त्यही
On
त
PUBG Mobile.
त्यही त
पिसीमा 30 जना
ए भेट्ने चाहिँ कतिजना
Best doing watch party Silas. Silas ni watch party हाल्दैछ त
कहाँ देखिरहेको छ त्यसको मेरो क्लिप्सहरु कहाँ देखिरहेको थियो रनमध्ये त्यो उसले के रे 1v3 हानेको आइडियाले
from the top side. Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match.
गुराजनानले भन्दै थियो
They took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of
बिचारा टिम जहाँसुकै होस् तर कराउन रोक्दिन भने जस्तो
के छ तले 2 दिन हो आज र भोलि हो
So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
घर घर कुरा गर्छ होला है यत्रो करा केही गर्न सकेन भन्छ होला है केही छैन अब कराको पैसा आइहाल्यो जाम अब घर भन्ने होला
ठ्याक्कै यही कुरा मैले 3 महिना अगाडि भन्दै थिएँ है जनालाई
है याद आयो मलाई पनि
अब हामी लाइभमा टिटुके भनेर मैले हत्ते गरेका थियौ यही चीज हो
Do they clash
Civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other. But looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that second seat spray down. But Genforce, he's on their tail. I mean, fair enough, you follow them a little bit. Try and get some information. In the meantime, Geeky run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Chinky from that southwest side, and Geeky have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs looks for more, swaps to the weapon, does a lot of work around the door frame, but the shotgun's still ringing in his ears. On the flip side as well, across the way.
धेरै क्लोज रेन्ज मेटा भयो के
Taking a tumble, and Geeky are giving at least as good as they get, if not better.
That would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position in the points and the placements. Going into game two, nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf.
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those more open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have to try and find something, keep this one going as the zone coming on through.
Shelter.
For the next pot for our stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, Jackie, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasna. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions and those shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems. Because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge.
अहिले के रे
Up around that area, it looks like they are retreating.
FOMB भने FOMB लान्थ्यो होला
The teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
यो गेममा चाहिँ मेरो बाख्रालाई सपोर्ट गर्छु है
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those.
दादाले 10 भाइ त
For a squad like 721 GS, right? See that POV here. They had a few games back during the group stage where they were able to sort of harass good elims and have their head on a swivel.
Delta ko ta always favorite Alpha 7.
Generally considered weaker.
Rules ko god like
rise the occasion.
दादा आज
मेरो god like ले त नि हानि छ
ए मेरो god like
ले चिकिन हान्छ कि हान्दैन भन्ने भन्ने कि दादा कसले चुज गरेको टिम चाहिँ पहिला मर्छ हेरौँ न को रहेछ पनौती है
ल
बाख्रो तपाईको वाइजी
ए सेन्टरको टिम लिएर
त्यो सेन्टरको टिम लिदिए भन्दैमा का ग्यारेन्टी हुन्छ त रुल त नि के रे मर्दैन भनेर हैन
सेन्टर स्टामिना आयो भने सकिहाल्यो हेरौँ न आज अफिसियली प्रुभ हुन्छ हामी तीनजनामा सबैभन्दा ठुलो लोदर को रहेछ है सबैजना एग्री हो नि दादा हैन
एग्री चार जना
If you're on, 45 points in 2 matches, multiplication will tell you
Alpha 7
that you're going to get that.
NS हो NS कति Alpha 7 गर्छ हौ
हामी चारजना मध्ये आज लोदर
Like you said, in the position in the northeast side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side. But that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the positions to the north of Milta are going to be much more chock-a-block. With our players moving out the wolves from Milta past Kiwum DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and forced the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that mill to power area, they went out all the way to the east, and they
follow गर्दा lag हुने रहेछ के भनेको म follow गर्दा lag हुन्छ रनमती के हो यो
who were the team to sort of divert them on that part.
Oh. Well, right, this is sort of the middle portion of the
के कुरा गरेको
Okay guys, put a lock in a little bit here. Get a bit more energy, some wind.
ल निमेश भाइ take care.
They want to push for more. Locked in last place right now in the overall standings.
ओए मासला YG कहाँ हो यो
Whatsoever. We'll see
Yangon Galacticos.
There's going to be any benefit here if it pulls up more not too bad in terms of the positioning for some once again got themselves set up early.
दादा अहिले हेर्नु हैन बाग्राकै मुनि आइपुग्छ त्यहाँबा
of two players from either side. Off near there, Fury instantly rotating the confirmation of the zone. Pushing down as well.
Ronnie_Mash3 super chatted 13.47 GG.
Thank you so much आजको पहिलो सुपर च्याट यार पहिलो चोटि
Just about sneaking their way over the
Thank you यार अनिमेश भाइ thank you
Two players so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight. In the meantime, on the southeast,
यो त कसरी चुज गरेको नि तर हाम्रो डेल्टा ब्रदरको हो मनले चाहेको टिम चाहिँ चाहिँ
two of them have already gone down.
तर हान्डा चाहिँ
There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie
अनि अब बजाउने बेला आयो के
of Alpha 7.
ओए अति छिर्दै त त्यो कसै छिर्यो
To start now.
गाडी
in the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player.
Wi-Fi हान्दै त
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. Fury up, pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage from that.
बाख्राको 2 किल अपली बाख्रा
Has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up. Faint wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation. See if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Fury to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation. And indeed, they do head further and further west.
बिनवाला गरेर हाल्दै छ नि दादा
एस्ट्री सिधै गइसक्यो है
हेर्नु म त्यो भिडियो
And the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but doing
बिनवाला त थाहा छ त उहिलेको त उहिलेको
from dopeness as well.
सरी मेरो केही छैन
Try and make your way into the center of the zone. I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have.
दादाले भनेको त उहिलेको हो अहिलेको हैन
It's a kind of crazy threat through all of this. It was probably helped by the fact that AGAL and Fury were both looking at each other. Were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
अहिले कन्डिसनमा आइफोन 13 राम्रो चल्छ गेम त नयाँ किन्यो भने राम्रो चल्छ
आइफोन 13 त लेजेन्ड हो लेजेन्ड
नयाँ किन्यो भने चाहिँ सेकेन्ड ह्यान्ड किन्दा चाहिँ अलि गाह्रो पर्छ
briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center set up right now.
Wait, को त्यो NS
move or fight for anything in quite some time.
रन मा सुरुमा
बोइज होस्टेल खोल्नु भएको हजुर
This is pretty decent news.
सुरुमा त मै मर्छ जस्तो त नि
So they have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ.
दादा के भन्नु छ
In the meantime, Fury and AGAL start
दादा अब
to come to the
म त कहाँ मरेको छैन दादा मेरो त कहाँ हो र
त्यही त जोन हेर्नु नि दादा
as well. A flush coming through from Eagles.
हैन ठीक यस्तो दादा
ओए क्याम्पमा मार्दियो नि त
Can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand
रुजु केले गर्यो त्यहाँबा
against an onslaught from Fury. This is tough.
ठाउँ छ
XCZ also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from Yangon Galacticos. And what can you do? A nade over the back does tag, but doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Not enough to punish him with. Chief going to step back up with one of his own as well. Dashes it onto AGAL. That's more what you're looking for. Now they can compress in and try and collapse upon the squad. AGAL going down swiftly.
Nepal team final ma.
Removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
तर यो खेलेर फाइनल जानलाई पनि पैसाको त फाइदै हुने भयो
अर्के यार मुजी यो पनि के भयो
South side lining the roadside now. Well,
Dada हुँदैन नि
really, if we're honest, but
त्यो डाइरेक्ट क्वालिफाई हुनु र यसमा कम छ नि त
protecting the wolves on their rotate, potentially to launch themselves forwards, but I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead, they're going to have to worry about their south flanks and their west and east as well. Alpha 7 rolling over, trying to take
एउटै हो कुरो
the other Brazilian side.
एउटै भन्दा पनि थोरै हो पैसा अझ यहाँ जितेको त 17,000 मात्रै हो
कुन टिम हो
And hit the deck, belt buckles, meeting dirt.
युरी दादा मेरो पर यार दादा
कहाँ हो
एनएसले हो कि टेक्नी त
धेरै उस भयो के यसला बाख्रालाई त फेरि काट्टे काट्ने हो नि फेरि घाँटी छेरेर
रनमा चाहिँ हलालै बनाइदियो यार जोस पसेको टिम वाइप भएको छैन अहिलेसम्म है
You want to hunt for more.
चिकन हान्छ हौ एनएसले त फिक्स
And they want to find him. Irina and Al-Ula
अनि चिकन हान्नु पर्दैन लास्टमा बाँच्यो
Irina losing a player.
यसपालि खतरा टिम आउट
हैट तेरी कस्तो अड्केको
And 3 players from
दाइ ईशान र निशालाई के भन्न चाहनुहुन्छ केही भन्दिन यार
Nades not quite connecting on the first form of the hold, but 2 immediate knocks come through, and the flushes are brutal and coordinated. 2 now players for Al-Ula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party.
गोट फेरि छुट्टै हान्दै फेरि बागलाई
3B now the last to stand for Al-Ula, and Irina hold their beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off, and a lovely shutdown from Tony K. The final Elim there. To get into that compound.
Who's in the back line?
जाऊ न गाडी लिएर भागा त बाबा पर्दैन पर्दैन एक किल चाहिदैन बर्बाद बनायो यार हाडीको प्लेले
keeping them guessing. Free nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over. Sat, just hoping this shrapnel will end them as they cower in the building.
More nades being layered on down here from Force. In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. And in he goes, the DBS in hand.
दादा यस्तै छ है फेरि पनौती भनेको फेरि यस्तै छ है भालो जाँदा नि लतर भने त देखियो त त्यही देखिहाल्यो नि
त्यही भनेको यार सेन्टरको चुज गरेको झन् जित्तो भनेर मादरको नि घुमाइरहेको
अब को छ तियानबा YG A7
दादा गल्तीमा मेरो मरिको हो दादा उ बाख्रा मादरको
गल्ती त मेरो
Smoke out as well to provide some
धनेको त NS हैन
easy for bad boy trying his luck. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're good.
NS the center though.
NS I know A7 ए NS भनेको ए सेन्टरमा छ जिते त धनले हो
They got a lot of distance
मैले
already.
अहिलेको कुरा के लाइक गरेँ भने फर्स्ट सर्कलको सेन्टर भन्दा सर्कलको सेन्टर चाहिँ चुज गर्नु पर्ने थियो क्या
Stowed earlier. Kike are taking shots from the off angle. I mean, Kike are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this one happen. The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty. Schweppes may be able to hop into a vehicle and get into this one depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage. But yeah, for Irina, I feel like Kike may have overcommitted for it and instead
कहाँ पुग्यो सोल्टी यार कहाँ जान लाग्यो
quite a long way.
एसियन कपमा जान पाएन है दाइ पाएन नि
Just being able to third party onto this with the backup of Saycloud further ahead to Arena.
अब चिन्ता नगर डेल्टा म उड्छु अब भोट हालै केटा भोट फर के रे हैन पार्टीको नाम सोच्नु पर्यो दादा भन्नु त प्याक कसैले हाल्दैन रनमा त्यसबाट त
Fragmented off the back of their engagement results in the last man falling to dopeness.
हैन
7-2-1 GS and Tiamba going toe to toe and right now
जनचेतना पार्टी
don't
राख्नु
seem to have anything in the back pocket because they've only got 1 player now
हल्का राष्ट्रिय सस्ते भन्ने आउँछ कि भोट
outside and could our top
All Esports Association Nepal बटममा उड्दैछु
त्यो भयो नि दादा त्यो त अब सस्ता भयो नि
संस्था कहाँ एक्लै कहाँ सकिन्छ दादा एक्लै कहाँ सकिन्छ अनि कि त इशानसँगै उड्नु पर्यो
इशान भयो नि त फेरि अर्को इशानले भोट हाल्दैन नि त फेरि
ट्यानम्यान गयो दादा
ला देख्नु त म पछिको चाहिँ तपाईँ नै हुनुहुन्न है दादा 2 नम्बरले नछोड्ने रहेछ यार फेरि 2 मा परे हेर्नु त
वाइजी गएर
छैन 10 मा मरो वाइजी पनि मरो 6 वाइजी कुनामा
वाइजी छ त्यहाँ
चारजना छन् मारे
एनएस रन मात्रै छोरी त्यसलाई नपरोस् त्यहाँ
लसा खुलित भयो नि
ठुक्का म्याचिस
जादैन
जाम एनएस लाई ठोक्न जाम अरु ठाउँै छैन मुजी एनएस लाई ठोक्न जाम मरे त्यही मरिन्छ बरु मरिलान के छ र
for a deep run into the game.
बल्ल आज एउटा गेम राम्रो खेल्दैछ
Strong game. They lost a player earlier on though to RRQ, and I feel like that was kind of the major changing point, that inflection point for the squad. They lost the ability to have the full force resistance against a full crash that came through from 721 GS. And if they had 4 players, I think that would have been a different story. And they could have been the ones on this north side looking to line everyone up as they roll forwards.
Sight for sore eyes for the Alpha 7 fans, you'd imagine as well. Still alive in this game right now, they have the 5 elims to their name.
That's the hovercraft gone.
Go. Why you go? Manguji go. Grau. La के गरोस् अब के गर्नु चाहिँ के गरोस् अब बिचारा सिधै साइडको स्याकमा गयो हुन्छ यार ओइ त छोड्दै गयो एनएसले ग्राउ तल हेर
छैन छोडेको
अनि किन चाहिँ छोडे जस्तो देखाउँछ त
ग्लिचर
I mean the damage pouring in from Furia, from Alpha 7 and Yangon Galacticos.
उ एनएस त्यही छ त उ
ग्राउ साइडको त्यो उसमा गयो ग्राउ मतलब भएन
जन माथि चढेछ
भागम यहाँ देखेर भागम
चल छोटे भाग
सिधै त्यो उसमा स्याकमा मुजी जे परे परोस् मुजी यहाँ आए त यिनीहरु
Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though at this point, and they send
सँगेर त गयो अब यहाँनेरि ग्याङम्याङ खाने भयो ला
Yangon Galacticos not
ला मुजी
ग्याङ
ला म्याच रन गर्दिको सरी
त्यसैगरी इज्जतदार तेस्रो पदमा हाम्रो विजेतालाई पनि स्वागत छ
दोस्रो पदमा भन्नु
तपाईँ तेस्रो
हामी उल्टोबाट गर्थ्यौ त
कहाँ अनि सबलाई लोदर बनाउँछु लास्टमा
अब यस्तो जोन पाउँदा पनि अब एनएसले खाएन भने के भन्ने डेल्टालाई
हो त नन पनि
एनएसले rounds finding that flush as well.
अब थ्रो गर्यो भने त थाहा भइहाल्यो नि एक्चुअली को रहेछ भनेर यस्तो पनि थ्रो गर्यो भन्नु नि दादा भाना
gives some protection, makes a little distraction. Chief is going to fall, and RRQ are going to win out on this trade. In the meantime, a massive flex out coming through from Nongshim Red Force, really timely as well.
अरे त्यो हिले भएन के
Get involved, get stuck in, and will be able to clip the wings of Alpha 7 somewhat, losing at least one. But there is a response. Also takes that tumble, and TT could potentially find this res if Revo and Carrillo can't get a
A7 त जादैन होला गडा हेर्दा त तिनीहरु ओभर वीक देखेछ
Kiluda.
Looking good. Oh, it's
Last
a
guy.
takedown as well to obscure that was knocked prior. Such little HP left to play with for Alpha 7. Be remaining alive much longer at this point. The split from Nonshin was well timed and well executed.
I know like
Korea all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the driver. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing off warning shots, but that's all they are. Just warnings as they're gone again.
Stuff third how यार ए एनएस आएन
कभर लाएर हो कि त्यही हो कभर ब्याकले कभर लाउनु हुन्छ होला तपाईले
really instrumental. It gets rid
मेरो
of
कभर
Alpha 7,
17
and
प्रोमेसको
it felt like maybe they were going to lose 1 or 2 players there.
दुई टुक्रामा छ मेरो
RRQ
कभर
peak
त
over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their compound, and back more crucially to the circle as it shifts all the way up north, and RRQ are going to have to make a push here.
मेरो फोनको भन्यो भने हुन्छ नि त मेरो 17
Pro Max को त्यही त मेरो 17 Pro Max हो मेरो 17 Pro Max मेरो घरमा बसिरहेको छ त्यहाँ
मेरो फोन भने पनि हुन्थ्यो मेरो iPhone 17 Pro Max भन्ने
बुझ्छ हामी पनि मेरो चाहिँ orange कलरको छ तिम्रो कुन कलरको छ रुल्स
मेरो नि orange हो
ए
टिभी पनि भन्दिन दादा कति हो 512 हो कि टिभी हो
छैन यार यो कस्टम 256 नलिनु पर्दो रहेछ यार अपग्रेड हान्नु पर्दो रहेछ यार
त अहिले त केही पुग्दैन रहेछ
केही पुग्दैन दुई दिनमा गेम डाउनलोड गर्यो भने म त्यहीले फुल हाल्दिन्छ
पहिला 60 GB हुँदाखेरि कस्तो मजाले पुग्थ्यो
moments of great
64 GB
stage. It feels like if they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they
John.
can go further, fight for an
John
opportunity in the finals, this is a game they need to win to get
John
which color
space.
which color is your iPhone
त्यही उसमा हुनला रहेछ नि
that we know can go
अहिले रुल which color is your house भनिन्छ हेरे टेन्सन हुँदैन त्यसपछि
which color is your iPhone
battle of attrition on their side.
मेरो black
This is a jump up to
iPhone 17 Pro Max
17 Pro Max cover black तर golden color
म त अरेन्ज चाहिँ एलिमेन्ट्रिक्स को याद नलिएको यो त मैले नलिन्थिन होला
early doors on the tournament does mean there's incredible amounts of volatility.
अहिले त फोल्डिङ आइफोन आउँछ भन्दैछ त नि है 18 यस्तैमा
Samsung जस्तो भयो नि त फोल्डिङ भयो
18 नै भन्दैन होला अब डिफरेन्ट भन्छ होला त्यसलाई है
मलाई त आइफोन छ होला दा तपाईको यो सिरिज मध्ये सबैभन्दा फेभरेट आइफोन कुन हो भन्नु त
13 Pro Max
हजुर
फेभरेट आइफोन अहिले सम्मको
मेरो जर्नी सुरु भयो के 6 हो 6
मलाई चाहिँ आइफोन मध्ये अहिले सम्म लास्ट मन परेको चाहिँ XX Max हो
XX Max हो मेरो पनि सुरुको त्यही हो
अहिले पनि मन पर्छ हो मलाई
चिटिक्कको छ के चिटिक्कको छ त्यो
च्याट्ट परेको घुमेको टक्क साइड साइडमा लाम्चो दुईटा क्यामेरा
कति
जन तिम्रो
खै रिप्लाई नै गर्नु भएन ब्रदर Do you
remember
how
Xbox
RRQ used to play RRQ?
X-Slash.
The white color nades are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position for Nongshim Red Force. So if they can get into nades,
RRQ DTU
that might change the dynamics of this circle, Jackie. Because
G9 senior, he might know it. Tabla tha cha?
Kera?
How old RRQ used to play?
How old re?
त्यही भन्छ क्वेशन
म न सानोलाई तिनीहरु त खेल्ने बेला
कसरी खेल्दै रे
RRQ फाइन रे
यिनीहरु त म न सानो थियो तिनीहरु खेल्ने बेला
के आज मात्र भोलि हुन्छ यो सर्भाइभल
भोलि पनि छ
त पति
भन्नु न जोनजी भोलिसम्म खेल्दैन कि आज सक्दिन तपाई भन्नु न
अहिले टप कति जान्छ भन्नु न एकपल्ट
कति आज अलिकति जीव लड बढाइराछ त जोनजी
सुरु भयो
Nongshim do have the more central position.
के व्याप खाएर आउनु भयो जस्तो छ आज जोनजी के व्याप
बुझ है बुझ
How many nades are in the back pocket for 71 GS, but XZY launches
के व्याप खाएर आउनु भयो के व्याप
के त्यो भनेको कबाब खाएर ल बुक लड बढाइन्छ
हैन हो दादा वहाँ चाहिँ बुक लड बढाएर आउनु भयो एकदिन
फेरि होला
आज म के व्याप खाएर आएको के व्याप
यो पड्का
Alago's going to be forced out wide, but no one's ready for it. The flush comes through to Malik, and it's a 2v3.
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations.
Nice trade lead there.
Fumbles with an 8.
I know
Looking for the
what
reset on the follow-up.
Boom,
That's the last one. Dashed in towards Nongshim, hoping to deal some decent damage. Being constantly peppered by these. Molotov goes over as well.
Grenade.
Just decent damage, but no conversion. Another peek back out. Rahan falls. This isn't looking great now. Down to a solo. Shots over. Can't quite find it. It's not enough as Nongshim see red and get that one done. The aggression pays off.
Nice shot.
Taking the chicken dinner and game free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south of the duo to have an impact on the fight with Alpha 7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent circle shift all the way up to the north does help them out immensely, but even if it had gone south, they had that outpost, they had that opportunity to move forward. They chose their timing perfectly, and every single step, it felt like they were in control, it felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there, a team that again, we know can rise to the occasion. On the side of that game, they rolled the dice perfectly with what they were given. Really loved that one split where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not only are they happy to just play with their cards close to their chest, but if they need to split off their aggression to a team that if got far into that game like Alpha 7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early. You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them. Absolutely.
I mean, you take away agency from other teams, you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much easier, even if you have a little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth, Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
That was on point, on brand. Third game, third chicken dinner, 3 thumbs. It's basic maths, John.
The numbers agree. They have been crunched, just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force during that last game. Really nice stuff. They were obviously in that compound for a very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid game, which was really quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front, but it does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit. An amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your emblem inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. But come the end of tomorrow, John, that chance could end for not one of our previous champions, but both of them. They're both here, they're both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
ब्रो पहिला जिजियन गेमिङ नेपालको स्ट्रिम्स होस्ट लाइभ गर्थ्यो नि लामो कपाल भएको ब्रो रिमेम्बर भने रनमा त्यो उसलाई त कास्टिङ गर्न हामीले पठाएको अनि किन वाइ डोन्ट आई किशोर जिजियन नेपाल अनस्वाइटी बिफोर अनस्वाइटी
Boa, caralho! Porra!
Go kiri dia. Nomor gak?
Oh, aneh bener anjing.
لا يا ابن الفجر لا لا لا
dia
ليه بنت هذا كويس يلا يلا برا برا الفينش
عيب عليك عيب عليك
alan dışı kaldık sağda kimde kaldı nice kaldı
John
önde kaldı önde aynen orada
म एउटा ग्रुपमा त्यो लिंक हालेको छु त्यो लिंक हेर न गएर मैले एउटा ग्रुपमा के हाम्रो ग्रुपमा हाम्रो स्क्वाडमा एउटा लिंक हालेको छु त्यो लिंक गरे हेर न
来，你们现在看上哪个 logo 了？先来一个 godlike，
颜色，
就意思是 C 是吗 ？OK， Alpha Seven
吧
，Alpha Seven
B 吧，毕竟没进决赛嘛。我没说话，刚才说的。今年是今年，刚才说的。不是我跟谁？
好，下一位 IDA eSports
D， 这个往上点，这个
YG
给个 S 吧
，S
给个 S 吧
，GK
C，
下一个
F， 这个 F 很配啊，这个。
好 UF
给个 B 吧，给个 B 吧。
好，接下来 Aurora 老熟人，
给他 S 吧，这个 S 啊。
好 S 已经有2位了。
40，这个不是很猛吗？
对呀。
那直接给他 A 跟 S 中间呗。
ब्रो भालुछोरीको नाम के अरे भालुछोरीको नाम एकदमै कमन छ पी बाट एकदम कमन नेम के हो केटा हो गेस गर्नुस्
खोइ त कमन नामहरु मेरो
तपाईले चिन्नु भएको तपाईको नाम कति जना छ
मै हो
ल हसन न
हो र
म तिनटा चिन्छ कि
A 的中间，我觉得 A 比 S 还要珍贵。
马上就来了 ，EA 来了 ，A 必须得 A 啊，
因为它这个比在 A 是吧？
这个直接
这个怎么说
S 加，必须是压那个。
啦，
不好意思，
懂意思。
这个更别说了。
这个哪能行？
刚 S 刚有个空位啊。
नाम चेन्ज गर्नु पर्यो यार मेरो राशिकै नाम राख्नु पर्यो यार
给个 D 吧。
反正现在每个等级都有。
喂，ओरस मलाई डी दिएको यसले
没有要变的了。
是的。
那这就是我们 AGL 的选手现在定下来的评级了，不知道大家怎么看呢？
ओटलागलाई माथि राखिदिनु दादा ओरा भन्दा आम्मामा एसटी तिर त लास्टमा हो यो A7 को फ्यान होला
Where am I? Here I am, baby. We're currently at the Fan Expo for PUBG Mobile in Naruto. There's a lot of awesome stuff going on here. If you guys want to check it out, it's currently open from August 11th through August 16th. Come check out the awesome collaborations between them, PUBG Mobile, Naruto, and a bunch more as we have just a random man flying by. You didn't even get a chance to see that one. Maybe you'll see it again later on. But we're going to talk about Nanshin Ram Force. We're joined by Barney, Maxman, and another, the Neptura. Nanshin Red Force with an amazing gameplay in that last game, having to do pretty much absolutely nothing throughout the first half of the game, and then afterwards actually being proactive about it.
Yeah, I mean, Nanshin Red Force dropping Razen Shurikens all over the place here on Orango. Very excited to see a win, but despite that being a win, it was not very
मास्टर नीलाई मायाको रहर अंगमै दिउला काठमाडौँ सहर
I'll take it. If it gets me an opportunity to see them in the finals, I'm biased. I don't care. It's a win.
You know what? You heard it here first, folks. But oh, and there he goes again.
That was so fast. I don't know who it was.
Speedy. Who is that?
Who was that, bud?
It was me. He doesn't know either. It's fine. It's fine.
What is this segment, by the way?
It's just a fun segment. Welcome to
हैन होला यार यस्तो त हेलो
मुखमै गर है
I was just gonna say, yes, they were
हैन हो
gifted this one.
के
However,
काठमाडौँलाई के रे काठमाडौँ रहर घुमाइदिउला काठमाडौँ सहर भन्ने गीत गाएको गृह मन्त्रीले त्यही गीत पठाउनु भयो त लेखेर टाइप गरेर
हो र
making sure that he's that anchor point, allowing his
यस्तो घिनलाग्दो केटी छ
into nade range onto 721, so that even when Tizzy did get
के जस्तो आँखामा नि मसल छ त नि बाइसेप्स निकाल्दै छ
that kind of gameplay was really, really nice to see, and it made it more of a win than just being gifted that win. They made that win happen.
They did make that win happen. TC with the off angles, and then 7-1 helping them out by just absolutely
watching silently अरे ए अबे भाउजू दादा भाउजू टिकटकमा
टिकटक भन्ने एप्लिकेसन चाहिँ बर्बाद बनाउने
झन्डै है केही त बोलेको छैन हामी अघि बोले थियो ए थियो मै तर्से यार भाउजूलाई देखेर भाउजू नमस्ते नमस्ते भाउजू
मेरो हाल के भयो होला
भाउजू नमस्ते भाउजूको कमेन्ट के हो थाहा छ वाचिङ साइलेन्टली स्पाइङ साइलेन्टली हो के
प्लिज गो
भालु दादालाई नि दर्शन है दादा दादा पो भन्छ त नि के हो प्लिज गो स्लिप दादा 7 बजिसकेर प्लिज गो स्लिप तपाईलाई भन्नु पर्ने हो त्यो कुरो
अब जान्छु
उता गएपछि
But the team's focus on right now is kind of Alpha 7. They're moving with hesitation. They're not moving with confidence, so the synergy is slightly off. It seems like
on the way.
Putting themselves in a pinch, and this is what was.
भाउजू दादाले भने बित्तिकै सातै बजे सुत्ने त हैन होला
हैन हैन घर जाँदै छ आज
कहाँ घर ए माइत
माइत हैन घर घर
कहाँ घर हो के घर माइत त्यही घर त्यही त माइत हुनुहुन्थ्यो भन्न खोजेको मैले प्लिज डीएम मी रे सेकेन्ड होम ओए सेकेन्ड होम रे हेर त दादा फर्स्ट होम चाहिँ मुटुमा होला नि दादाको है
try and help his teammates in the way he kind of abandoned them. That's what it felt like, and so I want to see that sort of
यस्तो कुरा नगरौँ यो कुरालाई यही छोड्दिम कुरालाई अन्त्यतिर मोड्दिम PUBG हेरौँ
फर्स्ट होम बुटोलले म पनि बुटोलै भाउजू म पनि बुटोल नि फेरि तपाईको आफ्नै भाइ हो म फेरि
ओए भाइ रे
तपाई बेला छु पर्छ जस्तो छ नाता हेर त बेराजु दक्षिण दिने बेराजु दक्षिणको दादा बेराजु र टिका लगाइनुहुन्छ मलाई अब 1000 भन्दा कममा मान्दैन के र म सम्पूर्णको तर्फबाट हेलो भनिदिनु भएको दादालाई ओके हामी त्यही भने हामी त बुटौली नि छौ बटौली
गाइचा भन्ने बुटौल हैन ठीक छ र यो को यो स्टुपिड डुप यस वाला
यो को हो फेरि हो पबजीको हेलमेट लगाएर आएको
ए हो त DJ नाप्ने वाला होला
I tell you what though, I've got to say, a team to look out for today is GOAT team. They're one of those teams that will consistently be putting up numbers in every single game. There's nothing flashy about them. They will always just keep putting up numbers though.
But they've only got 3 placement points, which is very interesting. So more eliminations are good, but I want to see more like top 5 finishes. If they do that, Barney, agreed, they are a very scary team.
Aggressiveness. That's what it is with that team. They're going to be able to see it.
यो टाउकोमा के लाग्यो
You have something to do after.
यो नारुटोको हुन्छ के यिनहरुको नारुटोको एनिमेको त्यो माथि लाउँछ के त्यही हो
PUBG दादा यति ठुलो छ अनि महेन्द्र कोली यो यिनीहरुले कोल्याबोरेसन गर्दा कति छाप्छन् होला के पैसा
यिनीहरुले कोल्याबोरेसन पठाउने हो नि दादा तिनीहरुले पठाउने हैन नि
यिनीहरुले पठाउने हो
अब फरारीले क्या PUBG मोबाइलसँग कोल्याब गर्छ त यतिकै जोतमा हैन
PUBG ले पैसा दिन्छ फरारीलाई
कुनै कुनै चाहिँ ल हाम्रो प्रमोट गर्नु पर्यो भनेर आउँछ होला हैन नत्र भए त मोस्टली PUBG ले नै गर्छ के किनभने त यिनीहरुले फरारीसँग उस गरेर गाडीहरु झिक्न पाए नि त अनि त्यो गाडी त अनि कतिको आउँछ होला गाडीबाट
trying to make a push happen, so very sort of aggressive in that mentality, aggressive in that gameplay, even if it's not super aggressive onto actual players.
Yangon, honestly, it's a defending champions here at PMWC. I would like to see them in the finals just because we haven't gotten a chance to see them at all since last PMWC when we talk about PUBG Mobile Esports Global event. And one team that's actually surprising us in a bad way here, Max, and we have to talk about them.
No.
It's Ulf.
No, yeah, it's pretty bad. But genuinely, look at their rotations. They get not terrible positions, but the main issue is, and this is something that is a main issue for Ulf going into all of their tournaments, they're a team that sometimes they go dead center of the circle, but they're not super playable. Sometimes you see them in a shed, you'll see them around a tree or a rock, and the moment teams have a point of contention around you, they spot an angle on your entire squad, they get instantly eliminated. I kind of want to see Ulf play a bit more edge. I feel like edge playstyle is actually what suits Ulf the best, and that's what we saw from him back in PMGC last year, even PMGO Season 1 in Jakarta. They were getting so many points because of that edge playstyle.
यो त हेर त वाइल्ड कार्डबाट आउँदा आउँदा यो त मेनै भइसक्यो आजकल यो पनि म्याक्सम्यान
They're just going to get decimated right away, and Ulf, in a lobby of this caliber 7, we know you're going to struggle if you don't have a good spot to play from.
Which is crazy too, because it's usually one of those teams that we're able to see them being even more aggressive.
कत्रो लम्बा ब्रेक हो मुजी कत्रो बोलेको बे यिनीहरु
They are going to be able to take full advantage of that, but right now that
the
pass is not working for them.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's the same with Furia when you're talking about that edge play, that edge rotation, that spread coming on through. They're not being as aggressive as the lobby is demanding, and that's the real problem here, is because they want to play slowly, and the lobby is just like, no, we're playing too fast for that. You've got to keep up, or you're going to go out.
Yeah, that's hopefully what's going to be happening as we have hit the halfway mark of day 1 survival stage here at PMWC and EWC 26. But I'm wanting to watch the game, so we're just going to send it over to Arnie and Luti. I'm out of here.
Luti. Back we are.
Go here, Luti.
The survival stage. What does survival mean to you?
यो पेरिस को
Just survive
France
with the minimum you can have. You know?
Surviving with the minimum. That's interesting. Okay. Luti, I'd like to ask you, how long do you think you'd be able to survive, like, on this stage, just by yourself? What would you need?
I mean, like 4 days. I just need a little bit of food, I guess. Yeah, something like that.
Okay, you got food. You get one other thing. What else?
Only one.
माछा हो कि के हो त्यो
I mean, just a bottle of water.
चिकन डिनर
A bottle of water.
I know your leg piece.
It appears like your dreams have come true.
Yeah, that's
चिकन
cool.
डिनर
It's cool, isn't it? Right, I'll see you tomorrow, mate. Enjoy.
But Barney, it was like it was just a metaphor. It's just a metaphor. I'm not gonna.
जस्ट अ मेटाफर दा तपाईलाई थाहा छ कि नै के अरे यो पबजी भन्ने यो ब्याटल रोयलै भनौँ न अब के अरे सबै इन्सपायर्ड बाई एउटा कुन चाहिँ ब्याटल रोयल भन्ने मुभी छ क्या त्यहाँ चाहिँ कोरियन मुभी हो कि के मुभी हो त्यहाँबाट इन्सपायर भएको रे नि सबै आई मिन सबै ब्याटल रोयल गेम पबजी पनि भनौँ पबजी पनि इन्क्लुड हुन्छ त्यसमा तर सबै त्यो गेम्सहरू त्योबाट इन्सपायर्ड भएको नि नत्र भए त्यो मुभी नआएको भए कहिले यहाँ ब्याटल रोयल पुरै त्यो भन्ने शब्दै हुन्थेन होला त्यो नामको मुभीको नामै ब्याटल रोयल हो क्या
ए फिल्मकोबाट फिल्म गेम बनाएको रे
पबजी खेल्न छाड्नु भएको पबजी खेल्दिनँ नि म त्यस्तो
केटीको मुडीसँग खेल्ने अब ओके क्या भन्दै यार
मास्टरनीलाई ला अब यो हेरौँ
So is Milu. Milu's doing wonderful work. I think Maxim was rightly highlighting.
यो क्लिन फिल्ड मात्र चल्छ राम्रोसँग
एकजना हुन्छ वाला प्लेन बात छ न्यू टिम कहिले हो रुल्सको जोनाथन जस्तो कहाँ जोनाथन जस्तो हुन्छ हो केटा
एक्स सक्दो है ला
पोपी हान्दिउँ
कसलाई
उसलाई भने गिगलाई
बुझला
को 50 जितेको के रे फियरलेस भाइ के भयो केआरएक्स त्यही भनेको के खेल्यो के होला
केआरएक्स भनेको मुझे केआरएक्स 2 पोइन्ट है 3 गेममा वाउ
यो उडाउन त मलाई हेर्छन् भनेर पनि उडाउँछन् के हो मायादर कुरियाले
हैन नि त टाढाबाट आला नि गाडी लिन न त किन रमाइलोको लागि उडाउने हो त
नै हैन त प्लेन पार्ट थिएन रहेछ भन्नेमा थियो नि
थिएन टाढा थियो हल्का योबाट गेम गरे टप 6 पुग्छ यार योबाट
म्याच रन कस्तो अड्किने यार
यार हाम्रो त अड्कै छैन दादा यार
तपाईं इंग्लिशमा हेर्दै हुनुहुन्छ कि क्लिन फ्री हेर्दै हो र
Good to see normal circles गर्दैछ मायादर
Right.
बाख्राले जित्छ त
बाख्राले जित्छ हो जुट्टी यो गेम त्यो पनि बाख्राको फ्यान हो
हैन म त केआरएक्स फ्यान हो
खाली मटन बनाएको छु मटन बिरयानी मगाएको छु मटन बाहेक खानै खान्न भन्छौ त नि
पहिला हो अहिले बेसिसक्यो भेजिटेरियन अहिले
मासु नखा कति भइसक्यो यार
हाम्रो नि अड्क्यो
लाइभ बटन दबाइदियो
एकैछिन है त
त्यो पज प्ले हान्दिहाल्यो कि त्यो उस गर्दाखेरि
अच्छा 12 भने टप 8 यहाँबाट टप 4
लगभग
टप 4
टप 6
अनि 16 टिम खेल्छन् अरे फाइनलमा त अनि 612 भने 4 होला त यहाँ
ती 5 र फर्स्ट टिमबाट टप 5 सेकेन्ड ग्रुपबाट टप 5 10 गयो यहाँबाट टप 6 हजुर
अड्क्यो यार मुझे मेरो त वाइल्ड अड्क्यो ए हैन म इंग्लिश के गर्छु मुझीमा
-1000 and then +1001.
Literally, like it's evened out, but if they don't make it to finals
negative
here,
on that one.
it's going right back down, dude. Oh.
Yeah, I think for
दादा एक लट अमंग अस हान्दिनु पर्छ जस्तो किकमा मात्र
Elementrix has been impressing me.
Elementrix रे थ्यांक यू
I think
हैन दादा
if Wolves take anything
एक लट सबैले किकमा हान्दिने के
cohesion.
Sure.
I think individually all these players are like fairly decent, but we don't
YouTube
see
मा नहाने गर्न
players coming out from them. We don't see them work together like massively well. I still think they should be very, very proud to be here and getting through to survival stage though, because this is a really tough tournament. I mean, you just highlighted the amount of champions we have in survival. Very
पैसा छ भन्दै छ के
but yeah, I do think because the circle
हेरौ न
maybe wouldn't have been able
मान्छेले हेर्ने भ्युजमा मात्र के रे भ्युज मा उ आउँछ होला के पैसा हैन के डाउनलोड गर्नु पर्छ कि वेबसाइटबाटै चल्छ
के सेम युट्युब हो के
वेबसाइटबाट नि हुन्छ एप पनि डाउनलोड हुन्छ
real heavy hitters
Same YouTube हो
honestly I would have liked to have seen
खेल्दिम न के छ र हैन र हाम्रो फाइनल्स भन्दा अगाडि एक दिन ग्याप हुन्छ नि पर्सि
Yeah, one more day is definitely a good opportunity for these teams to get it done. And it's so
I am मुझे गिफ्ट suspended भनेर म्याकुले रनमा त छोरी यसो त गिफ्ट नआइराको बेला
is because in the group stage good games were okay. You know, we saw just something special that just made things so wild. I mean, team vitality on day one. Dude, vitality was just absolutely insane. I remember talking to like all these different coaches and players and be like, hey, what do you guys think about Vitality's day one performance? And the answer was always, what the? And then you just fill in the blank, you know?
Yeah, bro. 100%.
It was just shock and awe. Like, I don't even know what to even say to it. And I mean, you really can't say much.
No, you can't. Well, I think for Vitality's performance, it was one of those things where there isn't much to say. It's like
किकमा कति पैसा आउँछ र अब म एक्सपेरिमेन्ट गर्छु सबै आउने एक दिन हैन सबै आउने एक्सपेरिमेन्ट गर्छु सबलाई भन्छु मैले
हामी के रे रुज दालाको पुरा प्यानमा खोलेर बस्न लागे अनि कमाउँदा हो के गरौँ भन्दा
when we see you winning, we're just happy.
I know, Ruslan.
Yeah, it sucks that we're going to struggle to make our way in now. Goodness me, you guys definitely deserved it. It made Group B very, very difficult for some of the teams.
उसको टिममा भेरिफाइड छ रे यार कसरी मन्दिरलाई सोध्नु पर्यो यार कसरी भेरिफाइड गरेको
teams like sitting on that 90-point border up towards I think third place because I believe it was only really godlike who were able to break out of that 3-digit boundary get up there. But yeah, everyone else was struggling. It was right down to that last game, which did shift up the rankings massively and led to E-Arena being here now.
Unreal, dude. Honestly, like that's like probably what frustrates me the most.
Good luck, Jones.
I couldn't believe it. Like E-Arena, 39-point game one. How do you break a record
support
like
that? तर गोटले चिके हान्न सक्छ यो गेम है
make it to the finals?
जो गोटहरु संख्या भइसक्यो
I wasn't on the desk there because I would have gone absolutely.
फेरि चुज गरौँ तर कसको धेरै पोइन्ट आउने ल यसमा ल
कसको टिमको
कुन चाहिँ धेरै टिमको पोइन्ट धेरै आउने र
म 10 मा लिन्छु
Also the PUBG 17 getting to it with the Wolves.
ल म 10 मा ल
ल म चाहिँ
So they're going to be stuck with 3.
गोट म गोट ल
There's a battle going on all back and forth.
Makes sense. When you get the circle come down towards the south side, there's a lot of field towards the northwest and down towards the south. There's some very key compounds, areas of the map you want to take control of around these trees. And we already know from watching groups, these players and these teams are not afraid to get stuck in.
Furia.
Delta? They went down, they struggled off the back of it. Right now, all rotate
towards
Tiamba. They do
NS लिसक्यो मुझे और लिगा ना
inside the circle. It's just amused me that Tiamba's
taking म त ब्राजिललाई सपोर्ट गर्छु नि दादा भनिदिन्छ
I don't think they expected players to be on
E7 ल दादा E7
ल A7 ब्राजिल भनेको मुझे A7 लिहाल्यो
लिहाल्यो
They're going to hold this spot for as long as they possibly can. Oh, Marnet getting popped on the roof there. And he's going to go ahead and get back to safety.
मेरो त टिम किन हान्छ सत्यन वाला प्ले है
दादाले त्यो किल उड्दा उड्दै लिदियो त्यहाँ देखेर
You kind of get a little too early on rotation. Boom, you're getting third party.
त्यहाँ मर्छ के दादा चिन्ता नगर्नु
teams that are just desperately hunting eliminations. Sometimes it is a little bit better to try to avoid those fights unless you know for sure we can finish it out like really quick. It just goes to show you.
तीन त हाने at least
हैन गर्दिन 10 मा उनको चाइनिज टिम हैन चाइनिज टिममा परान्छ अहिले रोकन अहिले
right now. Best spot. Yeah, not second best, the best.
Yeah, you sort of know how to play these circles. They're not awkward. They're not like split-second decisions. These teams have studied for this type of thing. But yeah, heading down towards the south side, it does feel a bit rough. For Alpha 7, they're currently trying to play off the back of the high ground.
हजुर यो हाम्रो नेपाली कास्टरहरुलाई कति आउँछ यो रम्सी कास्टिङ गरेको अरे पहिला भन्दा धेरै घटेछ अब यति भन्छु म कति ठ्याक्कै एक्ज्याक्टली भन्छु तर पहिला भन्दा वाइल्डले घटेछ आजकल
Where's it head up here, Jukes?
हो र जन EWCN घटेछ
सबै घटेछ नि
Pachinki field finish right to the right side of chopsticks from Gatka. You can already see some teams pushing
पुरै PUBG को बजेट घटेको हो के यसको मात्र हैन
all the way to that north side towards ruins, but man, that ruins position not really the best, especially that circle decides to back out south. You know, when I see EWC,
Try गरौँ त ल कमेन्ट्री गर्दै गेम
it reminds me of like those when you were doing your homework, preparing for a test.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the test happens and it's like nothing you studied for.
Yeah, they switched out the papers. Yeah, that's the worst.
You're like,
that is the worst.
I spent hours studying these certain maps, these little areas, and then all of a sudden the zones are just going crazy here. You know, now we're starting to get back to a little bit of the core material. The zone is bouncing back and forth a little bit, you know, but finally it's something that seems familiar here. I think that's why we're seeing so many teams so quick on the rotate.
Yeah, we had these. I was able to revise. I'm good to go. So a lot of teams are ready to send in towards here. A lot of teams trying to avoid Pachinki though, which is making a little bit of a vacuum on that northeastern side. Just because no one really wants to send towards Pachinki too early on. You get trapped out there. Very bad time trying to leave. You could play the rooftops potentially and have a little bit of presence, but I think most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the fields. This is a decent area to work with. It does sit underneath the high ground that a lot of teams aren't really heading over towards just yet.
Intense नहुने के इंग्लैंड वर्सेस फ्रांस जस्तो भयो त
a safer position to play. You don't want to be in the open because teams might just end up
इंग्लैंड वर्सेस फ्रांस थर्ड पोजिसन लागि के वर्ल्ड कपमा
Goat team also will
हान्दै छ मुजीहरुले के हारेछ
दादाले इन्डिया बुझ्यो होला हैन
they need to move up full through
दादा फेरि दिल से गर्डलाई भन्नु त
The
आयो
thing
भने
I'm most interested in right now is this split from RRQ. They are trying to control the majority of that west.
म पनि छु दिल से गर्डलाई भन्नुलाई रन मात्रै गाली गरेको स्प्यामै हान्यो अनि गाली गर्दा मलाई त गिद्दी भयो त नि इन्स्टाग्राममा किन्डर आउनेमा रन मात्रै छोरी त्यसपछि कस्तो क्लिप आउँछ होला त मैले कस्तो कुरा गर्छु होला त मैले त्यसपछि 3 दिन त मैले एउटा परस रनमा आएको छोरीहरु
लास्ट सर्कल एउटा इन्डियन एउटा नेपाली तपाईहरु नेपाली कत्रो बच्छु होला
I feel like if they just kind of go back to the basics, see them really perform to their maximum level.
It sort of used to feel like teams would avoid Alpha 7. Like that's a team you didn't really want to bump into. And I think for especially Miramar, a lot of times they kind of suffocated teams out. We do get an Northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7 is not in a terrible spot. They do control the majority of that northern side. They will regroup on this one, trying to hold out teams and swing around. But yeah, I don't think we've seen much of the past, like Revon Creo just dry pushing, no smokes, no nothing over towards a location. Felt like a bit of a desperation move, so but wait and see. Again, as we know,
कस्तो जोतको ठाउँमा छ के राम्रो भन्नु हो त्यहाँ बा यस्तो हेर्छु त मा बिर्सिरहेको कुन ठाउँ के भनेर मैले देख्छु त
That's pretty wild to me. I mean, I think right now you're in the survival stage. Do what you know. Maybe if you're ahead by 100 points, then you can go and try whatever the heck you want. But right now, it's just making sure you make it into that top 6. With this circle, though, the crowd is starting to get hyped because they know that this is a beautiful zone for them. And meanwhile, we got some teams that are going to have to be pushing from the south side. You got Goat trying to find their way in. You got Fudia, Nongshim Red Force as well, looking for a spot in this next circle. And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out Claws. And that actually is going to be Aula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out of here pretty early.
खुसी भयो नि
Again, good setup from them. They're trying to cut off a eastern rotate over towards the position. Now they understand that they were likely he's only
my God, that's why he's the goat.
Choice in the matter. So for them, they're like, okay, there's going to be some teams probably rotating out from Pachinki here, or at least trying to wrap around on that eastern edge. A team will be holding the compound over towards the southwest side, which is currently RRQ, and this engagement right here, which is going to
Moxila baza. Last one. Easy, boy. Wait, la. He's on day. La मुझे नहीं. हो रहा. कति सेकेन्ड भयो?
मर्यो गट 19 18 17
रख भन
14 15 14 13 12
from the
11
बाबा
10
And now here comes
अनि मरिगयो नि अझ
ला मा सारा चोरहरु
some of these eliminations.
के आयो त आज 2 पोइन्टमा चाहिँ अब पाइबे है
They're not looking too hot here. Attorney K up close and personal.
ला देखियो रे
हिजो दादाको 3 पोइन्टमा टिमै वाइप भयो मेरो त राउन्डमा 3 जना हुँदै छ नि
ला
And that is GOAT pretty much done and dusted here.
Great read from eArena, honestly, moving in over towards this one. This is a team that knows they need points right now. They need to go out. Good nade as well around the corner.
ठीक छ 3 पोइन्ट छ मेरो अरुले पनि कटाउनु पर्यो 3 पोइन्ट
Nobody nearby.
दा मेरो 3 पोइन्ट अलरेडी छ
ठीक छ तपाई कट्नु भयो अरुको कटाउ न
For a second here, they just cleared out 2 teams.
NS
Really good third party off the back of that one. So many teams over towards the eastern side. We had a very eastern playing path to start this off. So they just have a lovely amount of room.
Killjoy but nice. हाम्रो पनि किलजोर त भाइ
Indeed, yes.
Hey,
So
Wolves.
that west side is clear for eArena. They're looking to get some of their aura back after losing
Nice.
in the group stage.
उडा kill उडा
Wolves starting to make some noise. So it does pop on up. This is the blessing that Alpha 7 has been waiting for. Honestly, this is no excuse at this point. A7 need to hunt down a double-digit elimination win here. Let's see if that's something that they can close down. On the side of Pachinki, we got Fudia though. Ayala up close and personal with AGAL. And the side of Wolves. This is outside the circle. They need to finish this one. Beautiful Molotov. And now AGAL forced to spread thin. But when is Fudia going to make this push? They are really bad and they got to get it done quickly.
को
Both went
ये चाहिँ कसले को
that one ensured they weren't immediately taken down by a secondary grenade.
डेल्टा ले लेको
They're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any
डेल्टा
more
और
time
माथि
here.
किट कोड्यो
झेल्ली भयो यो त मैले हेर्नै पाएन
Bothering to deal with Fury. I mean,
एक किलमा वाइप भाइ
त्यही त यार हामी त वाइप भयो सारले 3 किल हारे नि
We don't want none of this right now. We'll fight you guys later.
Once we get into this circle, we'll set up a nice
तपाईँ खुसी भएर त्यहाँ म्याच कस्तो हार्छिन आइदिएको फेरि माथि
They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game,
यो खुसी त सेट फ्यामिली वार जित्दा पनि हुन्न होला
so
मादरको
now Fury are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on. KRX is waiting for him though. Oh, this is a really rough push from the Wolves. There's really nowhere to go here, and they are barely making it out alive for now.
ला
Give the Wolves, it's a mad send, right? I mean, there's definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place. Clear out that south side and then play slow in from the southern edge. Look over towards Ulf, so for Wolves,
ल त सबैजनालाई गुड नाइट ल बाइ
I can
Good
see
night.
that they're trying to reach
Good night,
something.
good night,
Alpha
just
7 though, they have a wonderful spot on the map right now. So much space. The entirety of the northern side, they control half the circle here, Dukes. They have to do something big with this. Last game, they were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother trying to clear the south side. They were very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here from one of their players, get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they have information, they should be good, because info at this point is king.
Yes, it is. And Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're going to go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive, right? They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations. Furia on the drive, full squad in the vehicle, moving up little by little. KRX is badly hurt here, and she's going to start throwing a lot of util, but Tiana with very slim peaks, punishing Furia.
Yeah, Tiamba know the position they're in. They want to clear as much as possible. They've caused some casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks like a fairly decently placed grenade. Goes long. Ooh, damage it did there over towards Hoxie. That's
Fury
another knock there would have been very useful. But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. Squeeze out. Extremely long shot here.
ए भनेपछि म माथि नै छु म कति हैन आई मिन म जस्ट दुईटा स्टेप माथि छु भनेको के
Because right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win.
सुरुमा मरेर पनि
They probably will win as well, Duke.
They have to win. It's not even just they will, right? They have
Yes,
to win
ले
this.
के रे रिवाइभ पनि गर्न
This
भयो साथीले
is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We We saw a picture of the crowd right there. They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're
All
already
of us
doing the
go
victory
comeback.
lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up though.
8 हाने यार इसे बदले
Slaughterhouse.
Why? What's right
Holding it down with 4 eliminations so far.
जिति हाल्यो नि यार त्यो कस दिन आउँदैन त्यहाँ 8 दिन त अनि
EA पनि छ नि त
ये रहेछ है
Laid over towards the church, able to quickly get some shots off.
Sorol कतिवटा टिम जान्छ फाइनल Top 6
They're probably waiting for the circle to pull in from that northern edge. They don't want anyone wrapping on their north side. They'd rather keep everyone on the southern edge towards them. They play full 180 broadside, which is so much easier to try and deal with snakes in the grass in the late
यही
game.
पोइन्टले 10 वाला पुऱ्याइन्छ क्या भोलि राम्रो खेल्ने
It's just play old school PUBG Mobile.
Pretty much.
Very old school, tried and true. Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy drives, trying to shoot people off the vehicle. No kind of wild little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's why Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where, like, if you knock a player, they feel almost impossible to take out. It's like they get 10 times angrier, and we haven't seen that so much in a while, actually. So let's see if they can get to form here. They're playing it very close together. Revel going up a little bit here, trying to find some angles on the Morbin on the
Maybe
tracker.
30.
Yeah, Morbin hits the deck immediately.
Moments underneath. We'll take a volley of fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations in this game. This should get them back into the running quite quickly.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Revel, I think I saw him with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Asa. It's honestly, this is a dream game for anybody in their position, and they're doing very solid here. We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tamba though, no, fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already, honestly.
4 elims. I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock them in. But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards a player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through, because you're waiting for Geek as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked right there, because I can already see they were getting a little antsy and starting to push up a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And that knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little
Game
bit to the south. Are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all over the field here. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious at the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach, which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full commits there. Just wants to slow GK down.
All right, guys.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revo's the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ, and he knows the most important thing right now is just me not getting knocked.
Yeah.
I just got to stay here, apply some pressure, ensure that I do not get taken out. Because if Revo gets knocked here, the chances of him getting thirsted and Alpha 7, really being at a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave out those buildings as well, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? Around the rocky outcrops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams, Yangon Galacticos, as well as Geek, as well as E-Arena. They spotted where E-Arena was playing from way, way earlier. Now Tiamba's even getting
kick
involved.
prediction. What's the kick prediction?
Gusao getting a little antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to get knocked. As the next zone is starting to close. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. And wonder how much util E-Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit the laydown. He's going to be throwing some smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Tourniquet, he's got a whole bunch of ammunition, so E-Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag, but if Tourniquet goes down first, I mean, that's a lot of util just out the window.
What's up, Yuvraj?
Not opting to send these nades close. I mean, I like this from Tourniquet, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schweppes. Good shot over towards Eagle. Oh. Immediately refrag. QZZ has to know we've got to start placing these nades a little bit closer.
Those vehicles really protecting the side arena. That one
That
is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Tourniquet is the one. Up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Tourniquet with the laydown finally stands up here. And that
what the heck? What the heck?
I mean, come on, man. Still got you've got the tree cover. Just pull out a shot. Something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him there. Geek though.
Wait, Geek wins head? La, Geek le hands out. La.
Full control. What was that?
And just like that, DK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up with
Kai is over there. Geek lands over. Geek le mari chake. What time ma hadu
trying to make a play all by his lonesome self. The Revo goes down and now he's
gone. Geek le khaya yaar.
It's done. Yeah, see you later,
Oh?
Alpha 7. This is our game to win.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped along that fight with E-Arena a lot sooner.
It's dog weird.
Almost. I mean, for GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazy, honestly, towards that end game. But I respected the aggression.
What happened? I mean, how do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag. It was in the bag. It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous BMGC champions. At a certain point, we got to hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
I mean, for Tiamba there, it's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are further behind the tree line. They get the first couple of knocks here. It's a bit awkward. I think if they started throwing some nades a little bit closer, might have been a different story. But yeah, for Alpha 7, the game just kind of fell apart almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they play it how they should do up until that final moment. Again, I think right now at PMWC and EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean, they needed to get angry, but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is just so wild to see.
Go. I'm nading. I don't have car. I'm nading them. I will go there. Go, guys. Go close. Oh, they are locked here. Go close. One behind, open us. Nice, boys.
Very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all. And that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish. And GK said, you know what? We know how to get it done.
I think we saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Carrillo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and GK there is GK's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against GK, they were already living on massive high, flew around the side and just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team, deserves all the love he gets, honestly, but there's no one in survival stage right now, there's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on him because
They go to second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. Like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalaris ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good.
यस्तो हुँदो रहेछ केटा किकमा हैन धेरै क्राइटेरियाहरु हुँदै रहेछ त्यो क्राइटेरियाहरु हामीले सबै उस गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ केटा मिट गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ लाइक हुन्छ नि अब हामीलाई पाथ टु भेरिफिकेसन टिक मार्क चाहिन्छ भने मोनेटाइजमा च्यानल गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ त्यहाँ 10 वटा सब्स्क्राइबर हुनु पर्दो रहेछ त्यो उस हैन के यो फलोवर्स हैन सब्स्क्राइबर्स त्यो हामीले मेम्बरशिप लिन्छौं नि त्यस्तो हुनु पर्दो रहेछ शो स्टपर रिच एन एभरेज अफ 50 भ्युअर्स इन द लास्ट 30 डेज हुनु पर्दो रहेछ ह्याङ विथ द कम्युनिटी स्ट्रिम for a total of 15 hours in last 30 days chatterbox have 100 unique chatters in last 30 days okay यस्तो हुनु पर्दो रहेछ अनि पार्टनर हुनु पर्यो भने के गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ रिच मोनेटाइज गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ रिच टोटल अफ 25 सब्स्क्राइब 25 वटा सब्स्क्राइबर्स लिनु मेम्बरशिप जस्तै सब्स्क्राइबर लिनु पर्दो रहेछ अनि 75 भ्युअर्स हुनु पर्दो रहेछ अनि त्यसपछि 30 आवर्स स्ट्रिम गर्नु पर्दो रहेछ 250 नयाँ भ्युअर्सहरु हुनु पर्दो रहेछ अनि 250 फलोवर्स हुनु पर्दो रहेछ केटा त्यही भएर सबले प्लिज है मैले यहाँ दिएको छु यहाँ एउटा लिंक दिएको छु के kick.com भन्ने त्यहाँ गएर तपाईहरुको किक अकाउन्ट छैन भने किक अकाउन्ट बनाउनु होला प्लिज है अनि यस्तो मिल्छ भने गएर के रे फलो गरिदिनु होला हैन अब बिस्तारै बिस्तारै यसको एक महिनामा हामीले जस पार्टनर हुनुपर्छ हामी केटा हो एक महिनामा हामी जसरी पनि पार्टनर चाहे त्यो PUBG खेलेर चाहे त्यो अमंग अस खेलेर चाहे त्यो जे खेलेर पनि हैन हामी पार्टनर चाहिँ हुनु पर्यो केटा तपाईहरुलाई टिकटकमा नि हेरिरहेको हाम्रो दर्शकहरुलाई पनि भन्न चाहन्छु कि किकमा जानु छ भने Mr.Hyozu टाइप गर्नुस् र त्यहाँ Mr.Hyozu लाई फलो मात्र गर्नु होला आजको काम अनि यसो मेरो लाइभ स्ट्रिममा यसो हेलो हाई पनि लेख्दिनु होला हैन हेलो डट जे लेख्दा पनि हुन्छ तपाईहरुले जे मन लाग्छ त्यो लेख्दा हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ गर्नु पर्यो रहेछ अनि बल्ल हामी चाहिँ कति कसरी कमाउने कति कमाउने यहाँ त हामीले हेर्न मिल्दो रहेछ सो आई नीड योर हेल्प गाइज प्लिज तपाईहरु हुनुहुन्छ भने हेर्दै हुनुहुन्छ भने प्लिज मेक श्योर गाइज डु गो देयर हैन म युट्युबमा त मैले लिंक पनि हालेको छु यसो हेलो हाई जे लेख्दा पनि हुन्छ केटा तपाईहरुले हैन त्यो लेख्न चाहिँ लेख्दिनु होला त्यति नै भन्छु म है एउटा गेमले चेन्ज हान्थ्यो रे आज गेम त के हो आजको गेम त हामी जस्ट चिलमा हेरेर गेम हामीलाई नकेको टेन्सन हैन र केटा हो So path to creator stream for 5 hours. Once you create a status, you subscriber will be enabled by your new revenue page. Okay. So guys, please come to kick actually actually kick ma aunu hola sabley actually kehi na kehi type गरेर जानु होला follow गरिदिनु होला that's it get out that's it ओ LK7 हो नि भाइ पनि आइसक्यो रहेछ के रियल आइडी हो कुन चाहिँ आइडी हो भाइ यो भाइ त हराएछ त आजकल अस्ति खुब रियाक्ट गरेर हुन्थ्यो यो भाइ त हराएछ आजकल किरण थ्यांक यू सो मच फर द फलो गाइज आई एम सरी आज म धेरै एक्टिभ छैन किनभने आई एम नट फिलिङ वेल टु मच एङ्जाइटी इन माई हेड राइट नाउ अनि आई विश आई कुड टेल यू कतिको एङ्जाइटी छ मेरो दिमागमा भनेर बट त्यस्तै हो एङ्जाइटी भएको मान्छे अब वी हेभ टु डिल विथ इट बट या अलिकति बिस्तारै आई एम फिलिङ बेटर 2 दिन भयो मलाई हिजोदेखि एकदम मलाई के काम नगरेपछि एकदम एङ्जाइटी हुन्छ के सो मलाई काम गरिराख्नु पर्छ एन्ड देन त्यही हो मेबी आज राति पनि आउँछु कि म के अब लाइभ स्ट्रिम गर्नु किकमा मात्र एक्सक्लुसिभली इन किक हेरौँ हैन किकको चाहिँ एउटा हामीले यो क्राइटेरिया बनाइहालौँ हैन हामी अब टिकटकमा भने टिकटकमै राम्रै छौँ अहिले जस्तो पनि भ्युज आए पनि जोस राम्रै छ आज त म आफै पनि छैन यहाँ हैन बट या किकमा पनि के अरे किकमा पनि यस्तो हल्का फुल्का एस्टाब्लिस गरौँ भनेको हैन र अनि हाम्रो वाच चलाउँ साचलाउँ सबै त्यही गर्न कति मजा आउँछ के है सो एनीवे गाइज मेक श्योर गाइज डु कम टु किक सब्स्क्राइब फलो गर्नु होला सब्स्क्राइब भने सब्स्क्राइब गर्नु मिल्छ भने पनि सब्स्क्राइब गर्नु होला सब्स्क्राइब गर्ने कुनै अप्सन देख्नु भएको छ र केटा हो तपाईहरुले देख्नु भएको छैन छ भने एक लट सब्स्क्राइब पनि गर्नु होला आई डोन्ट थिंक त्यहाँ सब्स्क्राइब गर्ने कुनै अप्सन छैन लेभल अफ बाई वाचिङ आवर सुकेश ग्लोबल ब्याच एन्ड क्लिक सब्सक्राइब हुन्छ नि मेम्बरसिप बटन के सब्सक्राइब भन्छ यसलाई यहाँ त नर्मली होइन त्यो बटन छ कि तपाईँहरूकोमा हेर्नु त एकचोटि छ भने हानिदिनु होला 1 लट कस्तो हुँदो रहेछ हेरौँ होइन कस्तो हुँदो रहेछ हेरौँ एकचोटि के ट्रान्सलेसन 묵나 잘하네 사태야
저희가 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshin Redforce, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now, go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
Malo.
Congratulations, Geeky, you got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to Pmwc at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh! Looking fresh. Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura.
Yes.
It was supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
It was supposed to be. We'll get to that in a second. But first of all, Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win. Because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams were on the southeast side, all battling each other. And for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto Geek. But then Alpha 7 were a little slow, heading on and up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain, a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through. But I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that Geek is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EARE and TFI.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way, Alpha 7, to third party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with Geek, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle was going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it, Seven. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek as like an insult. Obviously, it's very different these days. You've got Geek right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the server. And that's kind of what you need. But I think Alpha 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And I don't know what's happened. This is A7-8 qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket of placement, but then they actually just kind of waited there. They had the vehicle cover. If they would have just pushed the vehicles just the slightest bit more north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tiaba on their left-hand side there, but they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle. And this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what we saw in the group stages. Yep. This is not what we've saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because Geek did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tiamba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day one. In day one, they ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, Geek, Tiamba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points because, my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations, but the beautiful thing is if you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Red Force, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16, E-Arena 13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, GOAT definitely need to take a page out of their book.
They just hit a top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So greatest of all time.
Please,
I think they can do it.
Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second page of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is the squad once again. This is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No. It kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case because we are past the halfway mark here at PMWC at EWC 26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris and Maxman went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just, they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7 right now. 26 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here, going into the survival stage, that's some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first Orangle, only 2 points on those two maps combined. So definitely not what you expected to see a roster like this. I was just talking to Revo, actually, just a few minutes ago. He really wants to play Rondo, right? Nuth is like a Rondo player. And also,
grooming गरेर हैन नुहाएर बान्ता पनि गरेर हैन
unfortunately by doing so I think that they did have a bit of a slow start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage should try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gun power, the play, the potential to get bigger limb games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force. When I say above, I mean verticality-wise. It was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win. But yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
No, खेल्न म बस्ने अहिले काम गरिरहेको छु जो ममले खेल्ने भन्छ जो ममले खेल्ने भन हजुर अर्जुन भन न हेर्दै छु लगेर ल गेम स्टार्ट हुनला
into the sunny sandy deserts of Miramar. Erangel is done, Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tianba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before. It was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that the 10 changes were made. Met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here, looking to switch things up, looking to get back on the map. But for Tianba, it is roughly another 20 points here, 19 realistically over the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tianba. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Make it very, very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geeke, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tianba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just
मेरो थोप्सो आएर चाहिँ आज थुक्क गडा भन्नु पर्दैन अघि मेरो थोप्सो आउँदै रहेछ गडा ल गडा गेम स्टार्ट भयो आज राति हामी युज गर्ने हो र किकमा हैन इन जनरल स्ट्रिममा भ्यालोरेन्ट मोबाइल खेल्ने हो र गडा यु गाइज आर इन्ट्रेस्टेड अब धेरै जना त हुनु न अहिले यहाँ हैन या फर्स्ट मिरामार यसपछि लास्ट गेम चाहिँ सक्यो यसपछि
That's what I'm talking about, baby! Water circle in Miramar!
Give me the island. Give me the island. Fifth match of the day. Very awkward. Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest side of the map right now. So they need to get a move on down towards Impala, to Porto. East side of Los Leones, maybe try and take up some of that high ground early on. But honestly, I think a lot of teams are going to be looking over towards Impala. High ground that sits over towards that northern side. La Bandita, a little bit of a weird funnel for some of our teams coming on through. I do think
कोई बोल्दै
there'll be
बोल्दैन
a
मेरो chat मा
slight
त
delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. If we head far over towards the eastern side, might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen.
Guys!
You can get some of these
Hello!
sick weapon skins in the game. You can see right
Hello,
there, we
guys!
got that Nine Tails Fury Og. The Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys.
कहाँ
The
गयो
best
डेल्टा रन माथि
PUBG Mobile
600 मात्र
collaboration
फोटो हालेर
I
बस्छ यार
have seen and witnessed in my career of playing
लास्टै
PUBG
बक्स
Mobile,
भइसक्यो
which
रहेछ
is
यार
since
पहिला
this
बस
game
सोझो
has
लाग्थ्यो
started.
यार
So I love it. I hope you guys can get your hands on it.
म हेर न
before
फोनमै
it
छ
is
अझै वाच पार्टी छोडेर
on. And some of these teams and players need to get on
Are
pretty
they some
quickly
manche
here.
yaar?
With this playing path, you're going
के?
to finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their
Milk.
Orbital hot drop. So they're going to get that loot. They're going to get set up.
DK
with this circle
छैन
shift, though.
जाँदैन
They are gonna
Timing,
be
timing,
moving
timing,
through
rules timing.
quite a few different teams. And
57,
hopefully we can see them
56, 55,
Bana, bana.
54, 53, 52,
get
51,
into a good
50.
space.
Baba.
Again, personally, I'm extra harsh at this point here because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy
Bye,
of
45, 40,
winning PMGC,
49,
not
Dad.
making it to a final just yet. And losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is just to get a good, decent game to really get you going. And it could happen here.
बेलुका के खेल्नुपर्ने हो त नि?
I think there needs to be something that launches them into action.
है पहला
We
स्पोर्ट्स
have
छैन
talked beforehand. It's quite. We're banging on them.
Audition हुँदैछ यहाँ केटा सुन्दैछ है केटा
Everyone else has talked about Max's just.
एचएलएक्सबाट रुल्सको अडिसन हुँदैछ
Just talked about them. But yeah, I think it boiled down to us saying.
को अरे एचएलएक्सको आइजिएल
You guys are aggressive. You're a strong team.
Rig, rig.
Teamwork overall. Let's just see that.
Former T2K IGL, former T2K IGL, the former T2K IGL.
At the moment, however, that confidence will be needed by
replace Handeni Rig
on our map right now as they do slip on through.
रोज तिमीलाई कसैले 1 लाख दिएर बोलायो भने आउँछौ
Over down towards Lost Leonis, likely going to be
हाल्छ नि
their way.
ल 50000
One thing looking at the leaderboards right here is he
50000 मानिन्न
for some serious names right already. So
50 त यतिकै आन्सर हो
really
हजुरले
good. You got Goto right below him, Young Galacticos are
60 70 त अहिले यतिकै दिइरा T2K ले
World Cup champs.
आएर मेहनत हान्दिहाल्छु नि
All
1 लाख
these
दियो
teams
भने त
below
डबल
them though, this is kind of already starting to get crunchy.
भनेपछि पैसाले मेहनत हान्ने छ यतिकै अचिभमेन्टलाई मेहनत नहाने रहेछ हैन त
Tomorrow is going to be wild,
मैले पहिला नि
especially
हान्थे
those
त मेहनत
final
त
games.
झन् डबल अरूलाई नि हनाउँछु नि
It's pretty much almost the whole lobby's going home
अब
after
आफू
this.
मात्र
So
हान्दिन त
the
पहिला त
desperation is going to get worse and worse and worse as time goes on.
Good,
so
good,
you really
good.
don't want to wait till those last couple matches to be that last hope to get into that top 6. You want to get those points here now.
Exactly, because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that crusher, because we are going to be getting
Yes, Kickman live
a few of them tomorrow. 10 teams
नामको मात्र
will be tossed in there. And again, for 6 squads, they will be moving onwards to meet the other 10 that made it through from groups. But 2 days to do it.
That's right.
Still quite a bit of time to make it work, but it definitely feels like a very big sprint for some squads. Doesn't help when Tiamba slices out so far towards the front of the pack at the moment. That is really, really tough for you because you don't want point sponges this early on. You'd like to differentiate yourself, and that differentiation has only come through from Tiamba, which is exactly why off one big win, Geeke can be into second place as we head in towards the 5th match. Nongshim Red Force, been fairly pleased with how these guys are playing. Got to speak to some of those guys before. They're very self-critical though. This squad, very, very self-critical. So it feels like every single game they've played, they've come off from it and basically are thinking to themselves, what can we change, what can we do different? So
NS Tianba
like Nongshim
and
should make it
Furia.
to the top 6 here. They seem to be very, very dedicated.
एकछिन गएको त A756 आइसकेको रहेछ हम त पर्ने अगर यो लौडीहरु त
These next 2 days we have everything we need to make this work. They're also coming off the back of
भोलि यही आज चिकन मिस गरेको त्यही पोइन्टले धाउँदा हुन्छ.
So yeah, I do have some hope for Nongshan.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, we saw them
be
the first team to smash it in international.
बच्यो मा कसम
It was Furia that ended up with the most points.
ओए पुस्यान न त नि
Second place because Nongshan Red Force won the last.
ला भाग्नै पर्यो त्यो अब त त्यो त भाग्नु पर्यो नि
Taking out Aching from Tianba. Now Tianba have had a great day so far. So not crazy amount of
यसपालि गर्डलाई को हैन यसपालि त इन्डियनले पनि राम्रो गर्यो भन्दा म सरप्राइज हुँदैन यार
I think that's a smart move from Tianba. It's an unfortunate circumstance.
अब इन्डियाको एरा आउँदै छ कि के थाहा
Right?
Hello, hello.
But still, they instantly send over towards that northeast side. They can't wait around.
झुकेर पनि WCC दियो भने त अर्को पालि अझै तीनटा अझै दुईटा आइहाल्यो नि अझै एक्स्ट्रा एउटा भनौँ न अहिलेको लागि
चाइनाबाट घटाउँछ होला है
जताबाट पनि घटाउँछ रनमाथि घटाउनु त हाम्रैबाट लाग्छ लास्टमा
So we can set up for the late game. Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
We can thank you.
A lot of these players want to continue to be playing here in
PUBG
Mobile World
Hi,
Cup
Tian
here
Malai.
in Paris, France. We can see Genfoss are
down,
right? They say, hey, you know what? We got that elimination.
Damn.
We have the numbers. We're
Confident here. The marley is
We know it's Tianba.
दुईटा पड्क्यो म्याचिङहरु तीनटा गयो सक्यो मुजी यस्तै हो मुजी यस्तै हाने मा 1v4 यस्तै हान्दियो
What did we just witness?
यही चाहेको यिनीहरुलाई त्यही भएर खेदाउँदै थियो यिनीहरु फर्स्टमा को छ हेर्नु पर्छ तियान्दा भनेपछि अलिकति हैन ठीक छ नराउनु छुटे कुरा हो यस्तै खेदाउनु छुटे कुरा हो फेरि
for the rest of his squad.
That's what I'm talking
ल्याइराथ्यो पारा ल्याइराथ्यो अलिअलि
Goodbye.
गाड फाड दिया
He
भाई
wasn't even faced it. He was already taking shots at other teams.
What happened? All right. I guess good job, you. All right, good job. Let's get back to business here. Oh man, devastation on the side of RQ, but Tianba.
He looks happy. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's smiling there. He's like, oh, let me go ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now it's time to get back to business. Now we gotta let that heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have ever seen. Let's take a first-person replay on this one because goodness me, insane nade. RQ.
यो समात्तिहाल्यो के थर्ड को है
No smokes, no nothing. To be honest, walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful. We have to say that as a two-man, very easy nade. You could see it a mile off. But yeah, wonderful stuff from Milu. I think the craziest thing about that is the jump past the doorway into the S12K shots that came through.
इन्डियामा PUBG ब्यान नभएको भए त अरे अब त्यो नेपालले अब हल्का हैन धेरै कम चान्स पाउँथ्यो त्यति हो आउन त आउँथ्यो र नेपालीहरु कुनै न कुनै बेला आउँथ्यो तर ढिलो हुन्थ्यो त्यति हो गोल्डन चान्स पाएको नि त्यो बेला त हामीले त वाइल्ड गोल्डन चान्स पाएको नि
There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I'm a little superstitious, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're gonna win this, dude. Like what else do you want?
Well, but that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're a realistic team that just they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence in that survival stage to make plays, to make those big moments. Because you know, if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage. So only 3 of us are going out. Everyone's playing very scared at the moment. Now, I do want to go back to Tianba though.
Okay.
Because when RQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into fighting them. I've never seen anything quite like it, honestly. And to be fair, in that 3v4, it sort of worked. Like, RQ showed them no respect walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here. You know what? Speaking of going home, it was crazy. This is a little bit of a background on kind of what's going on here. You know, so many people, I mean, Paris has just been such a wonderful place to visit, to be here. These teams are so blessed and love it, right? And the thing is, some of these guys, their hotel rooms are literally booked until tomorrow.
Yep.
Okay, so it's, if you make it, you stay here longer. If not, pack your bags, you're going home the next morning, right? So there's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages.
The snacks with the land देखि watch party रे हो र final हो र भनेको.
And these guys want to stay here a little bit longer. And you can see Furia, with some beautiful
हाम्रो नेपालमा पनि छजनाले चान्स त पाउनु पर्ने यार.
Waiting for the one to hit. Do they run out and make this play though? That's the problem. Is there's so many shots coming from all over the place. These nades looking deadly though. Hoxie gets caught.
Dude, there's some D-reg on that nade. Like, I think if that one pops just a little bit later, Hoxie's down. For good, at least.
Another deep nade. Oh, that's TRE down as well. So, Furia, they're hopping in the vehicle. They're going. They want to finish this fight out. And that is Lufa actually stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Furia. They actually make the drive. They're popping it down. Igor gets one and gets another. And that is KRX eliminated.
Igor's been on fire today, honestly. He's going to back up a little bit. Liu moves up from AGAL, sending some nades Igor has not stopped for a moment today.
Igor with a massive performance. I got the pleasure to see him and his beautiful girlfriend over there by the Eiffel Tower. And he was so stoked there. The love was in the air. And I think with her presence being here, this man is just looking unstoppable.
He's taking all the way. Revo.
No way. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's baiting out the shots here. It's kind of an interesting one. See? Oh, here's him back off the angle. Oh, he's still confusing him, dude. This is crazy stuff. Finally makes it into the building. Good push in. Lost Carrillo a little bit earlier on. There it is. There's the Rebel we know and love.
Well.
No matter what the shotgun is, he's a master of it.
Risky play, though, by the way. Dude, that's a straight 1v1, dude. Like, he gets knocked, he's thirsted immediately. But sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes taking those risks.
Couldn't wait. He couldn't wait, though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window. He listens for the sound cue, hears him back it off. Doesn't want to wait for him to reset up in those rooms.
Oh, man. The plays are ringing out here. You can see Furia with a good, solid position in this next zone. A lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that desperately need a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer here in Paris. And let's get this going. We are in the hillside between Los Leones and Impala. Where's the zone going to go, though? Up to the north. Okay, all right. So Furia locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position. And our previous champs, Young Galacticos, on the south side.
Good tempo, tempo.
Drop off down towards the warehouses where they're playing. Galacticos could find some good shots their way. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat, though. Goat's currently moving. Tianba were able to find themselves a decent building. These guys they're just expanding in the lobby right now. This is very much a lot of pressure coming through from the squad. Furia took some risks. Igor's cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha over towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just do not want to see this one move over towards that northwest side. Dopeness taking a bit of a gamble on the compound that sits in the middle of the fields.
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out here. Didn't have a lot of ammunition for it, though. I think I only saw like 38 rounds. Just got to be a little bit conservative with that. That's one of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar. Resource management is so important. You got to have that util towards the end game. And sometimes the only way to get that is by looting some boxes.
We get Skewin and looting. The MK, it hurts. Shoot it as fast as you can click it. But I think for these moments where it's just pure situations where you want to get up in people's face, like when the shotgun would be very, very nice here. Schweppes dodging the vehicles, moves out the way, will duck back down again. Look to take some shots over the top side though. But
which device they are using, right? Honor or something gay.
Schweppes immediately on those front lines, not able to stick up, and 10K next to fall here. E-Arena just getting brushed aside basically right now by Alula.
Quick with the quick thirst as well. The Thai squad in some trouble here. It's up to Joker. all by himself, 0 eliminations, tries to put something on the points, on the board for his team. Quick's gonna throw that nade. That bounce does hit him up a little bit. Another piece of util, and Joker barely surviving that. And no, that's burn, baby, burn. That is E-Arena out. Al-Ula with 3 eliminations, controlling the north side.
Al-Ula now looking to force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them. Was hoping they could go further in this game for E-Arena.
Not
meant to be though.
Yangon
Galacticos, they did swing over the top side of 721 GS. We're looking for those teams moving out from behind. Smile does take a knock on the back lines though. There's 2 down for this squad. This is a rough fight between the 2 of them. QZ, I don't know how he hits that shot, but he does. That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters off to the very corners of Miramar.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though really performing so well. You know,
especially the grand finals.
Saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tianba are going to be in this next circle, so is
Delta killer Delta
They've had a really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations. Maybe they can catch some steals. We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. Goat gonna have to push on up. Yangon Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Yangon Galacticos, they do go for that reset at the moment. Go start to move up on through. Cloud is completely out here. They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but as I said before, no one really wanted this one to head over towards that northwest side. Sadly, it does.
The survival match with that, yes. Survival stage, last chance
comfortable final couple of zones. Smile, ducking, dodging.
Oh, group big top 5 गइसक्यो, group big top 5 गइसक्यो हैन. अब बाँकीको अब बाँकी जो बचिरहेको छ अनि ग्रुप ए र ग्रुप बी को बटम 3 गइसक्यो. बाँकी जति बचिरहेको छ तिनीहरुको सर्भाइभल स्टेज यहाँबाट टप 6 जाने हो.
I get a little bit of information, but Monet's down. He's going to think twice about taking that engagement. Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
Ooh, Killer Joe said, let's go. Let's get out of here right now. And oh, Foops, man, with the M249. Making it happen, putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. And it's time for him to start using it.
Alpha 7 ले choke गरेको.
Very, very interesting as he's popping off some shots. 721 GS, you can see the look on their faces. These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another good game for them. They are climbing up those leaderboards little by little. They're in 8th place right now. But they know now's the time to close the gap and win this game. They're on the edge of the circle, but they are just trying to hunt a spot in this next zone. Boostman, woo, got that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks. Looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the M249 with the red dot. I mean, he is really mixing and matching. What kind of range is he working with?
यो पाली ओरले ट्रफी उठाउनु पर्छ है दाइ हेर यसपाली खै हेरौँ यसपाली जस्तो हामीले सोचे जस्तो फर्ममा छैन तर जे हुन सक्छ वी नो दिस हैन 3 दिनको टुर्नामेन्ट हो 2 दिन अप्पर खेल्यो भने जित्न सकिन्छ त्यो हामीले फोर्थ साइडबाट हेरिसकेछौँ हैन.
And we see Rebel get a knock on the 721 GS. They're battling it out with them. They want this spot here on the east side. Heads up to Rian, all by himself. Rebel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's do some of this util. Oh, but they do end up getting one player down. Got to be careful here.
Final 14 तारिख हो गया.
Will barely survive it. Alpha 7 cannot afford to go down here.
Graham looking to move from the side. Great shot. Rebel walks directly into it. And now Alpha 7 in the spot above it. Good shot though. Coming out from Guizhou. Keeping the team alive in this moment. Alpha 7 needs another strong game. Good tag. But no flush. No knock. Here's the first aid. We'll keep putting the pressure on. And good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
Ooh. And there is Nongshim. Red Force eliminated as GOAT survived here. Fights happening all over the place. That was a huge break for the side of Alpha 7 and GOAT, as they are going to get a full reset. You can see the frustration for some of these players here.
Time कति छ?
हजुर
Time
23 21 20 19 18 17
ओ एकैछिन ल यो ट्विच मात्र रन मात्र सिधै वहाँ जाँदो रहेछ लाइभ को लाइभमा जाँदो रहेछ एकैछिन म उसमा हेर्छु कति रे भन्नु त
4 3 2 1 0
ल
29 28
226 भयो मेरो 226 भएपछि भन ल
225 24 23
Wait.
22 21
Pause हारे ओइ कहाँबाट सिधै त्यहाँ आयो 20 19 18 17 16 15 हैट कहाँबाट सिधै वहाँ 30 सेकेन्ड कहाँबाट जम्प हानेको
होइन 29 देखि त सुरु भयो नि
Furia looking rock solid here in the end game. Let's see how they're going to be able to finish it out. They're currently in third place. They're going to throw some util towards Alpha 7. Now it's a battle between the Brazilian Brotherhood here. It's A7 versus Furia. Rebel.
Ans फर्ममा छ युट्युबको सबै किकमा लिएर आइसक्यो उले अनि यस्तो फर्ममा छ उसको यतिकै युट्युबमा 8000 अति हुन्थ्यो हैन युट्युबमा घटाएर यता ल्याएको छ के 4000 बाट राखिसकेको छ आज सोध्नु पर्यो अन्सलाई कति कमाउनु दिने भनेर
ऊपर रे ऊपर
हो सोध्नै पर्यो एक लट करियर डिसिजन पो हुन्छ त्यो ओए कहाँबाट हान्ने यार
But well placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result for them, but 8th place is not going to give you many placements overall.
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters. That's going to keep you in this tournament just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia as well. It's a huge opportunity for them to start soaking up some points and make a big gap going into the last game.
I don't know, man. PUBG Mobile team seems to have blessed Ulf right now. They've just got 2 loot crates dropped on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like shining lights all around them. 777s.
They need it, honestly. I see Catch walking in here with a Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I take all the breaks I can get, you know?
MG3 as well. I mean, drop some smokes on the other one. Get out of there, honestly.
They got a nice setup right here. They got a blown-up car, buggy on the other side, hay bales on either side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game, though? That's the question. You got Dopeness up top. But with Dopeness so far not making too much noise, they have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next zone does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
We'll see. I mean, it might be Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time. As a 2-man, we'll see how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but it's the spot, right? It is the spot. People see there's loot crates around it. You are going to see some big crashes coming in soon. And the first one is going to be gold.
They want it. Can Ulf hold it? Scarface with the MG3. They but
different
Ulf
there.
that is able to take him down. The duo putting in work.
Wolves also looking over towards this location. Milu's going to swing wide down towards that southern edge. Aaron goes down. Teams aren't capitalizing off the back of this one. Finally, Furia makes the move. They're going to be next to face. Can Scarface make this one work? We'll stop short, actually. The vehicle's smoking. Flames pouring out the front.
They get in the zone. That's all that matters, right? They got some coverage with their vehicles. Ulf now barely holding the spot, but Aaron, are you kidding me? Ulf from the central position being so dangerous. Silence, you gotta move, bro. You gotta move. Ooh, barely escaping those nades. That hay bale coming in clutch. Finally, Silence able to put a little bit of suppressive fire here. Oh, and he gets the knock on the Scarface.
That's the MG3 down right now. Might be the thing that saved them before, but it's not in play anymore. Molotov over the top. See if he can sink this one just about right. It's a little far. Might spread. Still taking some little shots here and there. Tiamba, in the meantime, were just backing off the Wolves, who have sent themselves crashing into on the western side.
Near the ferry.
Finally waking up, realizing that, guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Our points, our sweet, sweet points getting taken away by all these teams pushing in, but Dopeness getting it done finally. They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more are they going to try to get? Let's see. We got Tiamba as well. They have been waiting, and now starting to get into the action. Furia again just throwing them long nades. That is going to get Scarface out. It's just Aaron up for the squad. Let's see what he can do.
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf, though. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now in a 2-2. They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards Furia on the eastern side. Milu, though, trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process, though.
Woo! Tight looks here on the side of Milu. Milu has been on fire today. One of the craziest 1v4s of the tournament. Already in the bag. Be nice to continue with that and get this chicken dinner here and lock down that spot to the finals.
We said 20 points. 20 points was realistically what they were looking at for the last 2 matches of the day. Get up towards 80, and then it's super difficult to drop out. Aaron,
how?
Flames around him. Nade goes long.
Knock
over towards silence here. Aaron swinging around the sides, has the UMP to work with. There's absolutely no way he's making it happen. He's watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way. Clean out these players. They were able to get this nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
Furia now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them, but now Eagle, he's got that nade. Furia gotta be careful here. All it takes is that void. It's looking pretty good. Just a little
एकजना पछाडि कभरको लागि छ त्यसले हेर्ने मिल्दैन रहेछ ए त्यही हो बना रहेछ
and just tearing Furia apart.
It's the Milu QZZ show right now.
खूब माया मारेको भन न सिधै के ड्युटी सिट छ
It's been Tiamba time today, and I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet.
Last circle.
Milu tries to
त्यो बचेको भए मात्र गाडी आउँथ्यो यार
Speaker will find them.
गाडी लिएर लिन आएको थियो त्यस्तै भयो
Angle was absolutely deadly, and now the openness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams out.
Eagle trying to pop up, make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor. And yeah, he has his car right behind him, so he goes and pops into it. Gonna be pushing up little by little. Dopeness have the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot. And just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little.
बिचारा यार सक्दो गरेको त्यहाँ वाले
KG will take down QZZ as well as Eagle. From distance, now Furia, a lot of work to do.
Who has
been a man on a mission to impress today. Now looking to do it again here, but there's only 2 players left. Dopeness on 9 eliminations. Nade goes long, will not. He finds the first. We'll go for the flush on this one. Every single point counts, and Egos will find at least one more at the end of the game. But it's Dopeness from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it? You can see the sigh of relief.
GG's.
These guys popping off, they deserve that chicken dinner, and this could be the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man, did they need that one? Yeah, you can see Furia dapping him up. Igor looking good, my man. That is how you get it done.
Yeah, honestly, Furia is looking good today. This is the Furia we expected and wanted whilst watching inside the groups. It's a tough game. That's a tough game to play there. I think they worked it out well. They had some of the zone towards the early on portions of the game. Going on Tiamba, they kept it cool. I think they kept it very, very cool there.
Yes.
I like that Igor's honestly had the courage to play out on the outside edge. Like, that's a hard angle to work with, but he has to play there to fend off versus the likes of Milu when he starts popping up from inside that rock. Tiamba, on the other hand, though, we also have to talk about this team.
Yes.
Oh my goodness me, what a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out. And it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling it.
Oh, dude, Milu is on one right now. I'll tell you that right now. This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tiamba that you know, Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and then come group stage, we're like, what is going on? We were talking to each other, being like, this is not something that we have seen from them. They're playing it so passive, not looking confident at all. And then finally, in the survival stage, this is what we've been expecting. This is what we've been waiting for, and they are performing as expected.
For Dopeness, there's not been a whole lot of highlights from this team so far. I mean, over in the group, it was a cool finish for them to make their way into survival stage. But this is kind of the major moment for them, right? And they should be happy about that win as well. It's a good win for Dopeness. But again, for Dopeness, it can't come down to going up towards the, like, just dead zone where you have a compound where you can sit and wait out the matches, only to slowly come in from the north side, completely kitted, completely looted, and then just finish the game from there. We need to see a little bit more from Dopeness going forward, but this is the first step on their journey to get in towards that top 6.
Yes, it is indeed. So, I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, you know, in the top 6, minus, you know, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You gotta be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
Hi.
एक खाना खायो हजुर केटा
Now, one of the cool things that popped up here in week 6 is this new PUBG Mobile booth in collaboration with Naruto. We just did a live segment here, so we've got everybody still hanging out, but you guys need to come check this out if you are hanging out at our venue, because it's kind of one big game. The more that you interact with this booth, the more cool prizes you could potentially go home with. We have cosplayers. Show them over there. We've got a chicken hanging out, ready for some photos. Apparently Dawood is running around in true Naruto fashion, and you want to come by, take some photos here, because at the end of it all, there is some really cool free prizes that you could be winning. You might have seen it on the broadcast. There are Naruto t-shirts. You see Dawood in the headband, who is really tiring himself, making sure he joins in on this action. And of course, you can come hang out with your very own chicken. So make sure you stop by and see everything that we have to offer.
But who's inside that chicken, Leonard? That's what I want to know. Hey, if you can find that out for me, that'll be great. Because right now we had Dopeness come out with the win, Max. And this is a team that really needed that win, really needed the points. Give it to them, but still, you need the points, Dopeness. Good job.
You know that Rachel Seal and the entirety of Reject are like, yes, finally, they qualified, they're doing something. But yeah, as you said right there, Seven, it was definitely a gifted win. They are seeing the dropped in Picardo. They went for very quick rotation, which I do have to say I appreciate. Very quick movement, and especially great control on the third party. Furia is fighting. There's also Xiamba getting involved, trying to compete for that chicken dinner. They're not slow, which I was expecting them, because they've been such a passive team the entirety of this event. But no, they committed to the push. They got involved. gold. And generally, Nitra, we're looking at this one. I am hoping that that's going to give them just a bit of confidence to play it more aggressive, just like you saw Yangon Galacticos do too. Because before this point, Dopeness were just fully invisible.
No, they were. It's really fun to be able to see them, and like you said, they're not being slow. It's not a game winning by chance. It really is. It's loud. It really is them moving forward and being able to actually, and it's vibrating. The cameras are vibrating.
Yeah, keep saying what you were gonna say. What were you gonna say?
Keep saying. What we're gonna say is, no, it's really, really nice to see them. They were controlled. They were methodical. It was a really, really good push, slow and steady, but the synergy was really there. Again, they went from 0 to 100. They were able to maintain that pace without letting the earlier games get away from them.
Yeah, look, I just want to give it to Team Dopeness, and this is coming out of the group stages. I think you guys have to remember that they actually clawed their way out of the bottom 3 to be in the survival stage.
Yep.
Yes, Max, kind of a gifted zone for them, I must agree, but also, yeah, their way that they defended that, especially with 9 eliminations, like this is something that they're obviously desperately wanting to hold on to, but when they are gifted those zones, they control it, which is something massive that I love seeing from Team Dopeness, and of course, that was the same kind of team we saw in the last kind of matches in our group stages. So, I mean, it is deserved.
Yeah, for Dopeness, though, just quick reminder, it's not about not being in the bottom 3. It's about being in the top 6 here at survival stage if you want to be able to get a chance to actually go to finals. Quick guess, who's going to be the MVP?
Milu?
Hey, Milu indeed with the 6 elims. And honestly, with the way he's performing, we'll get a chance to do some predictions once again towards the end of the day. But I wouldn't be surprised if that man is going to be none other than the MVP of the day. But let's look at the match ranking. Dopeness there with 21 points. Happy to see that. But Furia was able to have a hell of a match here as well.
I loved Furia in this match. I loved everything that they did. It was controlled, it was methodical, it was really, really nice to see them come through. We're going to get a replay in a little bit where I really want to break down a play that they made, but their timing was impeccable. And, you know, any critique that I've had of them is that they're just playing too slowly for this lobby.
Yep.
It's worked in the past, but just not here. And here you can see some of the replays coming on through here, you know, up against Ulf, up against Tiamba. They were caught between Tiamba for the longest time. Them and A7 able to really pull up a really, really nice front of defense against them. And, you know, here we are going to see Tiamba have a great high ground and be able to take out Furia 1-by-1. That is them for the 3rd place, but just a really, really good play overall from Furia this game. Very happy with them.
Yeah, and Tiamba as well. I mean, continuing on that consistency that we've seen throughout the day, I was expecting a GAL from China to actually end up performing well, Max. That is not the case right now, and we're not going to talk about it because that is 2 squads that I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, we have in our predictions. So our predictions are sucking, my friend.
I actually have all gamers in my predictions and not Tiamba.
I should have checked your predictions before I did my predictions.
Uh-oh. Okay, but now looking at the final moments here, Higor, what an absolute banging moment. I think you might actually talk about one of Higor's plays this game. He's been an absolute menace, him and Milu in particular, putting on an absolute clinic this game. I was loving it. Good times.
I want to do something that we used to do in the past, Max. And I want you to look at the camera and just tell me why Alpha 7 was pissing you off that last match.
Oh my goodness. Why are you guys pushing one by one? I'm going to get really close. Can we get... I'm going to... Yeah. Why are we pushing one by one? It's 2026. It should not be happening anymore. And they all push onto Higor or Furia. I am very confused as to what's going on because Alpha 7, we know they're a good team. They can do the clutches. But so are the other teams, right? Especially your Brazilian brethrens in Furia. What a misplay. That was one of the biggest throws of the tournament outside of Arena.
Yeah, talking about Alpha 7, at the beginning of the day, I was talking about how they ended up benching Obscure. That is not the case anymore. We actually forgot to mention it in that last segment that we did. Obscure is playing again, so I'm not sure what ended up happening there, if maybe the pressure was getting to the 17-year-old substitute player that they have here, but it's the core squad.
Yeah, it is the core squad. We're starting to see core squad things happening, except for the 1-by-1, because what was that? I'm also annoyed about it because it is they're usually so good about that. We saw that earlier in that game, right? Revo using the window animations. Yes, using the window animations to really try and spawn, you know, and try and get that information. He was doing a great job. He got some eliminations. They're moving through the building really, really well. And then they push 1-by-1. They're like, okay, we've done enough for this game now. We got enough points. It's fine. It's like, no, you had a good position. Why? Stop it.
Stop it. Stop it. Not like that, Alpha 7. I got school. For some of the other stuff, I know we had some clips that we wanted to see a replay of, and it was this one right here because Milu, my goodness, Milu popped off.
I mean, those 2 knocks instantly with a nade, but then using the door frame to try and create a mini 1v1 in that scenario, and he's literally on fire at the end of that clip. What a beautiful play with that, especially that opening grenade.
Yeah, so nice, and these opening grenades are also great. KRX in a bit of a rough spot here. Furia coming in, bouncing those nades up. What I love about this is they wait for those nades to get them really, really low. They know they have to be getting rid of that health pretty quickly. They get that knock instantly. Well, in a minute, instantly, they're going to be pushing forward, right? Get another nade, try and get some extra damage, and then they come flying over the top. You're going to see them come through here now, getting in that vehicle. They're going to move over, and actually, they're not going around because 721 is over there. They're not going onto the other side like they could do because Tiamba is there. They have to go immediately across. They come on through, make that play come through, get the knock, get the win, done and dusted. They get rid of Leo there from AGAL, and then they're actually going to keep a 2-2 split on either side of the road that facilitates that 3rd place finish in the end. So a really, really heads up play from them. Very, very excited about that.
Yeah, and I just want to sort of add on, it's just the Furia special, isn't it, Tora? Like, whatever position they're in, they're going to clear their threats, and that is what they do. Whether it's up a hill and they're doing a goddamn mountain goat climb, nading to move up to that position, or obviously, you know, having KRX down there on the bottom, they are able to stick together, which, you know, some other teams might do. But it's awesome to see Furia. They're just focusing on all of these sort of capitalizing on their high damage, especially with all the utility. Yeah.
Look how close everything currently is between 3rd place, 8th place, and I'm pretty sure when we end up going towards the next page, you'll see how everything is currently looking like. 3rd place there with 36 points. 9th, I mean, all the way down to 13th place, Max. Everything, even 14th place, everything is so close they could end up changing within 1 match. And something to notate on the last match, 5 out of the 7 teams that were still alive towards the end were teams that were towards the bottom of top 10. They need to make sure they start responding here. A party, and whoever ends up in 1st place of survival stage is going to end up crushing your keys.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's set the scene for those of you who may not quite know what is at stake right now. We've got $3 million on the line and a chance to immortalize yourselves in the Esports World Cup history books as champions of PMWC. Now, tomorrow, just 6 teams will have the opportunity to step into the finals, where the other 10 teams, if this will open, it apparently will not. That's okay. The other 10 teams will have their keys destroyed by this stunning crusher. Look at that right there. Now, imagine what it would feel like to have the only remaining intact key whilst the 10 remaining teams. There you go. There she is. Now you get to see this beautiful crusher before it chomps on those keys tomorrow. Now imagine what it would feel like to have that remaining intact key whilst all of your other opponents have their keys destroyed, like this one right here. Now, it's almost time for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage, and some of our teams really need to step it up a gear if they've got any chance of making it through the survival stage and into the finals. And so with that being said, casters, let's go over to you for our final map of day 1 of the survival stage. Let's do this.
That's right. Sometimes you got to warm her up before she gets going, and I'll tell you what, some of these teams are looking red hot. Finally, right? Tiamba, these guys are looking so good. Dopeness are finally getting red hot here after that chicken dinner, but we got 1 match left here. This is the time to make it happen.
Yeah, don't worry, Mr. Crusher. I mean, a lot of these other teams right here, they've also got a lot of anxiety, so we're all good. We're all good.
That's right.
But we're heading in towards our final match here. Tiamba, they all look very happy with the way this is played out. Milu is laughing, and so he should be. I mean, that last game was just an unreal result.
Diamond, mate, thank you so much, my brother. Thank you so much. I love you, brother.
Can do for your
thank
team,
you for the follow.
Can do for your team. It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tiamba. It is making these final days just so rough as we head into day 2 of survival. But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center and maybe live it large up there with Tiamba. Maybe not quite as large because Tiamba's on a table of their own.
Let's get into it right here. I mean, Milu has really been the all-star today, making some crazy plays. We saw him with the 1v4. We saw him hitting the crazy shots with those off angles. And now at the last game here for game number 1.
Welcome.
Let's see if that could continue
Last game rules
on here.
Delta.
Looking at the leaderboards, yeah, Tianba on top, 75 points. Yeah, these
Yo,
guys
Delta
are pretty
le
much
ghanta
a
bhai khagera
lock for
jasto
the
dekhane
finals.
kya?
I think we can say comfortably. But pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's
chat
game
मात्र
here.
पढेर बसिरहेको छु
Don't
के
miss.
झ्याउलाएर
Push
गेम
themselves
स्टार्ट
up into
गर्दैन
a good
म्यान
spot with
मरै
30
क्या
points in eight.
लाइभ
If they
गर्ने
finish strong
Game
here,
start
we could
After
definitely
Giddis
see them
here,
leave
as
into
I
tomorrow
didn't
in the
get this
top 6. Now, looking on down, I'm going to really put, Al Ula 10th place on down in the hot seat. I think this is a big game for them because tomorrow, those last 2 matches are going to be straight chaos. There's going to be teams doing everything and possible.
And anything.
So, and literally everything. So desperate to try to put up points that it's going to not be a typical game of PUBG Mobile. So the time is now. The time is now to make it happen. We got a pretty disgusting southern playing path here. But you got to be able to adapt. Got to make it happen no matter what.
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below, it's getting tough. For AGAL as well as KRX, these are the teams that need to have a strong map here. Everyone else is sort of around that 20-point mark where tomorrow it's possible after your first round to get a big win. You can send yourself up to for AGAL as well as KRX, they need some points now. To allow them to have a sprint otherwise it is starting to look a little bit dangerous. Honestly, I think that KRX is a good team.
आज रुल्स लाइभ गर्दैन आज रुल्स बिसीमा जान्छ केटा
आज म अल्टिमेट हान्छु
बिसी हान्छ रुल्सले आज भोइस कल हो
This has been throughout the majority of the tournament, just not able to get the momentum on board. I mean, we've given Alpha able to get themselves towards top 3s consistently. They have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's the one thing about this game and this format, this tournament in general. Someone's got to be at the bottom, right? We got
KRX ले सबसे डिसअपोइन्ट गरे यार म टप 6 भन्दै थिए यार KRX लाई
9 points
मैले नि
is a
भन्न
big
त
question
भनेको
mark. It's like what happened? Yeah, 9? You know, like
Rules
okay,
brother retire
it's
हो
on the
रे
bottom of the tables and
retire
there's only a
Rules
few
brother
point gaps, you know, like yeah, I mean it is what it is. But 5 matches, only 9
ल
points.
सिधै रोटेसन गर्दा हुन्छ यिनीहरुले त अब
Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here, and honestly they need to, because if they don't, you can kind of start counting them out a little bit.
Absolutely, I agree. I think for AGAL,
तर चितवन है
there is
ठाउँमा बसेको यार त रुल्स यार पर बल लाग्छ चितवन मलाई यार पोखरा भन्दा चितवन मन पर्छ मलाई त आजकल
just feeling like it's not going to be the case, and these teams absolutely do need themselves
हैन खै
a
यतिकै के
lucky spin,
मजा आउने के
which you can find
त्यताएर हात दिइरहेछ उता हेरे गइरहेछ बाटो त्यस्तै राम्रो छ
exclusive sets. The one you see on screen right now that a lot of players are currently using.
अनि प्लस कस्तो के जंगल छ के कति ठाउँमा
So really cool stuff. Make sure you get in game because
राम्रो छ नि
राम्रो छ ओप्पो राम्रो छ चितवन आजकल
चितवन बस्ती मान्छेहरुलाई रमाइलो हो के 2 घण्टा पोखरा पुग्छ 2-3 घण्टामा हैन
बुडल पनि 2 घण्टा पुग्छ आजकल त
सर
अनि के रे यता त 3 घण्टा पुग्छ काठमाडौँ आजकल
रिफ्रेशमेन्ट चाहियो भने पनि चितवन पोखरा जाने कि कहाँ जाने
तर वाइल्ड राम्रो हो तर चितवन त अति बवाल
त्यसै ओजीले घर बनाउँछ त नि अनि
के
चितवन के
एउटा पायो दोस्त तिमीले
अझ चितवनको रोड छोडेर भित्र पनि कस्तो रमाइलो रहेछ के फेरि क्या छुट्टै हुँदो रहेछ भित्र है कता जान पाइँदो रहेछ
पछि किने त्यो जग्गा पनि
कतिमा किनेको जग्गा भन त नडाटिकन किन्नु पर्यो यार एक लट गाडी बेचेर किन्नु पर्यो यार
जनाको 10 लाख
थाहा छैन यहाँ
पर्दैन त्यत्रो अर्कै हिसाबले हुन्छ हात धुर
भन्छ एउटा घर बन्ने जग्गा कति पर्छ 30 लाख 40 लाख
I would say the only two consistent
ठाउँ हेरि हुन्छ
as well as Tiamba today. Like those are the only two teams that really caught my eye. Everyone else in this
त्यही त भित्र त्यो सिटी भन्दा 10-15 मिनेट भित्र
had good games here and there.
पोखरा अलिकति ओभररेटेड लाग्छ मलाई त आजकल किन चितवन लास्टै अन्डररेटेड छ यार
कस्तो पर्छ चितवन मारे ल भन्न त कति पर्छ कता जग्गाको
But for Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, with Ancient Charm set, which does look fantastic, you are right. I like the interview earlier today. It was a really good interview. Not only did we get to hear from him about how he's feeling in the game right now, but how much his life and his team's life has been changed by winning. It is life-changing, life-changing recognition and reputation.
धनले 30-40 लाख त 30-40 हजार जस्तो कुरा गर्छ अनि कमाछ नि त छोड जिसीको प्लेयरहरुकै कुरा गरेको
मलाई 100k ऋण देऊ न त ए ल
गर्मी त भइहाल्छ गर्मी त अब केटा हो गर्मी त फुटबलमा गर्मी वेदरमा पोखरा र काठमाडौँले कसैले जित्न सक्दैन कोहीले जित्न सक्दैन ठाउँमा चाहिँ चितवन त बवाल यार
But yeah, I believe in Young Galacticos. I don't think they've had the craziest play so far.
Swimming pool बनाउँदा अब तिम्रो घरमा अनि आउँछ
They're completely out just yet because
एउटा स्विमिङ पुल बनाउँदा तिम्रो घरमा अनि
साइडमा नहर्छ त्यही खेल
हैन गएर आउँछ रनमा त्यसपछि
नहर्छ अब त्यहाँ पानी भरि हुन्छ खेल
पला खोलामा गइन्छ यार
सब खोलाकै त्यो उसके त पानी आउँछ
They are a rock solid team. That pressure is tough though.
Pura.
I talked to some of these guys. They've been in these moments. They've been in these games. Right? So you think that they'd be used to it.
बच्चा जान्दैन
It's still hard. You know, your heart's
बच्चामा त का रुल जानि चितवनको हो त नि
बच्चा त नि बालकोटमा गएको थिए नि म
बालकोटको ट्यापी हो के रुल्स भन्दै छु के भएन हौ यो रुल्सको सिनियर दाइहरु हो महेश बस्नेत ल साच्चै भनेको भर डब्ल्युडी आउँदा त पुरा हामीलाई भनिरहन्थ्यो बेला त्यो यतिकै बसेर गफ हान्दा के बालकोटमा त कलेजमा गएर मान्छे पिटिन्थ्यो भन्थ्यो ल हैन
है स्ट्रिममा मात्र सोच्दै रहेछ
हैन भन ल कसम खाएर भन ल ल हेर्नु देखे
भनेपछि स्ट्रिममा देख्यौ केटा कतिको फेक हुँदो रहेछ मान्छेहरु यहाँ कतिको फेक हुँदो रहेछ
ग्याङ्स्टर हो के ग्याङ्स्टर हो के रुल्स हो ग्याङ्स्टर हो
ग्याङ्स्टर पर्सनालिटी लिएर यहाँ चाहिँ हुन त म अस्ति रक्सी खान थाहा पाएको थिएँ मैले पनि अलिअलि
मैले खाए रक्सी है यस्तो चल्दै रहेछ है
थाहा पाएको थिएँ मैले अलिअलि के कुरा गरेको रुल चाहिँ तलमाथि हो हामी पहिला त्यस्तो नढाट न यार
अनि त के गरेर अहिले
रक्सी खाएर त कुट्ने जाला जस्तो गर्थ्यो यार पहिला ओहो डर लाग्थ्यो रुल देखे पहिला हो रहेछ यार कन्फर्मेसन पाएँ नि मैले अहिले त
So what I'm hoping is that GK can maybe have another good game, stay in that top 6 side, because realistically, I don't think they will.
Ozi भनेको old gangster रे हौ
हो त नि Ozi भनेको old gangster रे
so how we had Young on Galacticos last year.
Yeah, and I think
गयो पावर ग्रिडमा जा त
something definitely happened in their day off because
थुक्का मादर चोत र पावर ग्रिडमा यति छुदान छैन यार
on down to Los Leones. Are we going to see another crazy urban finish? Teams, quick fast now, immediately, right now, moving down south, not wasting any time. Not a little later, immediately.
Yeah, immediately, right now.
Right now.
We're not waiting around.
Titu ke khoire wai join गर्न पठाऊ तिम्रो केटाहरुलाई.
I mean, it's always awkward having to move down from that north side as well. Past La Bandita, talked about before, Minas Generales. Awkward rotational paths for some of these squads. Fury, on the other hand, they can kind of slip in towards that south side. They are rotating alongside with Nongshim Red Force. Tiamba, though, they like to play down here anyway. They went for a central position. They looted up in Los Leones first, so they're good to go. And they can set up their vehicles very fast and start to be on the lookout, be on the overwatch for some of these other squads as they make their way in. However, it's actually RRQ to take down Milu. That is surprising.
That's a huge finish. I mean, that is the star of today, right? I mean, the uncrowned king of the survival stage going out early here, and you can see getting those thirsts. players. Now you can see just an edge of waste here. Last game of the day. We got to make it happen if we want to continue our dreams here in Paris, France.
It is amusing though to me that RRQ pretty much went out of their way there. They were like, we've got to find Milu. We've got to take Milu out.
Where is he?
Because if Milu's in the lobby, we're scared, we're worried, we do not want that kind of pressure. So a bit of revenge, you know, redemption almost. Get him out in the first 10 minutes of the game and never have to experience another 1v4 again. It's not possible versus Milu at least at this point in time.
Oh yeah, because if Milu's there, he could elim you.
Hi, Shorty.
You do not want that. You do not want to go back to the lobby here.
This
match with a 3-man. They do have a spot in this next circle, but with this
अर्को स्पिड अब विदेश जाने कुरा गरिरहेछ
because I mean it could always hard shift down. That'll be a wild game to see if that's the case. Young Galacticos.
रुलजोजी को जीसी फाइनल कपाल लभली रे हो.
Everybody else
is
trying to set up a position
here.
But right next to La Bendita, QGZ up on the roof, just trying to keep away.
Mario आज त
getting
KRX को दिन छैन हो.
And beat up as well. So
त्यो पनि लाइदिरा म्याच
जस्तो नि गोल छ
त्यही भनेको
Vinny is just demonic going through from QXZ. Unbelievable stuff.
Ayya.
कस्तो खायो है भजाक खायो भजाक
के गरेको यसले
अरे केआरएक्स
as per usual.
पड्क्यो
ओ तिमी छिटो छौ
Benny throwing in the nade. He makes sure that his teammate is eliminated by his own nade. Benny, though, with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot for the QBZ is not going to do it.
बिचारा केआरएक्स
KRX.
5 नम्बरमा आइपुग्यो त.
There in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate.
Welcome to this show.
For the squad, not what was expected from a team that tenure-wise has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in with the next circle that does move down towards the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't really want to be playing over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait. It worked out for them one time. We'll see if it works out for them again.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure.
YG भनेको त्यो ऑडियन्सले
YG भनेको OG भनेको
रुलजोजी भने जस्तो लाग्यो.
Galacticos wrapping that south side. Aula is quite close to them here though. Let's see if they are going to end up meeting each other. Say Cloud now finally
13 नम्बरमा रे हो YG त.
into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Yangon Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. So the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad.
Playing
in front right now.
क्वालिफाई नै भएको हैन यिनीहरु त डाइरेक्ट इन्भाइट पाएर आएको है वर्ल्ड कप.
Alula stops short, takes a quick
YG?
breather.
Inside the concrete.
Continues to provide that information back.
त्यतिखेर यिनीको भाग्य ओपर थियो नि
दिएको छ तर अड्के के त्यहाँ.
Come on, this is stage 3. There's plenty of room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like
Los Leones.
they're going to hold on to this building here.
Hacienda del Patrón.
We see that happening in the feed. GK.
माथि अल्फा 7 लाई जोन हो.
Teams that were a little bit of a surprise. I mean, yeah, seeing them at the top, I think is a really,
कहाँ
really
Alpha 7
exciting
कहाँ
thing for them to know
T2
that
के भर्खर
their
तलको
team
टिम
has
हो
to be
Alpha 7
pumped up
माथिको
going
त्योसँग
into this
नकम्पेयर
one.
गर न
For
केटा
those of you guys
तिमीहरु
tracking all the incredible
Swag
things
क्या?
that are happening here at
अब
the
ढुक्का गेमै नखेले पनि म करोड बोकेर बसेको हो
is one of those orgs that really
कति छाप्यो हौ A7 ले त
है
$1 million नि त कट्यो हौ यिनीहरुको त
इजी कट्यो नि त्यो त एकचोटी त WC र GC जितेको हैन त यतिकै मिलियन कट्यो नि यिनीहरुको त
दुई
के माथि कति जोडी क्वालिफाई कति जोडी टप 3 हैन
$2-3 million होला
WC मा जितेको 500 के हैन 500 के हो
छैन नि
PMGO जित्यो अरे यिनीहरुले जिते हैन है
जियो जिते छैन जियो त अस्ति भर्खरै आएको PMGC र WC जितेछ
PMGO सेकेन्ड भएको हो त नि हैन
I feel like this is a bad trade.
खै
त्यसले जितेको बेलामा कोरे त्यसको नाम
त्यो उसमा उज्बेकिस्तान हो कि त्यहाँ
रिजेक्ट स्कारलेटले जितेको बेलामा सेकेन्ड भएको जस्तो लाग्छ
ए सेकेन्ड भएको सुरुको ब्राजिलमा भएको
ए ब्राजिलमा भएको
जहिले पनि थर्ड सेकेन्ड आउँथ्यो यिनीहरु
सबसे कन्सिस्टेन्ट टिम हो
ग्लोबलमा त हो
अहिले मात्र अलिकति के भयो यो वर्ष मात्र
पर कमास मात्र छ तलले यिनीहरुले गर्दा एसियन चलेछ होला यार तर यिनीहरुको फ्री फायर लाइन पनि राम्रो छ हैन र फ्री फायर हो कि कल अफ के भन्ने थियो
फाइनल खेल्छ
अन्नै छ यिनीहरुको लाइन अप भएर सब गेममा रहेछ
जस राम्रो छ जस मोबाइल गेममा धेरै फोकस छ यिनीहरुले त्यही भएर त यो छ नि यो उसको कतिमा छ के यिनीहरु टप 10 मा छ जस्तो लाग्यो तर खतरा त भाइटालिटी र उस हो यो होल उसमा भाइटालिटी र फाल्कन छ फाल्कनले त पैसा फालेरै हो खतरा भएको तर भाइटालिटीको त धेरै हिस्ट्री छ
and hopefully play a little bit further into the south side later on.
Hey, Alpha 7 crowd, I know you are in here. I want to start hearing some old school cheerleading chants, right? Be aggressive, be aggressive. That's what we need to see.
ओए वा त वाइजिकन छ त आज कति धेरै हो
यत्रो गाडी मिलाएर कभर बनाए बम कस्तो हाल्ने यार
प्रेडिक्सन राख्नु त किकमा मजा आउँछ कसरी राख्छ समियो तिमीलाई थाहा छ
You like heard the click of the date before.
कसरी राख्छ प्रेडिक्सन
लास्ट म्याच हो यो यस लास्ट म्याच लास्ट गेम
I'm new.
Dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short. Down to 14 teams. 50 players still left alive here. Alpha 7 still taking it a little bit slow.
4 घण्टामा 6 गेम पनि सक्दैन यार के इन्टरभ्यू ले यार
Certainly play off the back of that.
Come on, Zone, go south. Let's just go crazy here. Full-fledged.
I'm on YouTube, brother. Welcome, sir.
Be wild. Fury, I wouldn't like that. Let's see if the Zone does surprise everybody here. As it is just about to pop. Where are we going? Oh!
And it's like 10 back boys.
They're a little lucky. They do get themselves a lovely central spot here and one of the good buildings to play in.
कस्तो मच्छर आएको बे माको मलेरिया हो कि डेंगू हुने बेला छ नि यार
Line up. But now Alpha 7 we got to get out the building. We got to get in vehicles. We have to move. Fury
But then but cheer there.
Well, I know, disgusting. Not fun, not enjoyable. Jamba, however, tearing Ulf apart. They have lost Eagle and Milu at this point, but Jamba has been a consistent threat inside the lobby. Shame
they seven go up score Furia is got पहिला एउटा टिममा थियो हैन PMG ब्राजिलमा एउटा I have no idea केटा मलाई यस्तो बारेमा थाहा हुँदैन यार म त आफुले खेलेको टिममा मेरो टिममा गएको थियो मैले बिर्सिन्छु होला आजकल कुरा के कुरा गर्छौ अरूको टिमको त्यस्तै परे जाओस्
Actually gets a knock onto QZZ. Let's see if he ends up getting the thirst.
वाइजीले नि यो गेम चिकन हाने बल्ल माथि आउँछ हैन
वाइजी पहिले सर्भाइभल बाट त क्वालिफाई भएर गयो त
And now you got Joker, the Thai team.
तलतिर थियो हैन सर्भाइभलमा नि क्वालिफाई
लास्ट तल थियो
Again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking rondo, 39 total points, and still weren't able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here.
John को के बल लाग्छ नि केटा हो यार त्यो नराम्रो त कसरी भन्नु मैले यार जहिले बल निकालिरा हुन्छ
टोटल कतिवटा टिम हुन्छ फाइनलमा 16 वटा जस्तो लागिरहेछ तपाईलाई हेरौँ न फाइनल अब को पुग्छ पहिला मलाई किन साउथ एसियाकै रिजनले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ
Yeah, Alpha 7 plays up towards the silos, tries to get a bit of high ground to work with, to watch down towards a lot of these other teams. Should be very restful here.
पाउँदैन आजकल रे अनि यो होस्ट कन्ट्री त साउदी पो हुनु पर्यो नि त यो इभेन्ट गराउने सबै साउदी पैसा तिर्ने सब साउदी अनि फ्रान्सको लागि दिन्छ अनि होस्ट कन्ट्री त साउदी हो त नि
साउदीबाट कसलाई इन्भाइट दिएर दिएन
दिएन साउदीमै भएको भए चाहिँ एउटा दिन्थ्यो होला
यो त होस्ट भन्दा पनि उस हो के कस्तो भन्ने अब धेरै सबैलाई स्लट दिन्छ
गेम मात्र गराएको हो के
होस्ट कन्ट्री जस्तो हैन जिसी जस्तो हैन के
इस साइड में है साउदी एयरलाइन मात्र आएको आइछ कति पैसा होला है यो म्याच सालीहरुसँग
This is a really bad position. Fortunately for them though, there's so many other teams right above. Forcing Carrillo to make some plays. He finds an angle though, with some pressure, immediately pops back out over, and now they're going to get the mix here.
मरिहाल्छ नि यसरी आएपछि यार
Why
they're getting punished. अनि नक थियो नि त त्यो हेरेर आएको नि त यिनीहरु
But is Alpha 7 going to get in there? Yeah, Carrillo steals an elimination.
Yeah, this is exactly what they need. I mean, Carrillo's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of the team to revitalize.
At Sajanrai 6260 super chatted 2.88.
Thank you so much यार for 3 pound donation यार आज बल्ल सुपर च्याट आयो यार थ्यांक यू सो मच यार आजको पहिलो सुपर च्याट यार थ्यांक यू लभ यू यार अब के गर्नु आज त भुक्कै छ आज आफू पनि
ल यहाँसम्म कि गिभ अप गर्दै
ends up getting knocked here. Carrillo gets popped back and forth. Ayala doing a great job of just continuing on that pressure. Looks like it is a 2v2 situation now. Carrillo versus Ayala and Igor. Gozal gets knocked by Schweppes, though. Finished. And the nades are starting to ring out here. Ayala going to be throwing someone back, but Obscure catches the edge of Igor. Carrillo with 3 eliminations, though. Got to make a play.
Stun grenades out. Ayala, last line.
We'll
look for the does get
wild there, wild.
Vehicle is flaming. Very, very low. But Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here. And Carrillo honestly has stepped up this game. I think Carrillo is the main driving force of this match.
यही लाइनअपले त जिसी जितेको त्यो फुच्चेलाई किन खेलाइरहेको थियो यिनीहरूले
for a long, long time.
वास पार्टी गरेको पैसा आउँछ अलिअलि
But it's the first time in a while where we've seen him really take the game into his own hands.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day. I've never seen them do this so often. Usually they just play, they just like, oh, we can do this? You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together on an unstoppable force. But now they're doing some really cheeky drive-by plays. I don't know if I like it, but it's working for now. They're in 3rd place, and that is all that matters. As long as they make it into that top 6, that's where they need to be. Obscure getting some shots. Gonna have to dodge those and throwing out that util onto Goat. Not able to get the knock just yet. Carrillo knowing that, man, this is gonna be a tough one to get into this circle. Everybody's looking the direction. Do they have any vehicles? No. It's gonna be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Ow. That hurt.
Yeah, Carrillo making that cross there. It was always going to be difficult. There's so many angles, so many sight lines, and at this point in time, we are just getting rid of the outsiders at the moment, which is a fair few of these teams trying to make.
Third one, yeah.
It's not an easy circle.
team qualify
It's also struggling now as the circle moves further. Well, let's take a look here, Hot Jukes.
Qualify now,
up towards that top side of the tables in 7th and get themselves some more points on this
game.
Prettier. Furia went down up more squads push themselves further up. Now for Ulf, tough push.
Tough push indeed, but they're making it work so far. Ulf finally starts to show some signs of life. AGAL Another one of those teams.
Thank
that
you,
make
Riyad.
things happen for their board
Bakara
in this
follow
World Cup.
Hazule.
Only one elimination so far. Ooh, that one hurts.
Follow
Down
na
to
mai
1
girl.
HP. No, actually no. He does have 3 first aids. Let's see if he's gonna start using them. AJAL starting to push up there.
Final कहिले देखियो दाइ फाइनल
Catch
14
for the res. Should be able to get it on the solo.
रुलसँग कतिको एज डिफरेन्स छ रुलसँग मेरो 8 वर्षको डिफरेन्स
39
छ
seconds though. Can they get these heals off?
कत्रो बुढो बनाइदियो यार 32 बन्द ठुलो क्या रुल्स
बुढो रुल्स त धेरै नै
है कति 35 पुग्यो
combo.
A big game for them. They
Combo.
see the circle shift and they decide that this fight is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the circle itself? Tiamba, last player alive here in QZZ. And again, I respect the motion here. Because they know that, yeah, they're on 75 points. It doesn't necessarily guarantee them tomorrow if they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as you can all the way up to the end to guarantee that you extend your stay here in Paris. Here comes Nongshim Red Force though. Monster squad. Put some pressure on Abdullah. Hyunbin, Maxman's favorite player.
follow.
So accurate. Throws the name.
PWC जितने प्लेयरलाई स्यालेरी मा त दिने हो कि एक्स्ट्रा पैसा नि दिन्छ
के छ यार माधव वेलकम ब्याक
कति अब होला नि उनीहरुको नि
अब यो मिस्टिक म्याक को मतलब मिस्टिक माधव भनेको यार मिस्टिक म्याक पो रहेछ मा ब्याड
PWC
what's going on in NGC what do you mean by what's going on what do you अहिले WC चलिरहेछ World Cup and there's only Hora Sports for a police team. That's it. They are in finals. Hey, Isan and त्यस्तै हो केटा हो त्यस्तै हो धेरै गेममा पोलिटिक्स घुसायो भने म चाहिँ हैन हामी पनि एन्फास्टै हुन्छ म सिधै भन्नु पर्दा सिधै कुरा हो दुईटा यस्तो हुनु भएन आइन हुनु भएन के गर्नु त हामीले गर्न के सक्छ हामीले यसरी बोल्न बाहेक गर्न के सक्छ
10%
यत्रो मेहनत त e-sports बनाएर गरेर हैन यत्रो मेहनत त e-sports बनाए यत्रो मेहनतले के गर्यो कम्युनिटी बनाए लास्टमा गेडा माया कसम तिनीहरु तीन दुईटाको डिस्प्युटले गरेर हैन एटलिस्ट डिस्प्युट छँदै छ ठिकै छ त हैन तर एटलिस्टमा पनि कसरी जाने हो त त्यो भन्नु गर्नुपर्ने हो नि त माधव चोतहरुले धेरै कुरा छ दिस इज मलाई अस्ति मान्छेहरुले वाच पार्टी गरेर दिएन भनेर पुरा हाँस्दै थियो नि त हैन र मान्छेहरु तर मान्छेले किन गर्न दिएर त्यतिखेर बोल इनहरुले गरेर गर्न नदिएको तिमीहरु भनेको फेस हो अब हामीले नि धेरै गर्न के सक्ने हो र धेरै कुरा छ हाम्रो रेस्ट्रिक्सनहरु धेरै कुराहरु छ नि केटा अस्तिको कोले ख्याल गर्थ्यो एनसीको बेला मलाई गर्नै दिएथेन कोले तिमीहरुले टेन्सन जस्तो लाग्छ टेन्सनले मलाई किन गर्न नदिने टेन्सनलाई हैन टेन्सन लिएन मुजीहरु गएर ल्यान्ड नगर तालचा लगाइदिने कति कुरा कति छ के केटा कति छ तर कसैले भन्दैन यो कुरा म त भन्छु म त जे आए त्यही भनिदिन्छु म त हैन भनिराखेको कुरा तर मान्छेहरु हाँस्छ के पुरा पत्ताउँदैन के तर ख्याल गरेँ मैले जे कुरा पनि सत्य भन्छु रनमध्ये म आफूलाई फाइदा खोज्दै सोच्दैन के त्यो सोचेर पनि म e-sportsमा आएको हैन फेरि आफूलाई फाइदा होस् भनेर हैन मैले के आफूलाई फाइदा भने किन गर्छु र हैन Everyone in this organization should be re-elected 50 members Isan with 0 sports experience. Exactly. दाइले त्यही भन्या नै थियो त त्यही बेला तिनीहरुले गर्दा मैले त्यतिखेर भनेको थिएँ नि त केटा हो हैन रोक यो माया कसम रोक मैले त्यतिखेर के भन्थे इनहरुले गरेर हैन इनहरुले त्यहाँ पुलिस आयो भन्ने त्यतिखेर हैन अरबपतिले पुलिस आयो भनेर अनि त्यसपछि सबै डराएर किन त्यस्तो भएको त केटाहरु हैन एउटा पुलिसले जाब ह्यान्डल गर्न सक्थेन त होला त नि किन ताल चलाइदियो त अनि सब इनहरुको दबदबा इनहरुको पावर देखाउने मान्छेहरुले गरेर मात्रै हो लाइभमै बसेर कल गरेको थियो त्यतिखेर सबलाई थाहा छ त हैन अनि मलाई त्यस्तो भएर चाहिँ अनि मलाई टेन्सनले चाहिँ मलाई अब टेन्सन अथवा त्यो प्रोडक्सन जुन चाहिँ धीरज होइन धीरज त अब मिल्ने साथी हो होइन अब टेन्सनले मलाई तँले लाइभ स्ट्रिम नगर तँले गर्दा हाम्रो ब्याड पब्लिसिटी भयो भन्छ त मैले ब्याड पब्लिसिटी गरेको हो त बुझी तिनीहरूको पब्जीको कहिले गर्छु त मैले जहाँबाट खाना दिइरहेको छ उसलाई मैले गाली गर्छु त केटा हो होइन त्यो बेला त्यतिखेर पनि उनीहरू नै आएर तालचा लगाएको उनीहरू नै आएर वाचपट्टि नगरिदिएको मलाई यस्तो छ मुजीहरू I was planning on getting back to Nepal and invest त नगरे हुन्छ त्यसो गरी इन्भेस्ट नगरे हुन्छ अरे यार विवेक यार भ्युजको कुरा छोड न भ्युज त केटा भ्युज त आउँछ छुट्टै कुरा हो कि ल्याउम्ला के छैन ल्याउम्ला भ्युज कुरै भएन के ल्याउम्ला भने त
Climbing up those stairs so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's time to make the plays. No choice. Bust out those shotguns. Hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AUG, trying to make a play for his team.
Romeo on the outside, but that's XEZ. We said that AGL needed a good
as
game.
Much I hate to say this, but I would rather go to India. Yeah, exactly.
Looking for the first. Maple finds another. Arena slowly falling, and now out. AGL with 3 players still up. Yangon Galacticos with the 1. Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off? Wolves with the high ground.
There is a good
desert floor.
Oi, ma कसम के आले गेले
फिनिश पनि आयो अब
एजीले खाए यार deservingly
Clutching up the final chicken dinner here at the day 1 survival stage.
And they needed that game so badly, down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, getting themselves further up there and opening up a chance tomorrow. But that's all it is, just a chance for them.
खुन उम्लिदैन गरे खुन उम्लेर मात्र के गर्ने यार हैन र के गर्न सकिन्न रिस उठ्छ नि मलाई त म बोले भने बुझिमा अब भने त कति कुराहरु छ अगेन्स्टमा मान्छेहरु मेरो अगेन्स्टमा कति धेरै मान्छेहरु छ त्यतिखेर पनि मैले कस्तो भनेको थिएँ नि त मैले वार्न गर्दै थिएँ त्यतिखेर पनि वार्न गरेकै हो सबै कुराहरु मैले भनेकै हो देखाएकै हो हैन लाइभमै थियो म त के लुकाउनु हैन म त बहुत सिम्पल मान्छे हो केटाहरु अरु जस्तै मलाई के गर्नु पर्दैन धेरै फेम पनि चाहेको मान्छे हैन म त जे हो त्यही देखाइदियो मान्छेहरुले राम्रो सोच्छ कसैले मान्छेहरु नराम्रो सोच्छ व्हाट क्यान वी से म त बाटो देखाउन मात्रै आएको फाइदा उठाउन आएको हैन म केटा Not just you, but there are so many influential people backing this community. You guys should unite. भन्न सहिलो छ केटा भन्न सहिलो छ It's too much politics केटा politics भित्र पनि politics छ एउटा अनि अर्को politics छ के You guys won't जब सब तिमीहरु हुँदैन नि भित्र brother
Honestly, very, very good stuff. That shot from Flower up on high was absolutely criminal, by the way. He went out for a little peek and Flower was straight there with the pellets.
केटाहरु आएपछि थाहा हुन्छ म त आऊ भन्छु तर पब्जी मा नआऊ भन्छ के If you guys want to invest हैन मलाई भन म गर तर not in PUBG म त PUBG मा त मरेको रेकमेन्ड गर्दैन नाइ बुटोलमा हो कि कता हो म त काठमाडौँ भयो नि
Tiambo's already shown us what that feel-good nature can do for you.
With the craziness that we've seen so far, I think if AJAL don't win that one, I would have had very little hope for them, right? The fact that they did, though, really just lights a fire, I think, in
Guys, मैले किकको एउटा हालेको छु कि हैन लिंक प्लिज त्यहाँ गएर फलो गरिदिनु है सबैजनाले
One thing I did notice, and I'm starting to see a trend of, is that the word nice is international, baby. Because, I mean, you just keep hearing that no matter what. I mean, no matter what team, what org, right there at the end, that is the unification word of victory.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. But KRX, sorry, it's not so nice. No. It is not so nice. No. Again, tomorrow it's going to take miracles. This is a great squad. It's got some strong players on side. If anyone can do it.
जति कुरा गरेँ त्यति रिस उठ्छ ब्रो एनीवे आई एम डुइङ भेरी गुड ब्रदर आई एम डुइङ भेरी गुड त्यही हो अलि भर्खरै फ्यामिली प्रब्लम्स आएर मात्रै हो नत्र आई एम भेरी गुड थ्याङ्क यू फर आस्किङ होपफुली यु गुड एज वेल Need to clarify one thing, though people are targeting this government for whatever happened, but it's about the whole community and the members of the ESA. Exactly. अब के गर्नु त हामीले यिनीहरूको डिस्प्युटमा हाम्रो किन के गल्ती हैन हामीले किन कुरा उठाउनु पर्ने कुरा छ के आज सुरुमा हामीले तिमीहरू छल्टाउ जे गर त खेल्नलाई खेल्न दियो तिमीहरू यसै त फाइदा उठाइरहेछौ यसै त पैसा हैन पैसा लुटिरहेछौ तिमीहरूले हैन तर एटलिस्ट तिमीहरू जति लुटे जे गरे पनि एटलिस्ट खेल्न पर्ने मान्छेहरूलाई खेल्न दियो तिमीहरूको झगडा आफै गर न मुजी हैन त्यही पैसाको कुराले हो यिनीहरूको इगोसीको पैसाको कुरा हो लास्टमा थाहा मलाई दा अब किक पनि अब स्ट्रिम हान्नुलाई केटा अब म भ्यालोरेन्ट मोबाइल हान्न आउँछु केटा छिटै अघि म खेल्दा त मजा आएको थियो केटा ल केटा आई कुडन्ट बी मोर फ्रस्ट्रेटेड ब्रदर फिल्डमा उत्रिनु त्यसपछि झनै यु विल सी वाट फ्रस्ट्रेसन लुक लाइक ट्रस्ट मी बोइस ल गाइस आजलाई यति नै गरौँ थ्याङ्क यू फर वाचिङ गाइस थ्याङ्क यू सो मच अब यस्तो कुरा यो कुरा त अब गर्ने मान्छेहरू छन् अब म त आई एम वे फार अवे फ्रम ई स्पोर्ट्स आजकल त यु गाइस नो दिस धेरै टाढा छु म ई स्पोर्ट्स भन्दा सो ई स्पोर्ट्समा भएको मान्छेहरूले गर्नुपर्ने कुरा हो यो टेक केयर सबैजना बाई बाई